Jared Allen got the headlines as the Cavaliers beat Brooklyn back on Sunday, but a guy who played a big part in the win, Keon Ellis. Now, he only scored 4 points, but added 5 block shots and 3 steals. Head coach Kenny Atkinson on Ellis being very special when it comes to his D.
The multiple efforts, right? This is a multiple effort league now. Like, he never gives up on a play. It's really unique. I've never quite seen a player like him defensively.
Cavs back to work tonight. Going to be back home as they take on the Detroit Pistons. Cavs looking for some payback after losing in the Motor City in overtime on Friday. Pistons come in having won 3 straight and 12 of the last 14. Cavs again will be lacking Donovan Mitchell for tonight's game. Mitchell will miss his 4th straight contest because of that strained right groin. However, the team doesn't believe it's a long-term issue. Meanwhile, Dean Wade questionable for tonight's game. He's got a sprained right ankle. NFL announcing this morning Kevin Stefanski and his Atlanta Falcons going to be one of the teams playing in Madrid, Spain this coming season. The Falcons' opponent yet to be announced yet, but it could be either the Bears or the Chiefs. The reasoning: both teams on the Atlanta home schedule, and both have international marketing rights in Spain. Guardians continue. Cactus League play this afternoon. Going to be in Goodyear, taking on the Dodgers. Joey Cantillo is going to get the start for Cleveland. Hottest bat of the spring right now belongs to Angel Martinez. He's homered in the last 2 games, and he's batting .385 in Arizona. Don't miss this week's episode of 92.3 The Fan's off-season special. Get the latest in the Browns tonight from 7 to 9. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
All right, I'll say it. Formula One, one of the worst sports movies I've ever seen.
I don't know if it's that bad, but we'll tell you the athletes that I would not talk to when I had to work with them. It's the Emerging Podcast Scene, presented by Extend Technologies on the free Odyssey app.
Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps, Cleveland's sports radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Boy, what a show we have for you today. It all starts on Monday. Legal tampering starts on Monday. So on Monday, the you-know-what's going to fly. Contracts are going to be going all over the place. Decisions are going to be made. And that's what's cooking. And we're going to get you ready for it today. Welcome to Basket and Phelps. I'm Jeff Phelps.
It's a good thing these teams aren't talking yet, because then they could get in trouble. It's illegal today. You would go to NFL jail for that. I don't know what that is.
And that would be Andy Baskin.
Yeah, then you would go to NFL jail. And then next week, then you wouldn't go to NFL jail for it.
No, next week.
And then if you got
okay.
busted, would you be grandfathered? I don't know.
I don't know. It's the big thing. At 11 o'clock today, Mary Kay Cabot, Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com. At noon, Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk is going to join us. And Mike, of course, author, lots of books. He's going to join us at noon. And at 1 o'clock, as we complete the trio of big-timers who were at the Scouting Combine, our buddy Nick Shook from NFL.com.
The Shooky Cookie.
Also, we have the Cavaliers going up against the Pistons tonight. J.B. Bickerstaff back in town. Would you want him? We'll get back into that. All kinds of things coming up.
I'm happy where we are.
There have been some things that have popped in the last day or two, Andy, that have me thinking about the Browns and our favorite topic for the Browns since 1999, maybe since 2003,
History
something like
of the
that.
long snapper here with the Browns, man.
Yeah,
Ryan Pomperion.
The never-ending quest continues, and that would be for the, don't forget Ryan Keel, and that would be for the long snapper, and then the quarterback as well. And yesterday, we heard Zach Jackson here on 92.3 The Fan.
Sorry, Rex.
Say number one trade target should be Anthony Richardson. We saw Jeremy Fowler from ESPN say Malik Willis not going to Cleveland. That's the place he's not going to end up.
Mm-hmm.
And yet we've heard the Brain Trust repeatedly say, yep, and don't forget, outside the organization as well, which continues to scream that they're not completely sold on what they have here. And I don't know if that's true. I don't know if they're just blowing smoke. I don't know if they're trying to light a fire under Deshaun and Shedeur and Dillon. I don't know if they're trying to maybe throw up a smoke screen for other teams. There are guys available in the draft, and we all know that, but I can't imagine the Browns drafting a quarterback in the first round or anything like that. But
unless something crazy happened, I cannot imagine them, or if they move up 1 to go get Mendoza, which I don't think is happening. No one thinks
I don't think
that's
the
happening.
Raiders are going to move that pick. Do you?
No, I just I think they know where they're going with this thing, but I do think they're leaving every option, every stone unturned when it comes to the quarterback situation. So let's give them some time. Let's see how this thing plays out with free agency starting next week, because we'll definitely have a great vibe for what's going to happen in the draft once they hit free agency. We'll know by Tuesday what direction they're going in. I got to believe that.
That's kind of what people think, but think about what the Atlanta Falcons did. Hey, we're going to sign Kirk Cousins. There's our quarterback. Oh, wait a minute. Here's Michael Penix. So even when you get to the draft, they could change things up a little bit, which would be screwy. I don't know what Atlanta was thinking, but
the Browns could actually do that this year. They go, oh, let's go get Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
and then they could draft a guy. I mean, they're in a position to draft Ty Simpson if they want to, but
let's be honest. The only one they're really stuck with is Deshaun.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah,
I mean,
you could move on from Dillon or Shedeur very easily.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why you would. I don't think you'd ever move on from both, but certainly you could.
If you drafted a guy, you might.
I started thinking about what everybody said, no to Malik Willis. He's not coming here.
Mm-hmm.
And then Zach jumping in. Yep, Anthony Richardson, go trade for him. And I thought, all right, how likely are any of these guys? And then based on the fact that Andrew Berry and Todd Monken continually bring up exterior, veteran options. So, Andy, and it's not a list.
Okay, Dan, you don't have to pull out any music. Wink, wink.
I put together tiers.
Oh. Can you play Tears of a Clown?
Well, you might think that afterwards.
If I start playing it, no one will be around.
We got to pay for the rights anyway.
You might think, that's really true. Who wrote that song, by the way?
Wasn't it Smokey Robinson?
No.
I don't know. Who was it?
Stevie Wonder.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Smokey gets credit, though, right?
Well, Smokey recorded it.
Yeah.
Stevie went to Smokey and said, I have this thing. And Smokey wrote the words. Stevie wrote the music.
Oh. So, yeah. So Smokey deserves some credit.
Yeah.
Okay.
At least that's what Smokey says. So I put together these tiers. And the tiers are, see? What? You're shaking your head. You went there.
I know. People are listening. They're like, man, I can't believe I'm getting all the sports and music knowledge at the same point. And then half the people are, at least the ones in school are going, Smokey who? What?
His real name's William.
Are they talking about Chris Tucker from Friday?
His real name's William. Anyhow, so I put together these tiers. And the thing about this, Andy, if you think about Sam Darnold, if you think about Baker, let's throw Baker in there.
Okay.
If you think about the guys think about Geno Smith, what Geno did a little while ago.
Okay.
Guys who have, had CPR done on their careers and they've come back and been okay. And
oh no, they had the paddles.
Well,
they were more than CPR, man.
Yeah, maybe they did. And I put together tiers, and I might not have everybody in here, but likelihood guys where they would slot with the Browns. And tier number 1.
Hang on, I got to take notes here. Jeff Phelps, tier number 1.
And tier number 1 is simple to me.
Okay.
Clearly the starting quarterback, and clearly for probably more than a year.
Oh.
I mean, this guy probably answers your question who your quarterback is.
I can't remember the last time I busted out the more than symbol. All right, cool.
For the foreseeable future.
Okay.
There are only 2 guys in tier 1 to me of these guys who are likely available.
Okay.
Number 1 is Daniel Jones. And I put him in there only because he's a free agent. I think it's real clear he's going to go back to the Colts. But if you were to sign Daniel Jones as a free agent, or any team was, you're clearly signing him to come in and be your quarterback for an extended period of time because he's going to get a lot of money. But I don't think he's going to make the market. I think the Colts are going to keep him, either by agreeing to a contract or putting the tag on him. And the coinciding move there is Alec Pierce, the wide receiver, which is another story, but that could dupe the Browns as well if they're looking for him. Because the thought is, whichever guy they sign, they'll tag the other. So that's the thought there. You see any way Daniel Jones hits the market?
No.
I don't.
No. No.
I don't either. The other guy in tier one.
You know how many games he threw for over 200 yards last year? All but two. Yeah.
Well, Daniel played really well for the Colts, but he also had some pretty good wide receivers.
Sure.
And he had Jonathan Taylor. Thank you. And he had Warren, the tight end, who was terrific as a rookie.
Man, he threw the ball 50 times against Pittsburgh and had 342 yards in a 27-20 loss.
So they have some talent there, and it looks like Daniel Jones is going to be their guy, and he's coming back from the Achilles, and you wish him luck. And they'll be bringing somebody else in.
Yeah,
as
he's
well.
not coming here. Okay.
Yeah, I don't see any way he's coming here.
Okay.
The other guy in tier one, and the only other guy is Malik Willis.
Okay, I agree with that.
And
that was my first thought, actually.
If you bring him in, Andy, whoever brings him in, he's going to be the starting quarterback. And he's probably going to be the starting quarterback for a couple of years because it's going to cost you money. The concern about Malik Willis, and I don't think he's coming here. I think Jeremy Fowler's right. Money-wise, I don't know that it makes sense for the Browns. But he's had a small sample size of success, just 6 career starts, period. That's it. But in Green Bay, in 2 years, this guy completed 79% of his passes. I mean, he's so intriguing. And 6 touchdowns and no interceptions in Green Bay. And that one game that he started for Green Bay last year, 18 of 21 for 288, a score, 6 carries, 90 yards, 2 touchdowns. Todd Monken was salivating in the press box as he's calling plays for the Ravens. So I can see why the Browns might want him because he is the perfect Monken fit based on a very small sample size. But I don't see any way he's coming here. Do you?
No. Unless Todd Monken has like this, and you've got to get over the agent part of this too because Deshaun, they have the same agent.
And that doesn't feel right, does it?
No, it doesn't feel like that. I mean, it seems like it would be something that might block it, but you never know. Deshaun's still getting paid. Doesn't matter who his agent is, and it just doesn't flow real well.
Yeah.
But I mean, if Todd Monken goes in there and goes, look, I have one wish, I have one honeymoon wish. Can we please figure out a way to get him? I can guarantee you, we'll be in the playoffs next year. I'll put my job on the line. You can fire me at the end of the season if we don't get to the playoffs. If you give me Malik Wilson, he's healthy all year. I'll put my job on the line. Maybe they would think about doing it, but I doubt it. It still has to go through the entire brain trust.
If you were to bring him in, then you're going to be dispatching other quarterbacks and moving on, and there's no competition and everything else. He's your guy.
100%.
I feel the same way you do. I feel the same way Jeremy Fowler does. I don't see any way the Browns bring him in. It just doesn't seem likely.
Changes the entire dynamic of the season, though, if they did.
Without question.
I think like Browns fans would have hope.
Andy, it changes the course of the franchise.
Yeah.
But I say that not because I think he's going to be phenomenal, but because you've made a determination that this is your guy.
Yeah, whether it works or not.
Yeah.
And
whether it works or not.
We know what it's like when it doesn't work. So.
Yep. Whether it works or not, you're all in on him. So he would be your guy.
Yep. That's tier 1, right?
Yep. That's tier. And that's all. That's it. 2 guys.
Tier 1.
Those are the
So
no-brainers.
If you were parents paying for this, you'd be paying for more because you're letting
tier
your
2,
kids play tier 1.
I kind of labeled tier 2. He's clearly the starter for a year or more. Clearly the starter for a year or more. But is he the starter long term because there are some issues going on? I'll give you his name. And that's Kyler Murray. I'm not crazy about him. In Arizona, his record as a starter was 38-48. He had 1 winning season, Andy, in 7 seasons in Arizona. Which, if you watch Kyler, he's a lot of fun. But he was listed at 5'10" when he came out of college. That might have been generous. I mean, he's clearly an undersized quarterback. He's had injury issues the last couple of years. He missed 9 games in 23. He missed 12 games last year. And if you make a play for him, I don't think there's any way that Shedeur Sanders or Dylan Gabriel or Deshaun Watson is your starter. If you bring in Kyler Murray, you're bringing him in to be the starter next year and maybe longer. But his stature and his injury history in the last 3 years, I think, is a huge concern.
Yeah, I would rather see the Guardians convert him to outfielder than be quarterback here. Sorry.
He might play middle infield. That would fit for the Guardians.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. He is a middle infielder, so that means he would automatically
have to convert.
Yeah, of course, he'd have to be an outfielder.
Do you think there's any way they're in on him?
No, I wouldn't be surprised if they kicked the tires.
Again,
I don't know.
He has the mobility that Todd Monken seems to crave.
I'm not in. That's all. I'm just going to leave it at that. They may be in, and if he comes here and he's our quarterback, I will root for him, and I would be very, I'll be excited if they can do some good things, but I have very little expectations. I know he's fun to watch sometimes. I've never bought into this, and I'm not about to. So even when he was throwing for 4,000 yards.
Well, the Harrison family not a fan either, apparently. So there's that. Mm-hmm. Tier 1, we don't think either guy's coming here. Daniel Jones, Malik Willis. Tier 2, there's only one guy, Kyler Murray. Those three guys, that clears up your question who your starting quarterback is next year. Folks, I don't think it's happening. 216-474-0092. Andy doesn't think it's happening. I don't think Dan thinks it's happening. Meredith will take your phone calls. Tier 3 could be happening. It's next on Baskin and Phelps.
start for Cleveland. Hottest batter of the spring right now belongs to Angel Martinez. He's homered in the last 2 games. He's batting .385 out in Arizona. Don't miss this week's episode of 92.3 The Fan's off-season special. Get the latest of the Browns tonight from 7 to 9. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Coming up at 11 o'clock, Mary Kay Cabot is going to join us here on Baskin and Phelps. Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk will join us at noon. Nick Shook from NFL.com and Kent State University will join us at 1 o'clock. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy over there is Andy Baskin.
Yo.
We're doing a little exercise here, and it's based on information that's been presented in the over the last couple of weeks. Browns keep saying veteran external options. So they're looking, and they keep bringing it up. So obviously they're doing something in addition to Deshaun, Shedeur, and Dillon. Either that or they want us to think that. So we're thinking that. And then yesterday we had Zach Jackson say Anthony Richardson, man, he's got to be at the top of the trade list. I think that's an interesting idea by Zach. And then we had Jeremy Fowler from ESPN say, no, Malik Willis isn't going to the Browns. So with that in mind, we've put together some tiers of options for the Browns. And to me, Andy, it's real clear. There really aren't any options out there who make you think clear-cut starter other than 3 guys. In Tier 1, I put Daniel Jones and Malik Willis. We're in agreement. They're not coming here. Tier 2, Kyler Murray. I don't really want to make that move. To me, I'd rather go with Deshaun and Shedeur. And I think you're in agreement.
Yeah, I'm with you on this. There are a number. I don't want to let you get through your list here because there are a number of.
Not a list. They're tiers.
I'm sorry. I'm going to let you get through your tiers. That there are a number of other guys that might be 1-year options.
Oh,
too. There's
we're getting there.
tons of 1-year options.
Oh,
so, okay.
Exactly. But
yeah.
that will bring up the question.
Why?
Exactly right, Andy. Exactly right. Dan's in Cleveland. Dan says he disagrees with everything that Jeff says.
Dan.
Hi, Dan.
What's up, man?
Good morning. Not
morning.
everything, Jeff. Maybe 70%.
Nice.
Based on what
he's
you're
got
saying
30%.
right now.
Are we
That's the way-
married?
Yeah, no kidding.
I watched the combine twice for the quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Now, I'm an Ohio State guy and all that, okay? So I'm not thrilled. I'm just trying to do how you build the Browns and what will be happening. We're a little bit early here because you don't have free agency, you don't have the draft, and this is a coaching staff that's not from last year. It's entirely different. So everybody that we have now is starting from square one for evaluation. But in the draft, I don't care what anybody says, just from a coach's standpoint, not a fan, but you have 2 guys with respected organizations that were top 10 teams last year. One was Drew Aller with Penn State. You have to admit Penn State was ranked in the top 3 or 4 until he broke his ankle.
Okay.
And everything fell apart. Mm-hmm. And then you have, I hate to say this, but Carson Beck has won with 2 different, been in the championship games for college with 2 different teams. He didn't win, but he's there. And he beat Ohio State with Miami, which I'm upset about.
Dan,
but nonetheless, the guy doesn't make mistakes.
And how's that disagreeing with anything I've said? I didn't mention any college guys. We're doing a little pro football talk.
But I'm telling you, in the end, you're starting from square one with if I'm in the schoolyard, I'm taking Aller and Beck over anybody we got. Now, I don't know why you guys entertain Sanders. He never did anything in college, and he's 24 years old now.
Right,
I don't even think Colorado was on the map before he got there. Was Colorado barely? Dave Logan played there, didn't he?
Dan said he disagreed with what I said. He didn't say anything about anything I said. He brought up 3 different guys.
Yeah, that
Okay.
we haven't talked anything about today.
Is there a draft possibility? Maybe. Except, again, the point is Todd Monken and Andrew Berry keep telling us they're bringing in a veteran option. Correct, Andy?
Yes.
Okay, there we go. Which brings us to Tier 3. This is the tier that's going to upset people.
Oh, good. Can we use music then? Can we have happy music so no one gets upset?
No.
I vote for
I'm
music.
not making light of this, Andy. This is
very serious stuff here,
Well,
Jeff. Yes.
Andy,
This is my job, people.
it could be
Yes.
it could be the fortunes of our franchise.
Well, of course, Jeff. I mean, next thing you know, you're going to tell me they're moving inside a dome. I mean, come on.
That's not Browns football.
Oh, sorry.
Tier 3 is this.
Come on, music. Let's go.
Okay, I will tell you, Tier 3 is the one that intrigues me.
Tier 3. Jeff Phelps is Tier 3.
Tier 3 is this. You're bringing people in to compete with whoever's here while looking toward the 2027 draft unless you get lucky. You want the short version of Tier 3?
No, I want to know how many of these guys are stopgap
Are these
quarterbacks.
fixable draft busts?
Okay.
That's what Tier 3 is. The number one guy is Anthony Richardson. He was the 4th pick of 2023. Could the Browns be the team that unlocks him? I'm willing to take that chance. I would bring him in here to compete with everybody else. I agree with Zach Jackson. I'd go for it.
He could be a one. I mean, he could be with no long-term ramifications.
Right.
Right?
You could
I
bring
mean,
him in. It wouldn't cost you a ton. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
If it doesn't work, you take some penicillin and you move on.
And
I
you
got it, yeah.
you get your guy in 2027.
Right.
Or if Shador beats him out, fine. If Deshaun beats him out, fine. But you took a shot at a guy who is a physical freak, who, if you watch his tape, it's equal parts. Oh, my God, that's unbelievable. Oh, my God, that's unbelievable for bad ways. He's in Tier 3. There are only 3 guys in it. The other one, don't cringe, Trey Lance. Trey was the 3rd pick in 2021. And I think one of these 3 guys is going to become like a Sam Darnold, where somebody fixes him, and we're going to hear another story of, boy, isn't it nice the way that guy resurrected his career?
God, Trey Lance is only 25?
He's only 25.
I thought he was like 35.
And here's the weird thing about Trey Lance to me. He was the 3rd pick in 2021. Shanahan and the Niners draft him. We all
Right.
think highly of them.
Right.
And he clearly wasn't ready to play with the Niners, and Brock Purdy beat him out.
Okay.
Just flat out beat him out.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, there's no other way to say it. In the last 3 years, Trey Lance has backed up Dak Prescott. He's not going to start there. And he backed up Justin Herbert last year with the Chargers. He's not going to start there. Did he learn anything? I don't know. He turns 26 in May. Somebody's going to bring him in. There are enough quarterback-needy teams that I think he's going to have a chance to compete somewhere. Is it here? I would think it's unlikely. But he's interesting. The other guy is Zach Wilson.
By the way, Trey's brother's a pretty good wide receiver.
Yeah, he looked pretty good, didn't he?
Yep.
The other guy is Zach Wilson. And as Mike Martz once said to us, yeah, none of those guys can play. Mike knows a lot more about it than I do. But these guys were 2nd, 3rd, and 4th picks in their respective drafts. And I looked up some stuff on Zach Wilson. And Zach was the guy 2nd pick overall by the Jets in 2021. Well, and stick with me on this.
Okay, my head's spinning right now.
Other than the fact that he looks a lot like his mom, he made 33 starts for the Jets. He had 3 300-yard passing games. He had 8 games where he passed for 250-plus yards. Then he went to Denver, sat the entire 2024 season. Then last year played in only 4 games and threw only 3 passes for Miami. They started Quinn Ewers over him late in the year, which made me think, what? But here's the catch with him, and I wonder about this. With the Jets as their starter, and tell me, is this anything, Andy?
All right.
In his starts, he went 12 and 21. Okay, he won 36% of his games. In the games he didn't start in his 3 years in New York, the Jets went 6 and 12. So it's not like he was the problem. And he was a little better than whoever else filled in. It was Mike White filling in, one of the guys. They had a couple other guys. But the Jets weren't very good.
No.
And since Zach Wilson left the Jets have won only 24% of their games. So Wilson won 36%. Since he left, Saleh and Aaron Glenn won 24%. I wonder if somebody can figure out how to make that guy a little more accurate. That was a problem for him. But Anthony Richardson, Trey Lance, Zach Wilson in Tier 3. Really highly thought of guys when they were drafted who have not worked.
None of those guys can play.
See, that's the thought. That the voice from above belonging to Mike Martz. I would think one of those guys is going to pop and end up finding himself and becoming a good quarterback. If I had to bet, I would bet.
I wouldn't bet anybody.
If I had to bet, and that means putting a 5th-round draft choice to make a trade, I'd go for Anthony Richardson and give it a shot.
When he wants to tap out because he's tired, he's going to go up in the stands and sell beer.
Beer here.
That's beautiful. That was beautiful, Dan. That's Tier 3.
Oh, is there a Tier 4?
Oh yeah,
okay.
and a Tier 5. But we won't we're not going to spend as much time on them because I think they're all crapshoots.
Okay,
but
is this the plus 35 group?
It's where a lot of guys who are actually going to play next year are sitting. And the question that I'll have when we get there is, well, why would you even bother? Because you should just play Deshaun, or you should just play Shedeur.
Yes.
Tier 5 should just be called, it's got 4 wheels.
Maybe.
Tier 5
that
is
might
they
be
probably
true.
Tier 5 is they probably already played here.
If the Browns could bring in Daniel Jones or
Already
Malik
on
Willis,
the jersey, Savion letters.
Oh, that's
Jones
true.
or Willis, I would do it. I don't think that's happening. If they could bring in Kyler Murray, I'd give it a real thought.
Here comes the top.
And if I could give up a little bit to bring in Anthony Richardson, Trey Lance, or Zach Wilson to compete in training camp and see what you get, I think I'd go for it. Eugene is in Fairview Park. Hello, Eugene.
Eugene.
Hey, how you doing?
How are
Great.
you?
How about you?
I'm all great. Hey, does anybody but me think the NFL's fixed? I mean, look at what they did.
I'm sorry, the NFL, what is sticks?
Fixed.
Oh, fixed. Sorry. Go ahead, sorry.
Twice. They give Myles Garrett Defensive Player of the Year, but then they make Browns fan wait until the last game and then the last 4 minutes of the game so Browns fan has to watch the whole game. They were horrible. I got rid of my season tickets this year because I just can't do it no more. I'll wait till about the 4th home game this year, then I can go probably get a ticket for $10. I bet you steak dinner, they don't win 10 games this year. I'm out.
All right, thank you. Wow, I didn't realize.
Did he say win 10 games?
Yeah, win 10 games.
I'd say that's a pretty safe bet for you, Eugene. You never know, though.
Where's the steak coming from?
Well, that's a good point. That's a good point. So,
and what kind of steak?
The veteran options that the coaching staff, Todd Monken, I should say, and Andrew Berry, keep talking about external veteran options. Well, we just listed the 6 that I think might be intriguing.
He was betting a steak, Jeff. I mean, those are. He's talking my words.
Andy, you can go buy a steak. You can, horses can be steak.
Oh, Jeff. Please.
Steak doesn't have to be beef. It's just a cut.
Jeff?
So it doesn't mean it's quality.
Jeff? Blasphemy. Stop. Keep going.
I'm just telling you.
I mean, there's a couple places on Brook Park Road where they use it as a way to get in for another show.
What kind of show is that?
Low fee.
Kind of show is that, Dan? Why are you familiar with it?
For a very low fee.
Jeff, it's not very hard to read the excellent advertising on Brook Park Road, right? Is that what you're saying?
That's really what it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be steak, dome,
Tier 4.
Try to think of the next way to put this.
Tier 4 is coming up, and this might be where you're shopping if you're the Browns, and we're not going to like it. It's Baskin and Phelps on the Fan.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for Bookman.
o'clock. And then Mike Florio from Pro Football Talks is going to join us at noon. We'll be talking some football today. Also, the Cavaliers against the Pistons tonight. That'll be fun.
That'll be awesome. As always, you can listen to the show or all of our local shows on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Kidoki. We're making people mad.
You are.
All
I'm
right.
going for the ride. They're always
That's
like,
fine.
That Jeff guy makes me mad. Andy, he's okay.
Oh, thanks.
I'm not
Andy.
really quite sure what he's saying, but he's okay.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that.
No problem.
Yeah.
That's why you're here, for the spirit of radio.
But
you
see,
are my rush right now.
Andy, they tell us.
Spirit of the radio.
They're telling us, what they're going to do, right? They keep telling us they're bringing in a veteran option.
Somebody else is coming.
So
get ready.
We're trying to inform.
Or outside resources.
We've laid out some tiers of who these guys could be. Andy and I are in agreement. There are only two guys who could possibly be the guy they bring in who would answer your question who your starter is. And that's Daniel Jones or Malik Willis, and we don't think either guy's coming here. And tier 2 had one guy in it who could come in and be your starter and maybe be a long-term guy. And Andy and I aren't crazy about it, and that's Kyler Murray. And then I laid out tier 3, which is are these guys draft busts, or might there be something there that somebody can find? And I think one of these guys will end up being a good quarterback in the league. Good luck figuring out which one. Anthony Richardson, Trey Lance, Zach Wilson. All high picks, top 4 picks, and they haven't panned out yet. My guess is somebody will take a chance on one of those guys and maybe make them a starter this year, and they might end up being okay.
Here comes the over 34 club, right?
Well, here comes the group that this entire group in tier 4 makes me think this. Well, yeah, but why bother? Just start Deshaun or Shedeur.
Okay.
That's what this group does for me.
Mm-hmm.
Mac Jones.
Oh, didn't even have him on my list.
I know, and I'm assuming he's possible because though the Niners have said they're not going to trade him, they continue to have his name pop up in trade talks.
Okay,
and he's sitting there behind Brock Purdy. Purdy's going to be the starter, So my guess is if you really wanted Mac Jones, you could get him. He was 5-3 as the Niners starter last year. He could be a guy who could come here.
What do you got to give up? 5th round, 6th round, 7th round?
Maybe a 4th.
Okay.
He's a guy who could come in
7th.
and be your starter. And I kind of labeled these guys the vet who could start or back up for a year before the 2027 draft.
If you have Deshaun here, I ask myself, why keep going?
Exactly. Yes. I agree.
Yep.
So I think Mac Jones is a possibility.
Okay.
But I don't think a likely one. Tua Tagovailoa.
Yep.
Tua was pretty good in Miami. And then he got dinged up. He had 3 concussions with the Dolphins. He had 1 when he was in college.
He's
at
one play
Bama.
away from being done.
Well, maybe, yeah. But his record in Miami was 44-32. And touchdown interception ratio, pretty good. 120 touchdowns, 59 INTs. I learned something yesterday when I was putting this together, though. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Tua's name is short for what his real first name is.
Yeah.
Your real first name is Andrew.
Yes,
Mine
it
is
is.
Jeffrey.
Yes, it
but
is.
we go by Andy and Jeff.
Yeah.
This is Tua's real first name. Are you ready?
Yes. It's very long.
I'm going to spell it.
Okay.
TUANIGAMANUOLEPOLA. Something like Tuaniga Manueliapola. Something like that. Now, that said,
What was it? Babatunde Oshinawa?
he had 6 names.
Yeah.
That said, that's Tua's first name, the real first name. TUANIGAMANUOLEPOLA. You know what his middle name is?
Bill.
Donnie.
Okay. Figured.
What? How do you get that first name and then Donnie?
Cousin.
Donnie. Not Donald. Not Don. Donnie.
By the way, this has got to be the record for the longest Browns name in history, right? Babatunde,
Babatunde?
Olawashigan,
Don't.
Jernatope, Olakarede, Disa
Sam
Oshinawa Jr.
Sam Faster.
Babatunde Oshinawa Jr.
So he's in tier 4, Tua. And again,
Surprised we're not working for him. He went to Stanford.
I think Tua can play, but he's not. I don't think he answers the question, is this our guy? And I just wonder, all right, well, you got Deshaun and Shedeur. Wouldn't you rather just play them and call it a day? He has company in this tier. Dana, what do you think about Tua?
Well, I would just say his arm strength plus the wind off of that lake is not built to succeed.
It doesn't ring my bell either.
Yeah.
Kirk Cousins.
Here we go. Over 35 club. Let's go. Yes.
Kirk was 5-3 in 8 starts last season, and the Falcons won their last 4 games of the year.
Okay.
All that got Raheem Morris fired.
Here we go. Keep going.
Marcus Mariota.
Yep, 32, under 30.
He has the mobility that Todd Monken talks about. And he was okay for the Commanders last year. And, he's been one of those guys who's come into the league and started for a while, and then he's been kicking around. I wonder if he gets the next chance like Sam Darnold, some of these other guys that have found themselves.
See Dylan Gabriel. Keep
and
going.
A+ dude.
Yeah.
And a great dude. Yeah.
They're both good dudes. Right?
Marcus Mariota will have a 17-year career in the NFL.
Carson Wentz is looking for a 7th team in 7 years.
Didn't even have him on my list.
Pass.
He went to I'm passing on all these guys.
Okay.
I'm just giving you options.
You're going to hit on?
Yeah,
I already did. Malik Willis and Daniel Jones.
So I would say Kyler too. I would put Kyler in that category.
And I would put Kyler there too. If Kyler Murray could come in here, I would take him and I would start him. But everybody else we've talked about, I laid it out for you. There are only 3 guys who I think you go in veteran options who would become your starter. Carson Wentz. He's looking for a 7th team in 7 years. He was 2-3 for Minnesota last year in starts, and he had 300 yards passing twice. He hurt his shoulder, non-throwing shoulder, and he had surgery. That ended his season. And then I'll throw in Geno Smith.
Oh, you want to put Aaron Rodgers in there? He's not good enough for you?
You could talk me into Geno here. Of everybody you've said, you could easily talk me into Geno. Geno could sling it.
Yeah, in Tier 4, and he's mobile. In Tier 4, you could put Geno Smith. But again, you have Deshaun. If Deshaun looks healthy and you have Shedeur, why would you bring in Geno Smith? Because that just kind of convolutes everything. Doesn't it?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm just
Mac Jones, Tua, Kirk Cousins, Marcus Mariota, Carson Wentz, and Geno Smith. That's Tier 4 for me.
Oh, is that?
You would think
Geno should be in a higher tier.
Hang on. Before you finish, is there a Tier 5?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And a 6, but Tier 5 doesn't last long.
Geno's a starter in this league. I think he got the short end of the stick with Vegas.
Well,
There's more in the tank.
He got the short end of the stick because they ended up with the number 1 pick.
Right.
Otherwise, he might still be the starter.
Well,
you never know.
And even who he was throwing to and the overall quality that was taking place there, no one was succeeding in Vegas.
You would put Geno in what? Would you
put him in
with
Tier 2. If you're
would you put him with Kyler Murray?
I'd put him with Kyler.
So you would bring him in and start him ahead of Deshaun or Shedeur?
Without question.
I don't think I would do that.
Geno Smith is good.
Geno's 35.
Yeah, but he's well rested.
Doesn't mean true. Doesn't mean he couldn't come in for a year or so.
I'd rather have that bridge quarterback. At least I know he's going to throw it all over the place, and you'll determine if your wide receivers are worth a hill of beans.
Dan, and I've left out some guys, but Dan moves Geno up from Tier 4 to Tier 2. I'm going to leave him in Tier 4. I would just go ahead and play Deshaun, or I would play Shedeur. Tier 5, Andy?
Yeah. Let me guess. Can I guess who's in Tier 5?
Yeah, but hold on. Right. I described it as this way. If you really need a vet and you're really going to add one, these guys could start for you, but they're certainly not a long-term answer. They are. They're 2 guys.
Aaron Rodgers, Joe Flacco.
Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson.
Oh.
Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson. I don't think Aaron's not coming here. We know that.
Did you say Jimmy Garoppolo anywhere in here? I can't remember.
We have Tier 6.
Oh, sorry.
Calm down.
Okay.
You could add Russell.
Put handsome Jimmy in Tier 6? Now
I'm sad. Could Russell Wilson come in here?
No. He's cooked. He's sadly done.
Oh, my God.
You might be right.
I don't send steaks back very often, but some of these are like very well done steaks. I'm done. Send them all
right,
back.
And then here's Tier 6, okay? And this is if you really now you think you've painted yourself into a corner and you need to add a vet because you told everybody you were going to.
Yeah.
And you bring him in for training camp. You have 4 guys, and then maybe you try and go Kenny Pickett and trade him. Tyler Huntley.
Yep.
Who was with Monken last year.
Correct. I know. was here too.
Mitch Trubisky.
Oh, I didn't have Mitch on my list.
Jimmy G.
Jimmy G was there.
Jimmy, Jimmy could come in and play.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen.
I know. Kenny Pickett.
Okay.
Joe Flacco.
And
finishing off do we want to bring him back? Jameis Winston.
Oh, I have another one you could bring back.
I would bump Jameis up.
Tyrod Taylor.
Yeah, I'm done with Tyrod.
He's 36.
Tyrod.
Whatever. Tyrod.
Jameis should probably be bumped up one.
Hey, at least I thought of him.
Well, I think Jameis
can still sling it. A lot of these guys in this category can't sling it.
Well, I agree, Dan, but I was kind of looking for more likely guys to bring in. For instance,
okay.
I'd bring in Jameis and start him.
Me too.
He's just a blast.
Yeah.
And he can throw.
If I'm not going to
win, are we here for
least...
a comedy show or are we here to win football
No, I
games?
said he can throw.
If this is a 2-year rebuild, at least be a watchable 2-year rebuild.
Well, see, I thought if you're trying to make a precise move, all right, Daniel Jones, Malik Willis, done. Kyler Murray, got it. Anthony Richardson, Trey Lance, Zach Wilson. You're trying to get lucky and find that guy. After that, on every guy, Mac Jones, Tua, Cousins, Mariota,
Jeff,
Wentz.
there are 2 guys you listed. That's about it. Right?
Rodgers, Wilson, Andy. There aren't very. That's the point here.
You're probably better off rolling the dice on drafting a quarterback.
That's the point. They're telling us veteran option. Well, give me a really good one. I think there are 3.
You'd have to
and
trade for somebody who's fallen out of favor with an organization at this point.
You know, Dan likes Geno more than I do. Dan likes Jameis as much as I do. I just don't think Jameis is going to be here. I don't think he's the answer. Now, and that doesn't mean I don't think these guys can play. Mac Jones, Tua, Cousins, they could probably go somewhere and win some games next year. I just don't think it's the right move for the Browns, considering they have Shedeur and considering they have Deshaun Watson. That's the point. The only guys who erase that, Jones, Willis, Murray. And I would take a chance on Richardson, Lance, or Wilson. Bring him in, let him compete, and maybe you get lucky. Other than that, okay, you're going to add a veteran? Great, go ahead.
I think you could. I don't think there's any other way to tell the story you just told. I think you're right. And you've seen, at least you've done your due diligence and looked through every name possible, too.
Well,
I don't think there's one we missed.
But, Andy, there are a lot of guys that can play. You know, I mean, Aaron Rodgers is going to go and play decent quarterback next year.
It's about what are you doing for the future?
Yes. Thank you, Andy.
Yeah.
Thank you. I agree completely.
I'll take a lap around.
I want to get Mary Kay's thoughts on this a little bit. She's coming up next. I can't wait to hear what she thought about the Combine as well. Mary Kay Cabot, Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com. Next on Baskin and Phelps.
Hey, everybody. Andy Baskin for FanDuel. Basketball fans, almost time for the Super.
key categories. And, of course, it takes Lamar Jackson to do a lot of that. But he brought over a veteran staff, so I think these guys are going to be able to hit the ground running. And let's see what Todd has.
Listen for Mary Kay Cabot from theplaindealerincleveland.com. Thursday mornings at 8:20 on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
That was when we were writing.
Well, we hope she's recovered from the scouting combine because wrote like crazy, did all kinds of great stuff. And she joins us every Tuesday at 11 o'clock. This would be Tuesday. Combine's over. So let's go to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. She covers the Browns for the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Does a great job of it. Back from Indianapolis, she is Mary Kay Cabot. Hello, Mary Kay.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
We're all right. Thank you very much. How are you, and how was the Combine?
You know, it was a really great Combine, in my opinion. We talked to so many people. We waited it out to the very last day on Saturday, and we talked to a lot of the offensive linemen there. So I was really glad that we had a nice Cleveland media contingent there for that Saturday O-line stuff. And so that was good. Got a chance to talk to Ty Simpson. I even grabbed him one-on-one for a few seconds after his podium interview. So we got to know the quarterbacks a little bit, the receivers. It was really good. And then just running around, talking to, meeting some of the Browns coaches and talking to Todd and Andrew. I thought we got a lot out of it. It was very, very productive. And tomorrow now we have an opportunity to meet the coordinators, so I'm looking forward to that. So it's been a very busy couple of weeks.
Mary Kay, as you walk out of that, because now you get to spend a little bit of time with this new revamped coaching staff and as they work with the front office, what's your general overall feeling about the direction of the organization and how you feel like they're going to move forward, not only for this year, but for the future after that?
Well, as I mentioned, I got an opportunity to meet a number of the new coaches in Indy, just kind of in passing. And I've talked to a lot of people about some of them, including new defensive coordinator Mike Rutenberg. And I think the Browns are in really good hands. I think that the existing defensive assistants are really, really excited about Mike Rutenberg. Got a chance to talk to Jason Tarver, the linebackers coach in Indy, and Ephraim Banda, Brandon Lynch. These guys are really excited about what Mike Rutenberg is going to bring to the table. And then, of course, he himself, Mike Rutenberg, brought in Dom Capers, a senior defensive assistant, to help him with this transition to a new role. So I think they're going to be okay. I really do. I think between the staff, the existing assistants that are already there, and the personnel that he has on this defense, I think he's going to be able to hit the ground running and have a seamless transition. So they're okay from that standpoint. And then on the offensive side of the ball, Todd Monken knows exactly what he's doing. And, again, he's brought in some guys from Baltimore that he feels really, really comfortable with. I think for them, it's just a matter of new personnel and new scheme. And how fast can you pull all of that together?
Mary Kay, what did you make of Ty Simpson's comments about the nice relationship with Todd Monken and the history with Todd, and Drew Aller's thoughts about being a Cleveland Brown, and any other rookie quarterback who might have said anything about the Browns that made you think, are they just trying to sell themselves to the highest draft spot, or is this legit?
Well, there were a number of guys, as you mentioned, that have Browns connections, Browns ties. Ty Simpson was one of them. His father, Jason Simpson, knows Todd Monken very, very well. And actually, when I had that little one-on-one interview with Ty Simpson, he said it would absolutely be a dream come true to play for Todd Monken, and that his dad would be really, really excited about that. And then got a chance to ask Carson Beck the same thing about Todd Monken, because he played for him for 3 years at Georgia. Now, he was a backup in most of those years, but he says most of what he knows, or a lot of what he knows about playing quarterback, came from Todd Monken. So I think these were significant things. And again, Drew Aller. I guess it just depends for the Browns on if they feel like one of these guys could help them out as a developmental quarterback, or if, in the case of Ty Simpson, they felt that he had higher upside than Shedeur Sanders. That would be the case if you were going after a Ty Simpson, who I think would be drafted much higher than those other guys. And I know the Browns will at least consider him at number 6, number 24, number 39. At this point, I still think that Shedeur has plenty over him, just in terms of the experience that he's had here. But you never really know. You don't know exactly what these guys are thinking. but I didn't come away from the combine thinking that any of these guys were going to be coming in to replace Shedeur.
Where is Deshaun Watson then in this scenario?
Well, I still think that Todd needs to get a really good handle and feel for what he has in the current quarterback room. And I think he's going to need to spend a little bit more time studying film, getting to know these guys a little bit better when they come back in for the offseason program beginning on April 6th or 7th. And I don't know if he is going to get to draft weekend and think, we need to do something else, or we have exactly what we need here in the room. But as far as Deshaun Watson is concerned, he's going to be right in the thick of it as of right now with Shedeur Sanders. I mean, he's going to have that chance to prove that he can be the quarterback that they traded for. And that's not going to be easy. He hasn't played a full season since 2020. He's coming off of 3 different surgeries on the shoulder and then the 2 on the Achilles. So I do think that he has a lot to prove and a lot to show them, but they are intrigued. I asked Todd Monken specifically about that, and he said he is intrigued by the notion of having a 3-time Pro Bowler, a once elite player in his QB room.
Okay, we just spent some time following what the Browns have told us about adding a veteran option to that quarterback room. And we just went through all kinds of guys. We put them in tiers and talked about them a little bit. There are only 3 guys who in the entire, and there are tons of guys available. Only 3 guys who made us think this guy would be the answer at quarterback. And Daniel Jones and Malik Willis were the top 2 guys. We don't think they're coming here. And Kyler Murray, who might be an option. Can you think of anybody else that you would think would come in here and be the starting quarterback without any questions? And do you think it's likely the Browns bring in anybody who makes you think anything other than Watson or Shedeur?
In the veteran market right now, at the moment, I'm not feeling that.
Yeah, neither are we.
Right? I mean, when I look at the veteran options, I don't see anyone that I think that they would point blank right now decide that, that they can be better than what they can get out of Deshaun Watson or even Shedeur Sanders. I've been saying this for weeks and weeks that I don't think Malik Willis is going to end up here because I think someone else will be willing to pay him the $30 million if they can get that high. That's what I think they're hoping for. I think somebody else might be more willing to do that. And then I just don't know if Kyler Murray is going to give you more than what you think you can get from Deshaun right now. So I don't know. But the thing about free agency, the trade market, and the draft is that, it's not going to happen until it happens. So you can think one thing on a Tuesday, and then things dramatically change when the market opens. In 2022, we did not think that Deshaun Watson was coming here. We did not think that. They were prepared to move forward with Baker Mayfield until that trade landscape completely changed and shifted, and they ended up with Deshaun Watson. So those are the kinds of things that happen in free agency in the trade market. So at this moment, even though I don't see a veteran option that I think actually will come to fruition, anything can change on a dime.
You had a chance to talk to these offensive linemen, and you got a good feel for it. Do you feel like the front office and the coaching staff is in lockstep on saying we want offensive linemen, we want best available player, or I'll even give you the third of the Northeast Ohio one, best available Buckeye? What direction do you think they might head in here as we go towards the draft, past free agency?
Well, I think that they really are very committed to best available player in the draft, and that's important to do that because if you start drafting players that aren't the best available player, you're going to have a roster full of players that aren't the best that you could possibly have had. So you really have to pick the best player on your board at the time, unless you know that you've got a starting franchise quarterback and that's who is your highest rated player at that moment. But for the most part, this year, the draft strengths are matching up with the Browns' needs, and that's offensive line and receiver. And there are other really strong things too, defensive end. But I don't think they're going to have a problem with that. I think that they'll be able to fulfill their needs in trades, free agency, and the draft because their strengths, once again, and their weaknesses are matching up with what they can fill their holes with.
I just look at this draft, Mary Kay, and I keep reading and seeing great defensive players at the top of the draft, which makes me think, boy, if you can add to a position of strength, that's great. We all know the issues on the offense. What struck you at the Combine? Was it the defensive talent? Was it the wide receivers, offensive line? What was it?
Well, it's hard to say because we are mostly talking to the players. So, our exposure to them at the Combine is standing there in front of them, asking questions and talking to them. And then of course, I watched a lot of the drills and things like that on TV like everyone else does. And I saw some things that I thought were really interesting. That some of the defensive players, the Ohio State guys, I mean, my goodness, the Ohio State guys are so good in this draft. And I just wouldn't be surprised if the Browns end up with one of those guys. There are so many good ones. They really like the OSU guys, this regime does. And they are plentiful in this draft, and I wouldn't be surprised if they end up with another one.
Mary Kay, do you have a front runner for offensive linemen? And, Monroe Freeling's name keeps popping up like crazy, especially after the Combine.
Well, there's another name I will throw out there, and I did stand there in front of him and ask him questions, and I stood for his whole 15-minute press conference and really tried to get a feel for this guy. And from a size standpoint, very imposing, an enormous, huge guy, and that was Caden Proctor. And I really liked him. He's got a great personality. He's dynamic. He's huge. He's 6'7". He just brings a lot to the table. He's very athletic. And I liked a lot about him. Now, will the Browns go after him? I don't know. I mean, they are playing everything close to the vest right now. They're still in their process. And I'm sure they haven't even really set up their board yet and ranked those offensive tackles. But he was somebody that I would keep an eye on just because I was very impressed with him just from a physical standpoint and from a charisma standpoint. He was just a really cool guy to talk to and everything. So I would just keep an eye on him. And, yeah, all those other guys, Fano, Freeling, Lomu, Miller, those are all guys to keep an eye on here as we move forward.
Speaking of Ohio State guys, going back, two questions there. Marvin Harrison Jr., there's some, a little bit of chatter here, a little bit of chatter there. But in the back of my mind, while I was listening to people say, well, Marvin Harrison Jr. for, second first rounder, I kept hearing Mary Kay Cabot in the back of my head going, no, don't forget it's silly season. It's silly season. What'd you think of the Marvin Harrison Jr. chatter?
Well, I do think that, that sometimes where there's smoke, there's fire, but it is silly season, and it is that time of year where we have to be really, really careful of what we're hearing and what we're not hearing. If people are saying something very definitive about what the Browns are going to do at this point, you have to take it with a grain of salt. You really have to take it with a grain of salt because there's a lot of misdirection that's going on at this time of year, and there are a lot of rumors and innuendo, and it's hard to separate fact from fiction, and you just have to do the best that you can.
What did you think of the trade yesterday, picking up Titus Howard for a fifth-round draft choice?
Well, it's hard to find a starting tackle in the NFL out there on the market, and they did it. They went out and they found a starting right tackle, and they are paying him starting right tackle money, so that is where I would expect him to land. He's very, very good against in pass blocking. He's excellent in pass blocking. He's got all the experience that you want in that realm, so I think they're in good shape there. He leaves a little bit to be desired in the run blocking space. So they might have to do some creative and different things in that regard. But for the most part, they went out and they filled a very, very big need at tackle. I think it's a pretty big deal. And now they just have to keep worrying about the rest of that line.
Mary Kay, do you have a preference on this quarterback thing going into next year? Is there a Mary Kay Cabot, this is what I think the Browns could do at quarterback next year to be winners next year? I'm not saying go through the playoffs and make it to the Super Bowl, just to be winners next year. Is there a Mary Kay Cabot depth chart?
Not really, no. There really isn't at this point because, like I said, I don't look out there and see a viable veteran option that I could actually say, oh, this is going to be the Browns' Sam Darnold, and he's going to do exactly what they need him to do. If there are a couple of guys like that could fit the bill, I don't think that they're going to either leave the current team that they're with or they're going to be priced out of the Browns' range. So I don't have anything. I mean, in a perfect world, either
Deshaun or Shedeur will come through for them. And, Deshaun would play well and remind everyone of what he was like back in 2020. Or Shedeur will take that next step up and really just keep pushing and grinding forward and becoming a viable quality NFL starter. Right now, in my mind, it's still between those two.
Would you take a chance on Anthony Richardson to come in to compete?
I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure if I would do that or not. I have to look a little bit more into that. Again, I don't know if he would give you more than what you already have in the room. The one thing I might do is, if you think that you have seen enough from Dillon Gabriel, I might consider moving him if you think you could get something for him, and then adding a player that could come in here and either be a different developmental young quarterback out of some of those guys in the draft that we've talked about, or maybe an Anthony Richardson that could fit the bill but not necessarily come in as your surefire bona fide starter.
Well, we're glad you're back from Indy, and get ready. Coordinator's coming up, and we'll be looking for all your coverage in the Plain Dealer on Cleveland.com. Thank you, Mary Kay.
Thanks, Mary Kay.
Sure, guys. Thanks for having me.
Mary Kay Cabot, and you can read her in the Plain Dealer, joining us on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. She seems pretty locked in on the guys.
Man, she had a lot of
guys who were
answers.
here.
There's no question on that.
Yeah, no question about that. Mike Florio is going to join us at noon. You heard what Mary Kay just said. We're kind of scratching our head on the whole quarterback thing because we're hearing veteran. We don't see veteran. Mary Kay liked the trade. Somebody on our station who was on the afternoon show yesterday didn't. It's coming up on Baskin and Phelps.
Liberty.
you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now, that's right, now, you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10, this show from 10 to 2, Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7. That is live each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand now.
It's Andy Baskin. I'm Jeff Phelps. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, going to join us at noon. Yesterday afternoon, we had a lot of reaction, and yesterday morning on our show, to the trade that the Browns made, picking up Titus Howard for a fifth-round pick from the Houston Texans. On the surface, that screams, Andy, great job. Well done. Nice move there. John McClain.
Yeah, that was the, I mean, look, Jeff, you and I respect John McClain. He is, for 15 years, we've talked to him. He is probably one of the most well-respected writers in the entire country.
He's covered the NFL for 50 years in Houston.
Yeah, I mean, he is outstanding, and he liked the deal. He said, you guys are getting a great guy. This was a good trade. You really didn't give up too much, and you need to rebuild your offensive line, and he couldn't think of a better guy to get moving with it. Now, was, Houston's offensive line the best in the league last year? No, but he was glowing about the fact that he felt like the Browns basically stole someone from the Texans' offensive line that was worth something.
It's kind of the feeling he gave us, wasn't it?
Yes.
Seth Walder works for ESPN. He's an NFL analyst. And he was on with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin after our show. Seth Walder gave his thoughts about this deal for the Browns.
They're giving him a fifth-round pick, which doesn't sound like a lot for Titus Howard, but it comes with a pretty decent amount of compensation. He's making $17.5 million this year, and that's going to be $22.5 each of the next two. And that is for a player that we should expect to be a below-average tackle. This is a player who we had as below average in run and pass blocking in each of the last 2 years at tackle. There was a time when Howard was a pretty good pass blocking tackle in our metrics in 2021 and 2022, but we've always had him as below average in the run game. And you're paying serious money for that very established track record of being a below average starter. And that to me is a really tough sell. I don't think that's a good value for Cleveland.
696 pass blocking snaps and allowed 0 sacks throughout the season last year.
Will you take that?
Yeah, I'll take that.
I understand.
Average is an upgrade to craptastic.
I understand Seth's point about the money. I
think
really,
we all did.
I really do, because when they said, wait a minute, they signed him to a 3-year, $63 million contract, 45 guaranteed, I thought, that's a lot of money. And you're paying him above average tackle money. And I thought, yeah, that's a lot of money. I also know that if you don't have an offensive line and you don't protect your quarterback, Andy, you're doomed. And Todd Monken has talked about you got to build in the trenches. You got to build on the defensive line. You got to build on the offensive line. They have defensive linemen. Well, now they have for sure one offensive lineman. Is he going to play tackle for you? I don't know. Is he going to play guard for you? I don't know. I would think he's going to play tackle.
Yeah.
I mean, that's you would think that's why you brought him in.
Although let's see what they bring him to.
And there's the point. Yeah. They have the opportunity, if a right tackle presents itself and it works, Howard gives him the flexibility he could play guard. And John McClain thought he played better guard than he played tackle when he filled in at guard. And so I thought that was kind of interesting. And I get it. But that's a lot of money to spend. Mary Kay liked it. I agree with her. You've got to – you're not going to bring in right now, fill in, create 5 stud offensive linemen.
No.
That's just not going to happen in one off season.
No.
Can you rebuild the line? Yeah, you can do that.
So
But you're going to have a couple of guys who might have question marks, Andy.
Don't you guys think by Friday we're going to know what's going on with Joel Bitonio? Doesn't Joel have to let somebody know by Friday what's going on?
Well, didn't they push it back to the 11th, I think?
Is that what it is?
Wasn't that it? Might be Friday.
That's a week from tomorrow, if it's the 11th. I would think.
I thought they pushed it back to the 11th.
Or else you're going to get a good feel
The
for
start
it.
of the
You'll
new
get
league
it.
year.
What legal tampering is? What just
Monday.
Just Monday and Tuesday.
Monday, Tuesday.
Yeah. So
And then you can sign on Wednesday.
I mean, you would think they would have some sort of idea by Monday. I mean, I know they pushed the deadline back to Wednesday, but if they start signing offensive linemen on Monday and Tuesday, you would think that his odds of coming back would be slim, and you would just be wondering, is he going to another team or is he retiring?
Right. They don't have to announce it. He might know.
No. Although if he was going to another team, we would know pretty quick, I would think. I just really hope he doesn't go to another team. One more year here, dead cap space, money that if he comes back here, it would definitely help them out. I hope Joel Bitonio comes back and plays for the Browns one more year. Although I can understand why he wouldn't want to. If you don't think the Browns have at least a chance to make the playoffs, or you don't want to get caught in the middle of a rebuilding year, and you've got one more year, and then you take another injury this year, and then you're paying for that for the rest of your life, it's not worth it. But I'd love to see him play one more year.
Sports Illustrated has some free agent rankings out. And again, this is the time of the year where everybody's putting out a ranking.
Yeah.
Everybody has a thought, and I enjoy reading them. Sports Illustrated ranked their top 50 free agents with possible destinations. Joel Bitonio was ranked in the 40s, in the upper 40s.
Did he have a destination other than Cleveland?
Yep. And it said he's past his prime, his premium years as a guard, and he's still one of the best in the league. And it had him signing with the 49ers or the Chargers. I thought, that's interesting. And then they had Wyatt Teller ranked just a few spots below Joel and had his destination as the Chargers or the Buffalo Bills, where he started his career.
Ooh. I would have said Atlanta, but they don't have any real needs on the offensive line. They got everybody coming back.
I wonder if Bitonio, if he did go somewhere else, if it would turn into like how Matthew Stafford was with the Rams. Like where Lions fans were rooting for the Rams because of how much they loved Matthew Stafford, and they just wanted to see him do it. I wonder if Browns fans would be the same way.
No.
It's an offensive lineman.
For an offensive lineman, yeah.
I don't know, man. We were pretty passionate about Joe Thomas.
That's a Hall of Fame.
Well, Joe didn't go anywhere.
I mean, but again, even if he did, there were a lot of people who were saying, get him to a Super Bowl team so that he can win his ring.
Yeah, but you're not in it for the play on the field. You're in it for the end of the game where you see him get the ring or you get to see him celebrate. That's the highlight.
I wonder if Joel Bitonio would fall into that threshold for people.
Oh, he probably would. Yeah. I would think so.
If let's say he made a Super Bowl, I think everybody would be behind him.
Oh, I think it would be. I'm happy for him, especially if they're not playing against the Browns, right?
Yeah, because that's how it was with Stafford with the Lions.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's not a when the clock is running kind of rooting for. I'm rooting for the person, and if they win, okay, yeah, I'm all in. It's like any Clevelander I see in the Super Bowl. I'm rooting for them. I'm all in for them because they're from here, and I'm rooting for them for that reason. Same thing for him, right? It's my homerism. I should write a book on homerism, shouldn't I?
You could.
You have.
I have
written a book on homerism.
I have not. It's not that I'm a homer. It's that I root for guys from here because we all know how special this place is. So,
Aw.
I'm just saying.
And it's touching.
Am I wrong?
Well, no.
It's a special place for all of us, especially people that
where you and I decided to work.
Well, when you decide you want to live in Cleveland, it becomes a special place because we all know you can leave. We've had plenty of friends leave, right?
Yeah.
And what do? They are locked on to all the MLB channel and NFL Sunday Ticket. Because they still feel like they're connected to Cleveland through our sports teams. But we're still here, right? And we want to be here. That's why I'm Homer. Because I think we all kind of think the same way.
That's touching, dude.
Thank you. I'll be doing more Cleveland philosophy a little bit later.
Really touching.
I'll be standing at the Moses Cleveland statue later.
Mike Florio.
Next segment, Mustard and You.
Oh, yeah.
Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk's going to join us at noon.
Burt Minzer Ballpark.
Tonight, right here downtown. Pistons, Cavs, showdown, Eastern Conference, grudge match, JB Bickerstaff back. Yeah? No? Grudge match?
Yeah. Bring it on.
Next on Baskin and Phelps.
a 4-time Gold Glover in left. Cleveland Charge in action this morning at Public Hall, taking on the Windy City Bulls. Charge lead at 41-28 there in the second quarter. Tyrese Proctor, the Cavs, playing for the Charge today. He's got 9 points on 4 of 10 shooting. Don't miss this week's episode of 92.3 The Fan's off-season special. Get the latest on the Browns tonight from 7 to 9. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Oh, you know, when it comes to the Browns, we got you covered all the time. Check out the Fan off-season special every Tuesday night. That's the night from 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, and Daryl Ryder recapping all of the latest Browns news and the moves ahead of this offseason in free agency and the draft. You can listen right here on 92.3 The Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app and watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan off-season special each and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 right here on 92.3 The Fan.
You feel the excitement in town? That's all I need to know.
For the Cavaliers?
There
yeah.
it was. Oh,
For
okay,
the Cavaliers,
good.
I do, yeah.
There you go.
Hmm?
It's a matchup tonight. I don't know that you can look too far down the road. You tell me. Can you look too far down the road here? Can you think, wonder if these two guys end up, meeting in the playoffs somewhere?
I have
Cavs Pistons.
I have one Cavs goal right now, and that is to maintain a top 4 position in the Eastern Conference and try to get to 3 because I really don't want to see Toronto in the first round. I just don't.
Toronto scares you, huh?
It does scare me. It's the CN Tower. It's so, daunting. And to think that the Cavaliers were almost once the Toronto Towers, that's another scary thought.
That's another thing.
Yeah, that bothers me sometimes too. I have nightmares. I might be the only person in Northeast Ohio that has those nightmares. Did you ever have those?
No.
Do you even remember even thinking about having those nightmares?
As a guy who dealt with Ted Stepien when he owned the team, yeah.
Did he ever actually talk about the Toronto Towers?
Yeah, he brought it up.
Yeah, I mean, but I was a young bucking journalist at that point. Not even remember. I was covering the playground beat at that point.
I believe I was a young college student.
Yeah, I wrote
covering the Cavaliers.
An expose on the high bars versus slides and the danger that you might have a slide.
How'd that go for you?
It was good. I won my first junior Emmy at that point. I had to pay for it though. That was a problem because my newsroom wouldn't pay for it at the elementary school I was at, so I had to pay for it myself.
We'll get it fixed.
Yeah, it's just weird how that stuff works when you have to buy your own Emmy.
Cavaliers have played.
Can't have nice things.
Yeah, always have to buy your own Emmy. Cavaliers have played 62 games. They have 20 to go. They're 8.5 games behind the Pistons.
Unless you're on the investigative team, then somehow they find the cash.
Can we go ahead and say the Cavs
plug it away, little buckaroo. You'll get there one day.
Then the Cavs are not going to get the number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference?
Yeah, I feel good that they're not going to get it.
I do too.
I'm okay with that.
I do too. I think there's a chance that they catch New York. They're only a game and a half back, so why not? Outside chance they catch Boston. But I just, I look at this and I think, it feels like Cavs Raptors. It does.
It does, and that's scary, isn't it?
Kind of. If you flopped, let's say you catch New York and nobody catches Philly. Philly's sitting 6th right now. New York, Philly in the first round would be a heck of a series. But I think the Pistons are, they're clearly. I don't think they're the team to beat in the Eastern Conference, Andy. But you could make the argument that they are. They've been the best team all year long. It's like the Cavs last year. But it doesn't mean you get into the playoffs, they can't be knocked off. But I like their team, and I think JB's done a really nice job with them. They have some good young talent. Cade Cunningham is a stud. He's great. Duran is really terrific. And they've put some nice, auxiliary players around them and have really helped them out a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to put any weight on last Friday's game, although I thought they had it, especially playing without guys. I mean, we were banged up and injured on Friday night when we were playing Detroit last week. And I was just so frustrated. You get that foul in the backcourt, and then that was that game, right? Yeah, that you get 3 free throws to send the thing into overtime, and you're like, really? How did that happen? That sucked. So, but considering, the guys they put out there, and that you were missing starters, and Jared Allen again coming up with 25 points in that game, and so I was good with it. I was because I remember walking on a studio on Friday and saying, all right, I'm gonna chalk this one up as a loss because we know all these guys are banged up. But you know what? They played strong. They had the win. They had it in their hands. That whole 3-game stretch was pretty fun to watch. They all came down to the wire. That's why this team is they're fascinating to watch. I enjoy it. Even though they lost a couple of those games, I still enjoy watching these guys every night now. I don't know that I enjoyed it before. I enjoy watching them now.
J.B. Bickerstaff was let go by the Cavaliers after 2024 and immediately got hired by Detroit, which, if you know anything about the Cavs and the Pistons, and I think we all do because of Dan Gilbert, that was an interesting move by the Pistons. Dan was a former big-time supporter of the Pistons, and big-time by I mean presenter. His business was all over the Pistons and everything else.
It was Quicken Loans everywhere there.
Yeah, they get rid of JB here in Cleveland. He immediately gets hired by the Pistons, and in a year improves their record by 30 games. Now,
is that him or is that?
I was just going to say that's not just him. It's also the maturation of some young players and additions to the team. But they went from 14-68 to 44-38 last year, and this year they've made an even bigger jump. And I wonder how ready that team is to make the move in the postseason, or will they become a team like the Cavaliers, who really good in the regular season and then couldn't get it done in the playoffs and got knocked out. Either way, the Pistons are on, they're front and center in the Eastern Conference. Let's put it that way. And if they're not the team to beat, they're one of the 2 or 3 teams to beat. Are the Cavs in that category?
Yes.
I think they are too.
Yeah.
I
say it without hesitation.
I think they are too. But your apprehension at playing the Toronto Raptors, I think is kind of typical and a great indication of what the Eastern Conference could be this year. Which is,
well, you're not getting a play-in team. Let's start there, right? Isn't that where it all begins? That you've got a natural playoff game against a team that has the same rights you do, with the exception of you get to host if you're the 4 seed.
Yeah,
that's it.
And home court advantage in the postseason lasts until you lose a home game, and then it's gone.
Right.
So though it's a big deal, you can lose it very quickly. I truly think there are 5 teams in the Eastern Conference that have a chance to go to the NBA Finals, and I would say it's the top 5 teams. If Joel Embiid can, and he's out right now, he's sitting for a couple of games. If the Sixers could get Embiid back and get hot, Andy, you could make the argument that they could move into that category. As it is, I honestly, Pistons, Celtics, Knicks, Cavs, Raptors, I think it's wide open. Any of the 5 teams could go ahead and make a move there. I really believe that. Any one of those teams could get to the NBA Finals out of the East. I don't think the teams below them, unless Philly gets hot, like Orlando and Miami are 7 and 8 right now. They're not gonna pull it off.
I mean, do we think Jason Tatum's coming back?
Yes.
And what's he going to be like?
Jason Tatum, or as close to the real deal as you're going to get.
So he's on what? He's doing 5-on-5 drills now.
They're not going to bring him back, Andy, unless he's good to go. They're really not. They're not going to jeopardize their best player, and I say that knowing that Jaylen Brown's averaging 29-point-something points a game. Jaylen Brown's a beast. Jason Tatum's better. Do you wonder about their chemistry?
Nope. I don't either. I wish I did.
They played together.
That sounds good. I'm sitting there, I'm like, do we wonder?
They've played together a long time.
I know.
And that's an issue for the Cavaliers if they go up against them. Yeah, you've got James Harden. Yeah, you have Donovan Mitchell. Tell me who's going to guard both Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum if they were to meet Boston in a playoff series.
Do you feel better having Harden to play defense?
I
do. I'll be honest. I kind of do.
Which guy is he going to guard? I don't know. Cleveland.com had a podcast that they wrote a big summation of, and I thought the point was very valid. It's like, Well, you traded DeAndre Hunter, who was supposed to guard those wings, and you picked up 2 guards. Keon Ellis has a busted-up finger. Is Keon at 6'4" going to be able to guard Brown and Tatum? Yeah, maybe. Actually, yes, maybe. But
I don't know. Can we shut down the paint because we've got 2 big guys?
Well, maybe.
You can run in there for 3 seconds, can't you?
Maybe.
Still allowed to do that?
Well, as long as you don't get caught.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Fearless Leader says a lot of smoke. Tatum could return as soon as later this week or this weekend.
Wow.
Yeah. And
Fearless Leader would know all about smoke, so that's good.
He does?
Yeah, as far as I know.
That allows them.
And when you're from Central Ohio.
That allows them 20 games
Does
to
he
bring
consider himself from Central Ohio?
Jason along very slowly. And, you don't have to force him in. You don't have to play him 25 minutes. You can play him 20. Bring him along for a while. Get to the playoffs. Boom, he's good to go.
I feel like we need to see him play before we get any farther. Like, I don't think all caps Jason Tatum is walking into the room right now.
No, but not right now. But, Dan, if he comes back this weekend.
It's not like you're dropping 25 points in.
No,
that's a torn Achilles. We don't know how his explosiveness is. We have no idea how fast he is.
Which is exactly why, if they can bring him back, this weekend, if they can bring him back in 2 weeks, he's going to have a number of games where he can get up to speed. And Boston's been damn good without him.
I mean,
even
100% right.
Even if you just put him back on the floor a little bit, he's a threat and he makes them better. I'm not even saying he's got to be what he was. But he's a beast. We know that. He's really good.
It's just one of those, especially basketball with Achilles injuries, for every
without question.
For every Kevin Durant injury, there's a Klay Thompson right behind it. It just saps everything out of you.
Without question. But wouldn't you agree? Jason Tatum coming back at some point before the playoffs, whenever that is, and if it's this weekend, fine. He makes them better.
Oh,
I got to see it.
You really don't think they get better without him?
I got to see it.
Dan,
wow.
Dude, torn Achilles are...
Even if he is...
Well, that's what I just said. Is he going to be healthy?
Even if it's just me being old man on the couch on
and
that
by
kind
the
of
way,
stuff,
he's playing 5-on-5 with the main Celtics right now. Not like the best players, like the state of Maine.
The Maine as in state?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, torn Achilles is a no BS injury when it comes to a game built on athleticism. I got to see it, man.
Without question, except guess if he's 2/3 of what he was for the playoff run, he helps them. That's my only point.
You have to guard him. You don't have a choice. I mean, right there, right?
You got
to guard him.
You're 100% right. You guys, you were both 100% right in that regard. But before I'm going to sit here and start hyperventilating over Boston having Tatum and Brown back, I need to see Tatum actually look like Jason Tatum.
Well, and even if he doesn't, he helps them. Even if he doesn't.
True that.
Cavs, Pistons tonight. Enjoy the game. And give JB a nice round of applause when he's introduced. You don't need to boo JB. He's a nice guy.
I'm not booing him.
I know you're not. You're not a booer.
No, it's a waste of time. I'd rather be positive and never say anything negative.
I know. When I think of positivity.
Especially to the referees that I paid $0 to see at any game.
Yeah,
I want to see the superstars.
When I think positivity, I sure think Baskin.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And that's,
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk.
Very unnegative of you to look at that way.
All over the combine. Also has some thoughts on Todd Monken that you're going to like. Coming up on Baskin and Phelps. He's next.
on the Hill. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free.
Hey, win a pair of tickets to the 2026 MAC Tournament Men's Championship game on Saturday, March 14th at Rocket Arena. Enter the word KEY, K-E-Y, KEY, K-E-Y. That is the code word. By the end of the hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win. Get tickets at rocketarena.com. It's all for Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Have fun.
That's Baskin. I'm Phelps. Let's go to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. He is the author of Big Shield. It's not about the NFL. It's not about the NFL.
It's not about the NFL.
But it's a great book. He also has this little thing called Pro Football Talk. You also see him on this little thing called Sunday Night Football. He's Mr. Mike Florio, and he's back with us here on 92.3 The Fan. Mike, hello. How are you?
Hey, Mike.
Hey, I'm doing great. It's been about 7 months since the book came out, so I can drop the facade. Big Shield is absolutely about the NFL. Absolutely about the NFL.
Here we are thinking we got your back.
Your lawyer told you don't say that.
I want them to send me the cease and desist letter because then that can be parlayed into another wave of sales. So please tell me to unpublish Big Shield.
So joining us is Mike Florio, the author of a book, Big Shield, all about the NFL. Is that okay?
Not all about, because it's about the NBA, too. There's a character in there. And, it's funny. I accidentally used NBA in the final copy because it's just hard to catch every reference to the NBA. I kept the team names generic. I focus on the city, not the name of the team, but I do mention the NBA a couple of times because one of the characters in there is doing exactly what Terry Rozier is accused of doing, what Jonte Porter admitted to doing, where you exit a game early and you make it known to others that you're going to exit a game early, and then the unders hit on your prop bets, and that's one of the storylines. There's a character who does that and other things for the mob, and the whole thing's about the way that the mob can be involved with professional athletes, that they can corrupt professional athletes, and it's very easy to justify it in the modern climate where the sports leagues are constantly stuffing their pockets with gambling dollars. I think it becomes a lot easier to justify for an individual player getting a little something here, getting a little something there.
Oh, it's a good thing I never bet on the Pittsburgh Pisces. I would have been in trouble. I had Meadowlark Lemon on the over-under on that too. So. Anyway,
is that a fish that saved Pittsburgh pool?
That was a good route. I'm glad I figured you'd get it. I don't know why, but I figured you would get it. All right, Combine is said and done, and we're sitting around here trying to figure out what's going on with the Browns quarterback situation, even based on the Combine. What's the gist or what's the vibe you're getting on the Browns right now and where they're going and what they're going to do?
Well, let me say this as a preliminary matter. We had the opportunity to meet with Todd Monken at the Scouting Combine. We interviewed him for about 15 minutes, and frankly, the 10 to 15 minutes we talked to him after the interview was even more compelling, as it often is when the cameras are off and the microphones are turned off, or at least they think they are. And I was impressed by him. I can understand why when all the momentum was pointing toward Jim Schwartz being promoted from defensive coordinator to head coach, and all of a sudden Todd Monken is the guy. He has all the pieces. He communicates the right way. He gets it. He understands what the job entails. And it's refreshing to see a team realize. Now, Monken may be younger than Schwartz, but regardless, if you're not going to go Schwartz, there would have been an argument to be made going for the really young guy, one of the young up-and-coming guys. But Monken's been around. Monken's got head coaching experience at the college level. I think that Monken has a chance to be good, assuming that he's good enough to overcome the rest of the dysfunction. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, we can't call it dysfunction in the Browns organization.
I will say, it was the line, the little soundbite of the entire Combine for me when you and Chris Sims had Todd sitting there and immediately asked him about the fine threads he was wearing. And a guy who, had made seven figures as a coordinator in Baltimore says, Yeah, when they fired me, I still had some money in my account, so I made sure I got some clothes. I thought it was just phenomenal.
Hey, you know what? Free stuff. We all like free stuff, no matter how much money we're making. If you have an opportunity to get free stuff and the window's closing, you better act. You better get your free stuff, even if the only free stuff left makes you look like, as Todd Monken said, vanilla ice.
And it kind of did. And it wasn't orange or brown, which, I give him credit for that. So I thought that was very interesting. What stood out?
You never know how long you're going to be the Brown coach. You may as well get a color that, you don't want to have to throw all that stuff out or have a garage sale.
Hey, there's no reason to be accurate. Come on. That said, he's a coach here who was hired because of his offensive knowledge, his offensive skills, and we've seen one tackle added to this team with, you would assume, more to come. If you're Monken, what are you banging on the table for? Are you banging for a particular quarterback? Are you banging for line help? What do you think?
Well, only he knows what he thinks of the guys that are currently available to him on the depth chart: Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders, and Dillon Gabriel. And it's an opportunity to go outside the building. And then you get into, and this is what happens when you don't do a clean sweep, when you don't have a full reset of the football operation. You're going to have people there, specifically GM Andrew Berry, who doesn't want to admit failure on any of the guys that he brought in, and he was there. It was on his watch that Watson and Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders all showed up. So the idea of going off the board, Todd Monken's going to have to make a pretty damn compelling case, and Andrew Berry's going to have to be willing to admit that none of the guys I've compiled over the past 4 years, including the 2 draft picks from last April, are the answer. So let's see who else is out there. Let's get a guy that Todd Monken wants. And if they go out and sign in free agency or trade for a starter caliber quarterback, it's going to be a pretty safe assumption that that guy enters as QB1, especially based upon whatever the financial commitment is and or what's given up if they do trade for a guy to get him. And I don't know what they're going to do. That's one of the great mysteries, because they have 3 quarterbacks. All 3 have started NFL games. Who the hell knows what Deshaun Watson has? He's 6 years removed from a 4,800-yard passing season. So, he's shown in the past that he can play at a high level. Shedeur Sanders has potential. The Ravens did indeed want to draft Shedeur Sanders last year, and they were told not to because he didn't want to be the backup to Lamar Jackson. He wanted to go somewhere where he'd have a chance to play. So to the extent that Monken gave a thumbs up to the possibility of drafting Shedeur Sanders, that's an encouraging sign as it relates to a relationship with Sanders and Monken. So it's kind of an open book, and they're not going to wear their feelings on their sleeve as it relates to what their plan is at quarterback. But it's one of the more interesting questions. Once the names start, hitting the wire next week and the reports start to emerge, where will the Browns be, if anywhere, when it comes to acquiring a veteran? But right now, I just think it's all wide open.
I'm just curious. Do you think? Do you think the front office ownership is still looking for a return on investment on Deshaun Watson? Jeff gets mad when I bring this up, but I got to tell you, if I spent that kind of money, I would want to just see it all the way through just to make sure that every penny I spent, at least I gave it a little bit of a shot. And that's why I kind of think that Watson has a shot to win the job in when we hit the season. Do you think front office is thinking that way, even though they said swing and a miss on him?
Well, 2 points. One, when you consider the way that they have handled the cap charges arising from his contract, they have to keep him because there would be an enormous cap charge they would take this year. They've used.
Mike, you with us? Mike just dropped. We'll get Mike Florio back with us.
Oh, we got to get that back. I love the way he was
talking
about
Deshaun Watson and the cap situation. Mike Florio joining us, and Mike from Pro Football Talk. Mike was at the Combine, talked to Todd Monken, wearing a light blue kind of jumpsuit. As he was talking about. No, Monken was wearing light blue.
Oh, he was wearing that. All that.
Yeah, he wasn't wearing Browns gear. He was wearing, just
why not?
Hi, I'm generic coach, and I'm wearing, light blue.
Well, no, remember he had a credit for all that, so he took the credit. Yeah, okay.
No, he didn't run out and buy Brown stuff.
Well, that's all right.
Didn't buy anything orange.
It's too funny.
Did you see that bite with Monken?
Yeah,
he
I thought
was
it was
so
hysterical.
funny, man. It cracked me up. Mike Florio will be reconnected with us ASAP. I think Mike's on the money about Monken, and can he bang the table enough to tell Andrew Berry, hey, I don't like any of these three guys here, or maybe he does like one of these three guys here. We don't know, but that's to me the entire point of the offseason. What exactly does Todd Monken want? Mike, you back with us?
Yes, I am.
Oh, the Browns heard you talking about him in the contract, and they cut the line. I hate to say it. But.
Yeah, I didn't know Jimmy Haslam had, any moles in the organization who are in a position to pull the plugs on phone calls. I don't know how much you heard from me, but it was all very good. It was.
I know. I was like, keep going.
That was great.
Like
yeah.
Marconi Award stuff.
It
and
was.
It's lost into the ether forever. But there's two things. One, they weren't going to cut him. They're going to pay him. They owe him the $46 million this year. But here's the thing that I think is significant. Have we heard any buzz about Deshaun Watson? Like players saying, wow, man, he's lighting it up on the practice field. Oh, man, he's throwing the ball all over the place. Like I've heard nothing to make me think this guy is just going to show up and blow everyone away.
Yeah, we haven't.
His best days are far into the rearview mirror, and it's going to take a lot for him to get back to being the guy that the Browns gave up all that money and all those draft picks to get.
Mike Florio back with us. He's on the Make It Right Call Kyler Wright hotline. You mentioned about Monken, banging the table. Is there somebody out there? We, in our show earlier, went over guys that, because they keep talking about a veteran external option and bringing somebody else in. Well, if it's not Daniel Jones, and we don't think it will be, and if it's not Malik Willis, and we don't think it will be, could be Kyler Murray. I doubt it. Is there anybody else who you think, Mike, would be a guy that would make the Browns say, yep, this is the guy we're actually going to start next year, ahead of who we have?
I'm intrigued by Kirk Cousins because I think he played incredibly well in 2025. He had upset wins down the stretch in prime time against the Buccaneers and the Rams. He looked like the same guy that he was before he tore the Achilles. And I think 2024 can be explained very simply. Kirk Cousins is not an arm strength guy. He's not a guy who can whip the ball down the field with the flick of the wrist. He uses his full body to generate power. So when your full body has been compromised by the fact that you blew out the Achilles tendon in one of your two legs, you're not going to be able to generate the same power. And when you try to do so, it's going to put stress on other parts of your body, and you're just going to have a very long and physically demanding year. Now that he's fully healthy, he looks like a different guy. And look, he's still young as quarterbacks go. He's still got some time left, and he will be available. The Falcons, when they redid his contract in January, it was obvious they were going to cut him on March 11 or March 12. So he's going to be an option for somebody. The question is going to be money and where he sees an opportunity. And maybe he looks at the Browns. Maybe he believes in Todd Monken. Maybe Todd Monken will impress him with his Vanilla Ice outfit. And, you got Myles Garrett on defense. And maybe the Browns really are just look at what they did with Joe Flacco in 2023. Maybe they are a competent week in and week out starting quarterback with veteran experience away from being better than they've been.
If you're an NFL team and you're looking for help at quarterback, are you looking at Anthony Richardson or are you running far, running fast?
Well, I would want to be very careful about a guy who came into the NFL 3 years ago as the fourth overall pick, and he was regarded as a project, a guy with unlimited potential who had limited starting experience at the college level. One thing we've learned over the past couple of years, playing time at the college level, the more you play, the better equipped you're going to be to make the transition to the NFL. It just hasn't gone well for him. And you throw all the different factors together, the high expectations, he's had injuries. There have been questions about whether or not he fully embraced the realities of being an NFL quarterback, the demands on your time, the commitment, et cetera. You can't just show up and say, I'm the biggest, baddest guy out here. I'm just gonna win football games based on talent. There's so much more that goes into it. And when the report came out last week that he's been authorized to seek a trade, the Vikings were the first team that were linked to him. There's a great clip of Kevin O'Connell talking to him after a Vikings-Colts game in 2024, trying to encourage him. It's got to be a situation where if you make that move, you better have a plan, short-term and long-term. He's under contract for one more year at $5.3 million. There's a fifth-year option that no one's going to touch at $23 million and change. You got 1 year with him at 5.3 to see if he's going to be the guy. And the problem is, if he gets a chance to play and he plays really well, then you're going to have to figure out how you get him re-signed, because other teams who weren't interested this year could suddenly become interested, just like with Daniel Jones in Indianapolis. So that's a very difficult situation. And as I said, you better have a damn good strategy in place when you bring that guy through the door as to how you're going to use him and what you're going to do with him beyond this season.
What do you think of the offensive line class at the combine?
Well, we left before we got a chance to talk to any of the guys. So Connor Rogers hung around on Saturday. They bring the offensive linemen through on Saturday, and after Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, it was time to pack it up and get out. I mean, I can only eat so much dead cow.
That's funny. Is that how bad was your bill at St. Elmo's? Is that what you're saying?
Oh wow!
I don't go to St. Elmo's.
Oh.
I'm sorry. St. Elmo's is overrated in my opinion.
Really?
I don't want to defame St. Elmo's. I've eaten at various of the steakhouses in and around Indianapolis. The whole draw with St. Elmo's is come blow out your sinus cavity with this ridiculous, nasty-ass cocktail sauce. That's it.
I can't
The
do
rest
that
of the
stuff.
experience, and maybe the whole idea is to deaden your taste buds with the cocktail sauce so you don't notice that the steaks, in my opinion, aren't really all that good. See, that's the lawyer in me. I got to say it's my opinion.
Oh my.
But
right.
They got a Del Frisco there that is awesome. Prime 47. I go there every year. That's the place where the bill was, I think of it in terms of laptops. How many laptops did I buy last week with these dinners? And probably in all, I probably bought 2 laptops last week.
If you go to Pro Football Talk, you can see everything that's going on in the National Football League. Jets apparently putting the franchise tag on running back Breece Hall. That's a biggie. Alec Pierce getting close to the Colts with signing a deal, which could mean tag for Daniel Jones. Do you have any big-name guy that you think might get cut loose that's going to surprise everybody, Mike?
No, because we kind of, it's covered so closely, and you got so many reporters, and they're looking at all the cap numbers and the contracts, and they're talking to agents. And last week in Indianapolis was a great opportunity to hear a bunch of things. If there's a surprise, it will be the product of a team completely keeping its mouth shut. The agent not even knowing that it's coming, because if the agent knows it's coming, and I'll give you an example. There was a report on Sunday from Adam Schefter that both Aaron Jones and Javon Hargrave are going to be released by the Vikings, where they're both represented by Drew Rosenhaus, and Rosenhaus told Schefter, and Schefter runs with it. That's how it works. The agents are the primary conduit for 90% or more of the reports that you see from the usual suspects. And I guarantee you Rosenhaus texted Schefter, and that's how he knows about Aaron Jones and Javon Hargrave, and that's how we know. So my point is this. If there was a big name that's going to be cut and the agent has any sense that it's coming, we already know about the possibility of the person being on the chopping block.
Okay. Well, I'm anxious for Monday. We'll see how it goes. Is legal tampering?
Which of course means that there's going to be some massive name that falls out of nowhere on Friday that nobody saw coming. But I really would be surprised. We tend to know in advance who's going to be available when, and obviously we'll watch, Tua Tagovailoa, Kyler Murray. We know that they're possibly going to be cut. You guys are talking, I assume, about, somebody that would just like if the Falcons would just decide to cut Michael Penix Jr. Like that would be a major surprise. And I don't think they're going to do that because his salary is guaranteed. They got to pay him anyway. Let him rehab the knee and let him see what's going on. But I don't think that there's anyone out there that we don't already know about.
Mike, as always, we really appreciate you being with us. Thank you. Pro Football Talk, author of Big Shield. You can go to Pro Football Talk and find how you can get Big Shield.
Jeff and I will pick up the tab at Steak and Shake for you next time.
It'll be great. Yeah. Right there in downtown Indy.
Thanks, guys.
All right,
Take
Mike.
care.
Appreciate it. Mike Florio joining us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline.
That's our wheelhouse, by the way. What we can afford.
He said Kirk Cousins. How's that sit, folks? It's Baskin and Phelps on the Fan.
unparalleled consumer experience. I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Mike Florio is a very well-connected football guy. Mike is very entertaining. Pro Football Talk, his website, fabulous. We had Mike with us moments ago. If you missed it by any chance, you can use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. We asked Mike, okay, they keep talking about the external veteran option that Andy and I are hung up on. And we said, we don't think Daniel Jones or Malik Willis or even Kyler Murray. Any name that you have in mind, Mike? And he did, Andy. And he said Kirk Cousins. What did you think?
I like it. I mean,
do you?
Yeah, I think Kirk Cousins is a name that would come in here next year. If you brought him for 1 year in, and knowing that it was 1 year to start, the fans would think you have a chance to go to the playoffs and do something. You got to bring a wide receiver in. You got to rebuild that offensive line. But I think Cousins is a name that you could bring in that would have some confidence for Browns fans to think, hey, the Browns are in it to win this year. So why wouldn't you think that? And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
We had him listed in that group of guys that you could bring in and have him as a starter. And we did this in the 10 o'clock hour. If you missed that, Andy loved it. It was back in the 10 o'clock hour where we went over all kinds of quarterbacks because the Browns told us to. External veteran options.
We did what they did.
And they said, they're going for one. And he was in that group. Andy, you could bring him in here, and I think it could make the football team better. But again, I think you might be better off just playing Shedeur, seeing if he can do something. If Deshaun beats him out, play Deshaun. He's under contract. Because I think if you brought Cousins in, you'd be looking at the 2027 draft. And that's okay. But if you're looking at the 2027 draft, you want to win as many games as you possibly could next year.
Who would help the Browns win next year? Kirk Cousins or Shedeur Sanders? Who would you have more faith in getting you to the playoffs?
I would say Kirk Cousins. Here's what Mike Florio had to say just a little while ago.
I'm intrigued by Kirk Cousins because I think he played incredibly well in 2025. He had upset wins down the stretch in prime time against the Buccaneers and the Rams. He looked like the same guy that he was before he tore the Achilles. And I think 2024 can be explained very simply. Kirk Cousins is not an arm strength guy. He's not a guy who can whip the ball down the field with the flick of the wrist. He uses his full body to generate power. So when your full body has been compromised by the fact that you blew out the Achilles tendon in one of your two legs, you're not going to be able to generate the same power. And when you try to do so, it's going to put stress on other parts of your body, and you're just going to have a very long and physically demanding year. Now that he's fully healthy, he looks like a different guy. And look, he's still young as quarterbacks go. He's still got some time left, and he will be available. The Falcons, when they redid his contract in January, it was obvious they were going to cut him on March 11 or March 12. So he's going to be an option for somebody. The question is going to be money and where he sees an opportunity. And maybe he looks at the Browns. Maybe he believes in Todd Monken. Maybe Todd Monken will impress him with his Vanilla Ice outfit. And, you got Myles Garrett on defense. And maybe the Browns really are just look at what they did with Joe Flacco in 2023. Maybe they are a competent week in, week out starting quarterback with veteran experience away from being better than they've been.
That was Mike Florio, last segment here on the show. The one thing about what Mike said there, I agree with everything he said about Kirk Cousins. But it continually goes back to this for me. What does Todd Monken want? Who does he think can help him? And you and I are both in agreement. We think he needs to come in and try and win some games next year, and he's going to want to try to win games.
Shouldn't Todd Monken's top priority be winning?
It should be. Should that be Andrew Berry's top priority? You would think so.
Yeah. It has,
but
I would think.
Wouldn't Andy? Wouldn't that make what's here right now a mess?
Yeah.
If you bring in Kirk
it's a
Cousins
mess right now. You know
and
that.
you have Deshaun and Shedeur, if you're Cousins, you want to sign up for that?
Well, do I have a chance to start? Then yes.
Yeah,
if you think I'm the starting quarterback for your team next year, then yes. We'll get along.
Cousins is a guy who might get a sneaky good contract. Stop me if you've heard that 3 or 4 times throughout his career.
I don't know what the play is, especially knowing that you owe Deshaun all the money and you got to get people to restructure and blah, 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 blah. You can't tell me that if I said to you, okay, you have 3 quarterbacks sitting in 4, you have 4, right? Gabriel's there too. You have Deshaun, you have Kirk Cousins, and you have Shedeur, right? Is that 3? And Gabriel. Who are you starting? I don't even think this is even tough. I don't even think it's tough. I know people want to see Shedeur. I do too. I want to see more. But I want the team to win. And I don't necessarily know that, and this has to do with age and experience and, what we could see moving forward. And I know Shedeur didn't have the best stuff around him last year. And I know they put Shedeur in a bad spot by making him the number 2 quarterback without any reps with the first team offense. But you'd be hard pressed to tell anybody you wouldn't want to see Kirk Cousins first. I'd be very hard pressed to say, you know what, let's go with Shedeur over Kirk Cousins. But you wouldn't bring Kirk Cousins in if you were going to do it. If you're bringing Cousins in, you're bringing him in to start.
If I'm Kirk Cousins, I'm gun shy because I thought I was.
You've got an opportunity to start here.
Well,
this isn't Atlanta.
But Andy, he thought the same thing in Atlanta. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but this is different.
It is, except for the fact that you have 3 guys sitting here.
He's 37, Jeff.
No, I get it. If you had Cousins here, he's the guy I would start. Me, I would start him, and I'd play him for 2 or 3 years. And I think he could be that guy for you. I think he's a very competent NFL quarterback. But is the organization sold on one of last year's draft choices? And I wouldn't think it's Dylan. Are they sold on Shedeur as a future guy here? Are they sold on playing Deshaun if he shows he's the best quarterback? I mean, what if Cousins?
Jeff, if I told you it was a 3rd or 5th round pick, you'd be like, well, why would they be sold on him? Forget about the names. Yeah. If I told you, hey, we drafted a 3rd round and we drafted one on the 5th round last year. We got a chance for Kirk. Okay, let's take Kirk Cousins. That's a no-brainer if you take the names away from the slot.
Forgive me for even asking this or saying this. What if you sign Kirk Cousins and Deshaun Watson actually looks good?
Then you cut Kirk Cousins somewhere along the line.
And
how long are you signing him for?
Well, see, that's the question. And how much money and blah, 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 blah.
I tell you what, the Browns may not win Super Bowls, but they're excellent at paying people not to be here. I mean, if there was a Lombardi for paying people not to be a Brown, they would have multiple.
They're right there, huh?
Oh, my God. We'd have T-shirts written up.
Lined right up?
Yeah.
Top of the heap?
We'd have our own wing in Canton.
I think it's beautiful.
The wasted money wing.
I found Florio's comments about Todd Monken interesting and good. Monken clearly hit it off with them when they were on set together. And then Mike said afterwards he liked him even more, and he thinks they hired the right guy here. And I hope so. We all hope so. I'm curious to see what his thoughts are about adding talent to the offense and if they jive with what Andrew Berry has in mind.
Meanwhile, we had this 10-minute conversation about Kirk Cousins. Odds of Kirk Cousins coming to the Browns? 3%.
7%.
Oh, you're 4% higher than I think.
Yeah, I don't think they're very high. If I'm him, Andy, I'm not coming here, and it's nothing against anything other than situation. It's that, hey, I went to Atlanta for a lot of money, and they drafted Michael Penix. And I ended up getting something I didn't sign up for. So if I'm him, I'm not coming in where Deshaun Watson is still under contract, and I'm not coming in where Shedeur Sanders is a guy that people want to see more of. And if he doesn't start, they're going to be clamoring for him. And there's just too much here. I think there are other situations, New York Jets, where he could go and just clear-cut be the starter, no questions asked, he's the guy. And I think that would be situation, something like that would be a little better for Kirk Cousins personally. If you have any thoughts on Kirk, by all means. But a former Brown made some comments about one of his former coaches that I thought were interesting and maybe not typical of players today. And maybe that's good. We'll share those next on Baskin and Phelps.
be hitting the free market next week, as ESPN is reporting the Seahawks do not plan on franchise tagging the running back. And the Guardians are back at home at Goodyear this afternoon. They'll be playing host to the Dodgers for Cactus League play. Stephen Kwan making his second start out in center field. Joey Cantillo on the hill. You can get all the latest Browns news pushed straight to your phone by following the Browns playlist in 92.3 The Fan in the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Strange thing about language. I'll forever wonder how we pronounce Joey Cantillo. I know, it got Americanized, but interesting. Always gets me, Andy, every time. Every time.
These are the things that keep you up at night.
Yeah, kind of does.
2 L's equal a Y everywhere else.
That's what I thought.
Exactly right.
I think I learned that in like 4th grade.
Yep. Yeah, well. Welcome back to Basket and Phelps. Raheem Mostert was a running back who played for the Browns and has bounced around since he was with the Browns and actually turned into a really nice career for Raheem. And good for him. Lived in Cleveland for a long time after he was no longer with the Browns. I think he was married to a local gal, but I'm not sure about that. But he lived here for a number of years after he played with the Browns.
Dear Abby, it's good to be on the show with you. Got all the People magazine stuff.
You like the guys who are,
Yeah.
He liked it here and he stuck around.
Yeah.
Like us.
Yeah.
So that's nothing wrong with that, is there?
No, not at all.
Raheem Mostert recently made some comments with Colin Cowherd. He was on Colin's show, apparently, about Mike McDaniel.
Oh.
And Mike was his coach with the Niners for a number of years when Mike was there as an assistant. And then in Miami, he brought Mostert in, to be a running back for him.
So he liked him.
Well, yes, they liked each other. But I find this interesting. And this is Raheem Mostert on Mike McDaniel, who's now back with the Chargers now as an offensive coordinator. He's a great coach. If guys are talking, he'll listen and give them some advice. But head coach-wise, the past couple of years, what they've been going through has just been kind of rough. I kind of feel bad for the players. When you have a coach that is so player-friendly, it doesn't really mix all that well.
What is that supposed to mean?
Look at the coaches in history, not just in the NFL. All of these different sports franchises, they have coaches that implement toughness, resilience. And that's something that he kind of missed the mark on in being a head coach. Referred to McDaniel as nonchalant, laid back, and a player's coach.
Okay.
And he said players respond better to a head coach whose attitude is, we're getting the job done, and it's my way or the highway. Have you heard that out of an athlete in the year 2026?
Not recently. No.
Have you
not
heard
this
that
year.
out of an athlete in the year 1999?
Yeah. Anybody that ever wanted to play for Bobby Knight knew that what they were getting into, right?
Yeah, but that's it. It's an interesting old school way of thinking that I was a little taken aback by.
I don't. It doesn't necessarily have to be the head coach, and the assistant coach could be the bad cop too, right?
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean that happens. I think that happens more often than you think.
Mostert had one more line here. He said, as a player, and he's speaking for himself, I need somebody tough that's going to lay the hammer down when it needs to be down and tell other players to get in line. When you don't have that, that impact can definitely be detrimental.
That's why you have captains, isn't it? That's why you have
What do you think of
leaders.
that? What do you think of that?
I do think there is there's a fine line between being a demanding, caring head coach who is completely in it for the players rather than having someone who is just kind of la, 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 I want to be one of the players' coaches. That's not, you can't, I don't see that as a winning formula.
It's a fine line, don't you think?
Yeah.
You want to be a player's coach because that's one way to definitely, you hope, get the players to respond to you.
Well,
if you come in and you're a jerk, how many players respond to guys who come in and are tough guys right away? You've got to kind of thread the needle, don't you think?
I mean, when Urban Meyer got to Ohio State, he found some of the nice guys and sent them packing and brought in guys that were a little bit tougher, maybe not as, They would say things about Tressel like, he was a players coach. Tressel loved his players. Loved his players. I don't know if Urban loved his players or not, but I know that when he came in, he changed the atmosphere in there, and that was his prerogative because he was the head coach. I always find it interesting that
when he went to Jacksonville, Andy.
Oh, it didn't work.
And what was he? He almost kind of what Raheem was describing there.
Yeah, but it didn't work there.
It didn't work at all.
No, not at all. I think it's funny too. Like sometimes, and I hate to do this because it's youth compared to pro, but it's like, oh well, that coach only plays their favorites. Yeah. There's a reason.
That's kind of what coaching is.
Yeah,
sometimes.
I mean, there's a reason why those players are their favorites because they think they can help them win.
Exactly right.
Or if they're
they respond properly in practice, they work hard, whatever it is.
Well, I mean, in utopian world, yeah. Or their parents are paying a lot of cash to watch their kids play. I'm not trying to be mean, but unfortunately, in the world we live in right now, sometimes the parent that's doling out the most cash is going to see their kid play. I hate to say that because it's
doling out the most cash. What are you bribing coaches?
It's not that.
Or
it's
you're renting the
booster of the program. Their kid suddenly shows up.
Everybody
and
have lunch.
Guess what? It's reality. I mean, don't kid yourself on it.
Everybody gets lunch.
Sure, lunch. Yeah, they're paying for lunch for everybody. Yeah, I'm not saying they're paying coaches cash. I'm just saying that they sponsor things. Those kids sometimes end up playing. It's life.
Dan, Andy tells us a lot about that. He coaches hockey and more. Apparently, he's coaching a lot more than just sport, huh?
Jeff, I mean, seriously, let's talk. Baseball has the same issue.
He's coaching checking account.
Basketball has the same issues. All youth sports have that issue. They do.
All right, let's get back to Raheem Mostert.
I know, but you're talking about having a tough coach, right?
Yeah, but at the pro level.
Yeah.
Most of the time in the pros, you want guidance, you want to be coached, but the players are
players that want to get better want to be coached. Players that don't want to listen don't get better. You think James Harden listened somewhere along the line here? Think about how his game has changed.
Probably listened throughout his entire career.
Yeah, look at where he's at right now. Clearly, with the success that we're getting the benefit from, he has figured out a way that he knows this is the best way to survive. We talked about it yesterday. Like, hey, I don't need to take more than 9 shots in a game because someone's saying, or either he has come to the epiphany that this is how I'm going to play, or someone has coached him to say, you know what, we can win if you only take 9 shots and maybe have, 10 or 15.
11 assists.
Yeah.
He also likes snacks.
Who doesn't like snacks? Who doesn't like a good snack? Tell me.
No
216.
Tell me.
People like snacks.
And goldfish
Snacks
are
are
too
good.
dry sometimes. I can do the pretzels. I can't do the cheese.
Goldfish are too dry. What?
Oh, they're too dry. Come on, man.
Like water and your leftover Gatorade.
He's right.
They're too
Really?
dry, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, how
my
about the
word.
pretzel ones? The pretzel ones are okay, though.
I like pretzels, but in limited doses.
But the goldfish pretzels.
Oh, I've never even tried them.
Oh, my God, Jeff. Oh, my God. You haven't lived life.
I guess I haven't.
Can we get this man a bag of goldfish pretzels, please?
It's my Frito addiction.
You do have some kind of bizarre Frito addiction.
Yeah.
Where did that come from?
It's been around.
Eating?
No, I mean, like, I don't know that I have a true snack addiction like that. Like, I've got.
Well, I don't eat them constantly.
Long ago, a young Phelps walked through the grocery store, looked over, saw a wonderful bag that was red and orange, and went, "That's intriguing." Picked one up, had a bite. We've been down that road ever since.
The one thing about these Fritos is the salt to corn chip ratio.
Oh,
Somehow they have mastered this.
It's a good ratio.
And the scoopability of them.
Oh, well, it depends, though.
It's the scoops. That's the blue and orange bag.
Oh, sorry. That's on me.
Not really orange.
Yeah, but you've got to be. I couldn't eat the scoops
robust
naturally.
yellow.
Like, you're not a
fix.
Frito scoop guy normal. Like, you've got to be scooping something into those to eat the scoops. You can just eat those plain?
Oh, yes.
See, I need something to scoop into. Like a little
You
chili
need like
or
a
something.
sloppy Joe or something like that. Sloppy Joes with Fritos.
Oh, no, it's really good. But, yeah.
Little cheese dip,
city
something
living.
like that.
You can, if you have the addiction, you can just go ahead and eat them.
I'm sorry. Is there a way to get rid of, what would it be, Frito-itis?
Yeah, don't eat them.
Well, I mean, it's easy, but sometimes it's hard to snap it's a habit, right? You just said it's an addiction.
Well,
we're here to
All right,
support
this one's
you
on me.
on
I
this.
got us down the the snack rabbit hole. I apologize.
Yeah,
Get it
nice job,
fixed.
Dan.
Yeah, that's on me.
Yeah, it is.
Nice job.
Thanks, man.
No, you can stop, but
Well, I'm just concerned.
I don't
about
do
you.
anything else that's bad for you. So
I'm just thinking about your cholesterol.
it's pretty good.
That's why we're here. Prostate, cholesterol. We're here to support anybody that needs support. We're here to help you out.
See where you took us, Dan?
We'll get it fixed.
Thank you.
Was Kevin too nice here? If Raheem Mostert's looking for somebody to drop the hammer, you think that was part of Kevin's issue here? I mean, the dude gets a C- from the players.
Listen, to us, Kevin may have been too nice. I don't know what Kevin was like behind the scenes. I don't.
I don't.
I'm not going to speak and say something I don't know anything about. But to us, he came off as too nice because he never threw anybody under the bus. Never.
Did you find it weird that he got a C- in the grading? Or do you take that with a grain of salt?
I took it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, I do too. I do that with all of those things.
When did they take the vote, too? Like, was it on the Thursday before he knew he was getting fired, as was reported the last couple of days? That he knew he was getting fired the Thursday before the last game of the season?
Or was it before they
could
got
those
hot
press
late in the
conferences-
season?
Could those press conferences have been any more awkward? Kevin, just in case you're not here next week, can I ask you a few questions about the time you spent here? Ouch. Wow. Okay, I'll answer. Coach Kevigan, yes. Hey, you're not going to be here on Monday, Coach Kevigan, because you're getting fired. You want to talk about that?
Andy, you see it as not being here, but in reality, we are always present inside of these rooms, and the lessons we teach will be carried by our players throughout the rest of their NFL careers and hopefully into their lives.
It's the ghost of Coach Kevigan. That's who this is. Because he's really no longer in the room. It is an optical illusion.
If you ask the same thing to Coach Monken, here's the response. The hell are you talking about? It's the same deal.
I think he's a little rougher and gruffer, and I think we're going to like that. I think that's just more Cleveland.
If you thought you learned anything from me, you could bite it and go to hell.
Do you think coaches are too soft now, or no?
Not the good ones, but I think they thread the needle, Andy, because you have to get players to respond to you. Sometimes that's by being their friend. The other time it's by being, it's by being the hammer. And it's a needle that they have to thread, and the good ones can thread it. Like maybe Bill Belichick late in his career didn't thread that as well. Andy Reid seems to still thread the needle, but look what happened to his team this last year, this last year.
I think guys like Kevin more than a C+ going into this year.
C-.
C-, sorry.
Yeah, I thought so too. I thought so too. Nick Shook writes for NFL.com. Nick's a local guy. He was at the Combine. He's next on Basket and Phelps.
his second start out in center field. Joey Cantillo on the hill. First pitch is at 3:05. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Catch the Fan Offseason Special every Tuesday from 7 till 9 p.m. right here and on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Well, we're checking in with all our pals who are at the Combine. We're just making sure everybody had a good time. We checked with Mike Florio. He doesn't like your steakhouse, Andy. He doesn't like my steakhouse.
It's all right.
We talked to Mary Kay Cabot.
It's been a
She
while.
didn't talk about steak, did she?
We didn't ask her about it.
No, we didn't ask her about it. But I'll bet if we asked this guy about steak, he's on the big NFL. You know, he's got per diem from the NFL. He had to go eat steak, didn't he?
You think he has pretty good.
We go to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. His name is Nick Shook. He writes for NFL.com. You can read all the Combine team information on NFL.com. Shookie's all over it, and he's with us right now. First of all, before we get to football, did you have steak in Indianapolis?
I saved it until the last night, Sunday night, and me and a small group of colleagues, we did, in fact, go have a steak, and it was a satisfying way to end the weekend. But only one steak during the week, only time for one.
Very nice. Do we want to know the steakhouse?
Can you guess? Because I think there's a few that come top of mind in Indianapolis.
Well, we'll go St. Elmo's or whatchamacallit and Izzy's right next door.
Yeah, you can stop at Elmo's, and you don't even have to go to their sister restaurant. Yep, it was Elmo's.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Mike Florio said he didn't care for their steaks very much. I disagree with Mike. I'm guessing you do too.
It's about the cut, and it's about the way you order it. And, maybe he just hasn't found his sweet spot, or maybe it's just not his thing.
There you go. Nick, thank you for bringing back my faith in Indianapolis steakhouses. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that.
No problem.
That said, you waited until the end of everything because you were working so diligently for NFL.com, and I enjoyed your coverage. Outstanding. We're thinking about the Browns. What stood out to you at the Combine that made you think anything about your hometown team?
That's interesting. I was fortunate to be able to link up with a lot of those people that I, know so well and have a fond place in my heart for them. The existing team, not as it concerns prospects coming up, but just the existing team, a lot of good vibes about Todd Monken, like that he's just a guy that, a lot of people like. Obviously, the Horsehead story with Shedeur this week, which is hilarious. And I think kind of indicative of just the maybe player-friendly coach that he's going to be, not the stiff type of older coach that, some other hires may have been. But when it comes to the draft and when it comes to this offseason, not a whole lot revealed because there are so many holes for this team. You look at the current state of the offensive line. We saw the trade involving Titus Howard coming over from Houston. It's funny. It's a classic case of how the Combine operates, because I had heard about that trade about 4 days earlier. And I was like, just waiting. Wow. Is this going to happen? And it finally did happen. But it's the Browns kind of putting some work in early to rebuild this line. I think that's going to be priority number one for them throughout this entire offseason, is trying to rebuild this line. Because, look, if you don't have an offensive line, you really don't have anything. It doesn't matter who you line up behind them at quarterback, running back, or at receiver. I also think that this draft could unfold in a very interesting way for the Browns, because at 6, the way that, Sonny Styles and Arvell Reese performed at the draft is going to see them probably go both in the top 5. I can see Jeremiah Love going third, as high as 3rd overall. Where does David Bailey, the edge rusher from Texas Tech, go? And we know Mendoza's going number 1. So if all those guys are off the board, the Browns are kind of going to have their pick of the litter. And it'll become a question of, are they feeling that strongly about the top receiver in this class, who I believe is still Carnell Tate, even though he didn't work out beyond running a 4.5, which is, by the way, totally fine. Ibuka ran around a 4.5, and Tate's game is not, speeding past defenders necessarily. He's not a vertical, he's not a huge vertical threat. He's a contested catch maker, which will translate immediately at the NFL level. So I'm thinking, do the Browns really take a swing at a receiver as high as number 6? Because I watched these offensive linemen on Sunday, which was my favorite day, always is my favorite day, but I didn't see anybody that really would either justify going at number 6 or would be available at 6. So we could be looking at a mental battle in this front office between, do we trade back just because we don't think that any player that's available right now warrants this pick? I kind of think that they could have everything in front of them. It's a really weird spot for the number 6 pick to be in, because I think they could stay there and take a really good player. It's just a matter of balancing between best player available and need. But like, if Caleb Downs is there at 6, do you shy away from that? He might be the best defensive player in the entire draft. So there's a lot to unpack for them looking forward, but I feel like we got some, basic intel on these players and kind of started to sort out how this draft might go.
I thought it was interesting just looking through everything, Nick, that you really liked. Well, I don't know if you really liked him, but you had him ranked high. Garrett Nussmeier. Just your thoughts on what he may have done for himself at the combine and how he may have raised his the expectations for the draft.
Yeah, that's the tough part about this class, was that quarterback, there was just really nobody that separated themselves or really warranted consideration. Obviously, Mendoza did not perform. And so we basically got these two groups, which Carson Beck was the best one of the early group. You had Taylon Green test off the charts, but accuracy-wise, I was saying, to some colleagues and on NFL Daily, the podcast, that Taylon Green kind of needs to go to the Josh Allen school of fixing his mechanics with the team that selects him, because he's an athletic freak, but he needs to fix his throwing motion and figure out, some consistency with his accuracy, and just as it comes out, because it loses some steam on deeper throws, which you can see on the field. But if you're trying to pick the most complete performance, I kind of finished with Nussmeier. For a period there, I thought Ty Simpson might be the guy. I could see why teams are intrigued in him. Or intrigued by him and what they, if they're trying to find a guy that'll fill, a spot for them, I could see why teams could maybe convince themselves that he's, worth, I would say, a second-round pick. I still wouldn't go first round. He had a solid workout, but I thought he didn't finish as strongly. Each guy had their strengths. Simpson was strong early in the workout. Nussmeier finished very strongly with some really impressive deep balls, and also has clearly thrown an end zone fade before, in the back corner of the end zone, that I don't think Simpson maybe has ever thrown at Alabama based on how he tried to execute that drill. And then Beck was the best one in the first group. And so none of them were really the guy. None of them this wasn't a CJ Stroud combine showing, which I, was in attendance for and knew right away that was going to be the best guy on the field. And so I debated with myself for about, half an hour before I finally was like, all right, I'm going to go Nussmeier by a nose.
So you think one, maybe two quarterbacks in the first round? Is that what I'm kind of reading?
Yeah, I as it stands right now, don't think – I would not be surprised if Simpson snuck into the back end of the first round, because the team convinced themselves of it. Mm-hmm. But I firmly think that only one guy deserves to go in the first round. He's going to go number 1 overall, and that's fine. Let's think about the Tyler Shuck journey with the Saints last year.
Yeah,
he ends up being a day 2 pick, and it was perfectly fine for them. And Jackson Dart, late first round pick, because the Giants convinced themselves of it, and that worked out pretty well for them too. But I just don't feel the same strengths exist in this quarterback class.
Nick Shook joining us, NFL.com. What did Drew Aller do for his draft status at the Combine?
I stood at his podium the day before, and he was talking about how he thought he had the best arm in the draft. And I'm thinking Medina kid, and a lot of the Browns' speed is there, and they're tapping into his ties to the Cleveland area and everything else, which is funny, by the way. Small aside, guys who come from Northeast Ohio, it's funny how they answer the question of, did you grow up a Browns fan? Because some will say yes, very confidently say yes, and others, understanding that they're trying to be as between the lines and PR coached as possible, were like, yes, I did grow up watching the Browns, instead of saying that they were a fan of the Browns, which is funny. I saw a couple of guys do that this weekend. But Aller, he was the one who was like, my family's had season tickets since the 60s. I went to every Browns game from the time I was, 11 to 18 or whatever it was.
Yeah, but doesn't that, all right. Hey, Nick, doesn't that say, if somebody says that you can read into their personality and say, you know what, they're in it for the long haul because they know they've had horrible teams their entire life, right? Doesn't that say something about the personality of the person you're talking to?
Yeah, it's kind of like a dating profile. It's like, well, I'm going to be loyal because I'm a Browns fan, right? Yeah, but the problem is it's fine to be loyal from afar, but once you're in the situation and it becomes your reality, if it is a struggle, that can be tested and potentially change the outcome there. But his workout, by the way, I thought he would come out and do really well. He just kind of faded behind those other three guys. If I had to put him in the group performance-wise, I would probably put him 4th or 5th. He didn't jump out. There were some inconsistencies in his performance, especially his accuracy. And, his arm strength waned at times, and other times it looked good, just an up and down performance. So that's why I couldn't include him in that group.
What type of situation is going to be a good one for him?
I would think of a team that has a veteran that is just looking for a developmental guy. I would not throw him into a situation in which you may have to turn to him in the middle of his rookie season and expect him to produce. I mean, you think about it, he doesn't have a ton of college playing experience. He's really got only 2 significant seasons worth of playing because he got injured this past season. And, you saw what happened with Penn State's campaign from there. So it's got to be, not without naming a team because we're on the precipice of free agency here and things could change. But it's got to be a situation in which he can have some time to get his feet beneath him. It's funny, as this class, kind of materializes in front of us on the free agency side, Malik Willis has been a headline, and Ty Dunn did a really good piece in his newsletter last week or late last week where, he was talking to Malik after a Packers practice last summer, the summer before, and he just said, what was the difference? And Malik said, I know the playbook now. Think about that. Like a guy had to needed a full season to really get the playbook down and then be able to play instinctively. And a lot of these quarterbacks, when they get to the NFL, they usually need that. No matter how much time you put in, there is no replacement for time on task. And that's on the field and getting reps in practice or in a game. And our attention span and our patience is so short now that we barely give these guys 2 years to figure it out, no matter where you're drafted. And so why not find a team that is not going to ask them to do much unless they're in a pinch and can, just say, hey, we'll see what happens. You can develop behind a guy for a few years. That's the ideal situation for a guy like Aller.
Nick, there's some buzz around here about Monroe Freeling, the offensive tackle from Georgia. How much did he help himself out at the combine?
Tested well. I thought he was, it's funny when you watch these guys go through these drills, you can tell when some guys are just really pressing. And they're just, it's a publicly televised job interview for all of these kids. And the opportunities are scarce. You're getting 1 rep per drill. And if you mess up, you might get a second one if you're lucky. And so, and it's rapid fire. It's one after another. And you better, understand exactly what the instructions are. There's no time to adjust. There's no time to really figure it out. And I felt like oftentimes you could see the physical traits there and the potential. But what I saw with him a lot was, he was a little tight just in the fact that, he understood the pressure of the moment, a little bit of slipping on that field. Now that field last year was notoriously slippery because it was a new turf field and you usually need a year or two to get broken in. He wasn't the only guy who slipped, but he looked light on his feet. I felt like he had a little bit of Tate Ratledge, another Georgia player who was drafted last year by the Lions, in him. And I see the potential physically. I think it's there. I just think that combine workout, which a lot of people can overlook and just look more toward the testing and then rely on the film. And I'm totally fine with that. But for me, with my eyes right there watching, I felt like his workout was very up and down, but I could see the potential in him.
Nick Shook joining us from NFL.com. Obviously, if you're a head coach, you're 60, you're getting your first NFL head coaching job, you want to win. What are realistic expectations for Todd Monken next year? And do you think he's in a must-win situation, or do you think everybody will be, and I mean everybody as in ownership and management, okay, we know you're growing with a team that needs a roster that needs to be better. What do you think?
That's a great question because I've had a hard time projecting exactly which direction this franchise is going in probably since they moved on from Baker and the Deshaun Watson thing clearly didn't work out in years 1 and 2 because, you fired Kevin Stefanski because you felt like you needed a change in leadership. You needed a new leader. And the NFLPA card, the report card that got leaked said Stefanski got, I think, the worst grade for coaching among all head coaches or whatever, one of the worst, right? So I guess that kind of justifies the firing. But at the same time, what standard are you holding yourself to? Because you keep Andrew Berry in this front office and you point to this draft and then you strangely point to your kicker bouncing back after missing a bunch of kicks in week 1 and finishing strong. And then you point to a veteran in Malik Collins as being big feathers in the front office's cap as the reasons for keeping Andrew Berry. And it kind of didn't really make a ton of sense. So if you're saying that you believe in the front office and what they can do, and you point to the strong draft that they had, then you have to basically set your expectation as, all right, well, have another good draft and we'll continue building. And it's not about winning now. And that's fine. And I think, look, they won 5 games last year, and it's probably 2 more than they probably deserve to win, frankly. And if they were to win 5 to 7 this year, I think that's perfectly fine for them, and they can point to it as a sign of progress. But it really does start right now. It starts in free agency in the draft, because and how you construct this next class, and if they can produce like the last one did, because that's going to be the biggest, most important, I think, again, feather in a cap to keep a guy's job in the front office. Because I've talked to a lot of people, and the expectation could be that, all right, potentially Monken struggles in the first year because the roster still isn't where it's supposed to be. Ownership gets tired of, the roster not being where it's supposed to be and cleans out the front office but keeps the coach. And now you're out of sync between front office and coach, and you're setting yourself up for another few years of a lack of synergy between the two sides, and you go nowhere. And I hope that that's not what happens. So if they nail this next draft, again, like they did the last time, which is easier said than done, then potentially there will be more patience and allow them to build out. But when I looked at this opening initially, especially after they kept Barry, I was like, that's a radioactive job that's going to be open again in 2 years. I hope that's not the case, but it's kind of the way I'm still leaning as of now, and that could change in the next few months.
I've heard it from others too, so the radioactive job. We heard it here on our own station.
Yeah. Now, what does he do with it? We'll find out. Do you have a quarterback in mind for this team for this year? Is anybody jumping off the page, whether they're here or someplace else, that you think is realistic?
I think that they should pursue a veteran option, and there's not a lot out there. And I think that they should give Shedeur a chance to compete for the job. But deep down in my heart, I have a feeling that they are going to go in a direction with an experienced option that we're not seeing coming. And is there a quarterback in mind? No. I mean, I think about like Geno Smith's coming off of a really rough year, but he was in a really difficult position. Cleveland would be a similarly difficult position for him as well. Kirk Cousins, there's been some rumblings about potentially reuniting in Minnesota because he's moving on from Atlanta.
Right.
When Stefanski was in Cleveland, I thought, okay, all right, well, that pairing makes a ton of sense, and that's where I had him set to go for over the last year. Now that we've gotten to this point, I don't know if that's necessarily the case. There's been a lot of smoke with the whole Malik Willis thing. I don't think the Browns are in a position, nor should they offer him the money that he's probably going to fetch from somewhere else. So I would probably take that off the board just because he needs to be in the proper situation to really thrive. I think Todd Monken's the right coach for him to thrive under, but the personnel around him might not be up to par for him. I do believe that if he were to go somewhere else, like I have him going to Pittsburgh, for example, it would be good for him, and he could actually find some success there. It's just not on the list for the Browns. So that's why I kind of leave it as an open wild card, where I think they're going to explore every option available, but they're going to look for a veteran to bring in to compete with Shedeur and just kind of let the chips fall where they may as they enter this season.
Mr. Shook, always a pleasure. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Thanks,
Great
Nick.
coverage on NFL.com from the Combine. And, of course, everything moving forward as legal tampering begins on Monday. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, man.
The greatest oxymoron in sports, legal tampering period. Let's do it, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Either that or officially questionable.
Exactly.
Thanks, Nick.
Thanks.
Nick Shook joining us on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. He just said 2 things that stand out to me.
Mm-hmm.
Veteran option that we don't see coming. Well, by golly, we hit them all in the first hour of the show.
Oh, there's no question about that.
I don't know. It might be one of those guys that we don't see coming. And he also talked about Todd Monken and realistic expectations. What are realistic expectations for this team for next year for your head coach, folks? 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps right here on The Fan.
Catch the latest Browns news all offseason long. Stream us on the Odyssey app and on your smart speaker by telling Alexa to play 92.3 The Fan.
Nick Shook from NFL.com was just with us, and Nick dropped a couple of things. Number one, and yeah, by the way, everybody, we're as tired of talking about quarterback as everybody.
I'm not until they find one.
As everybody is of thinking about quarterback and everything. I will say I find it fascinating. I wish we didn't have to talk about it like we do. For instance, if Patrick Mahomes were the Browns quarterback, what a different world it would be. Right? If Josh Allen were the Browns quarterback.
Do you know how boring our lives would be?
If Matthew Stafford, we'd be talking about who's going to succeed him in a year or two, whatever it is. It's that type of stuff. But, boy, it sure gives us plenty to talk about, doesn't it? Shooky said, veteran option nobody sees coming. And then he mentioned Geno Smith. My eyes immediately flashed to the glass window where Menigan was beaming. It's like, there's my guy Geno.
I'm not saying he's going to be good. I'm saying he could run a competent NFL offense, which is all I'm asking for.
If you missed the first hour of our show, we went over the top talking about the external veteran options that Andrew Berry and Todd Monken continue to talk about. Dano, I would put, and you tell me, I would put him in a group of about 12 of those guys that we had who could run a competent NFL offense. But that doesn't mean they're the answer. It might mean they're the answer for 2027 while you're looking for the draft the next year. But then you're going to have to thread the needle. You don't want them to be too good, because if you're looking to 2027, you don't want to be picking 20th. On the other hand, if you're picking 20th, maybe you found your quarterback who can be your guy for a couple of years.
I just want somebody who can play quarterback for this team where I can assess where everything else on the offense is. How good the wide receivers are, how good the offensive line is in that given point, how good the scheme is that we're all working with.
Yeah.
Because full-blown incompetence at the quarterback position doesn't help anybody.
It would blow up everything for everything they're trying to put together overall. I agree with that. So with that in mind, Andy.
Yes.
Shooky talked about some improvement win total-wise. And I know we're not going to pick win totals here. I think Monken is clearly in a situation where he needs to go out and win games. First-time NFL head coach.
There's any question.
He can't stink.
We got people here thinking he's a bridge head coach.
I agree completely.
I've never heard of that. Like, we just hired a bridge head coach.
Yeah, we hired a guy before we hire the guy.
Was David Blatt probably the closest thing you could ever think of to a bridge head coach?
I think they thought they were getting something big time when they hired David Blatt.
I do too.
Yeah.
And they were totally going off the board on that one.
Yes.
But I've never once, ever,
why would you do that?
Darryl Ryder sat here across from us the day he was hired, and he was just like, so bridge coach. I was like,
why
what?
would you do that, wouldn't you hope to find the guy? Hey, let's hope Todd Monken's coaching here when he's 72 years old.
Hey, I get
that would be great.
Like, I can get interim
means he's
head
been
coach.
successful.
I can understand interim head coach, right? You got 3 games left to go in the season. I get that.
But you're not hiring a short-term guy thinking that he's not going to succeed. And I would think
Dick Modzelewski's not walking through that door, right?
Jim Schaffner either.
Then
I don't know.
The greatest interim head coach.
I would
in the
think,
history of the Cleveland Browns.
I would think Todd's marching orders to himself are we're gonna get this thing going and win as many games as possible. And I hope the rest of the organization's on board with him. I would think they are. Wouldn't you? Though you might need to look to 2027 for your quarterback, sorry, other teams have done that without getting the top pick, picking the top 3.
So
I'm hoping that Monken goes full steam ahead.
I do too.
And if he finds a veteran quarterback that he thinks is competent and can start for him, and Andrew Berry can get him signed or traded for, and they're all on board, great, go do it.
Jeff, we have the defense to win next year,
yep.
right?
Yes, I agree
you piece
completely.
together an offensive line.
Yes.
You have running backs.
Yes.
Can you go pick up a couple wide receivers?
Well, in theory, hasn't happened yet in 6 years with this regime. I take that back. That wasn't fair. Amari Cooper was very good here. That helped. Amari was good. That was a nice pickup. Jerry Jeudy is more than competent.
Seriously, when's the last time we had 3 really good wide receivers?
Jarvis, Odell.
I'll wait.
Who else was with him? Yeah. Andy, I'll settle for 2.
I mean, you have to go back to, I hate to say it, Edwards, Winslow, and Jaravicious.
And one of them wasn't even officially a wide receiver.
I know. Yeah. Receivers.
Simon is somewhere on the east side. Simon.
What's up, boys? How are you?
We are well. Thanks for coming.
Hey, I think that we don't want to admit it. You guys are going to hate me for saying it.
No,
but we have our guy in-house, Deshaun, and I know.
Simon's a little carried away today.
It's happy hour somewhere.
Mike Florio made a great point at noon. He said, have you heard from anybody how great he looks?
No.
Other than Kevin Stefanski.
Said he was working hard.
Yeah, Kevin said he was working hard and everything else, and we've seen the videos Deshaun posted. I keep going back to this one thought on this whole situation, and I don't know the many guys, though not elite premier type of guys, who are available. Man, would I love to be able to pick that guy's brain and see what he actually thinks about the quarterback situation around the NFL with who's available, who's in the draft, and who's here. That, to me, Andy, is the key to everything that they're going to do this offseason. What does Bunkin think about it? We know what Andrew Berry thinks.
What happens if they – the problem is when they don't care what he thinks about it. Then he's done.
Well, they better. They hired him and didn't promote Jim Schwartz.
Or hire someone else.
The reason being, from all accounts, because he's the offensive guy and he can fix the offense. Well, at least Andrew Berry did one of 2 things. He either believed in the Deshaun Watson trade and believed it was a good idea to draft a quarterback in the 3rd and the 5th rounds in this last draft, or he followed orders.
What do you think it was?
A little bit of everything.
I do too.
Yep.
I'm still disappointed by that grade, that alleged grade that Kevin Stefanski got.
That seems cheap.
It didn't seem right,
no,
especially walking out there. It was just a shot.
That seems cheap. Jim in Strongsville. Hello, Jim.
What up?
Hello, fellas. Listen, I think here's the point. Like, I get what you guys are saying. I don't think Monken or Andrew Berry are on the hot seat next year. I think they both got 2 years at a minimum. I don't get the idea or the impression that either of them's under a ton of pressure. Yes, do I think he needs to do everything he can do to win games this year? I do. But I think their entire mode of operation is looking towards 2027 and that quarterback draft. And I don't think they're going to do anything to affect that long term. I think long term they know they need to get one of these quarterbacks that's actually top. I think there might be 6 or 7 quarterbacks taken next year. I know everybody says we say that every year, but when you look at the guys that are coming out next year that pretty much have to come out because the college money's going to have all dried up or they're just going to be ready to come out, this screams to me like that kind of draft. And I think that's what they're looking towards. And I honestly, personally, I don't want them to do something that's going to jeopardize that. And I don't think that they really will. And, Jeff, I want to pile on this one with you guys. I keep hearing this from not you, Jeff, but guys on the station. And I've heard maybe even a little bit from you. It's like, the Browns should take 2 core. They're not really in a position to take a wide. Listen, it's been 30 years since the Browns have had a number 1 wide receiver. When is the right time to get one?
I
Maybe
don't think either one of us have said don't take a wide receiver. I don't know that I've taken a wide receiver at 6, but
my thought would be this, Jim. If they like a wide receiver if they like a lineman as much as a wide receiver, I think I'd go lineman and hope I can find the wide receiver down the road because it's a little deeper wide receiver draft from everything I've been told by folks in the know and everything I've read. That's why.
Well, sure. And I look at it too. Like, is there one of these guys that's worthy of it at 6? I get that point. I get that, but I look at the lineman and I think the same thing.
Yeah,
I just get frustrated with looking at the team and looking at all this stuff and everybody being like, well, that's a luxury. I think more Nick is the one that says that. That's a luxury. I'm like, well, when are you going to take it? We haven't taken a wide. When are we taking one? Because this seems to be a luxury every other team has that the Browns just don't seem to need.
Jim, thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. It's Baskin and Phelps right here on the Fan.
this spring, and Joey Cantillo will get the start. You can get all the latest Browns news pushed straight to your phone by following the Browns playlist in 92.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Jeff Phelps, Andy Baskin.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm feeling good for you.
Yep.
Yeah.
That it? Yep.
Here we go. I'm getting ready for legal tampering. You should have heard Tom Withers last week go off on legal tampering period and how stupid that sounds. He was right.
And I mentioned it to Nick Shook, who was just with us.
Yeah.
It's like when a player is listed as officially questionable on the injury report.
Yeah, that's another.
Officially, we don't know. Think about that. We officially don't know.
There are stranger things in the world. Jeff,
yeah, like legal tampering.
Yes.
Oh, by the way.
Yeah, that's what I was going at.
Thank you to Robert in Brecksville.
Yeah.
You brought up pretzel goldfish.
And you said you had never had them before, and I was like, where have you lived under a rock?
I have now.
And has it changed your life?
No.
Are they good?
They're very good. Robert?
Good job, Robert.
Goldfish pretzels.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're little goldfish like pretzels, but no cheese.
That might be why they're called goldfish pretzels.
But they're just straight pretzels.
What an epiphany.
Well,
Yeah,
it's just straight pretzel.
They're better than the other ones. I think they're better than the cheese ones.
You do?
I don't like I said, the cheese ones are too dry.
And these are not dry?
Yeah, but I'm not expecting it. It's
What
a
the
different.
heck are you?
It's
you
a
do to
different
your
bake.
taste buds.
It's a different bake. Come on, man. Get with the program.
Boy, those pretzels are really moist.
They're really pretzely.
I'll
Well, it's not like it's
have words that nobody's ever said in their life.
By the way,
Those pretzels are really moist.
A soft pretzel could be moist. By the way, can we talk about this for a second? Because I think this is important for just the dynamic of the appetizer industry. How in the world can you charge $20 for a soft pretzel at a restaurant as an appetizer? Can somebody work with me on this one? Like, seriously. They're $2-3 if you go to a game, right? Not a non-professional game.
Yeah, I was going to say professional game. It's 30.
And sometimes you look, and I think now I'm going to go on a limb here. I think soft pretzels became an appetizer because of the great potato skin pandemic problem that they had afterwards, where they couldn't get it and they were having problems in Idaho, so that restaurants needed something else to put on the appetizer menu. But seriously, a soft pretzel that you could get, or a pretzel stick that you could get at the ballpark or somewhere else other than a professional ballpark, I should say, or a high school game, $20? Seriously. Like, come on. It really? For one of those big soft pretzels? Are you with me on this?
One of my favorite restaurants has an appetizer on the menu, and it's a decent-sized portion of corn dogs for $3.
There you go.
Yeah, that's the way you're supposed to do an appetizer.
I have found the best appetizer ever, though. There's a place I can't say
give the name. What's the
I want
appetizer?
to.
Or would that give it away?
So they're like potato skins. They have bacon bits in them, sour cream, potato. They're bigger than your average tater tot. They're big, and then they drizzle a cheese sauce over the top of it.
Okay.
I'm just telling you, like, one of my favorite appetizers of all time.
One of your favorite things.
And if you know, you know. You know what I'm saying? You can just
all right. I hear you talking.
Just ski on over to that.
Can I look ahead the next week for a second?
Sure, go ahead.
The Mid-American Conference basketball tournament's coming to Cleveland.
Yep. We've been giving away tickets here.
Yeah, and we certainly have. So we hope you're listening and getting your chance to cash in on those tickets. That's a great event. But I can't stand
because
conference tournaments that knock teams out. I hate it. Maybe this is the year with Miami being undefeated and Akron being really good.
Not if you ask Bruce Pearl.
Well, no, but Miami's undefeated. Akron's really good. They have one loss in the conference. That's it. And a much better rating against the opposition rating than Miami has. Maybe this is the year you get two teams in. If Akron and Miami make it to the championship game, meet in the championship game, and Akron wins, I don't know how you don't take Miami if the Red Hawks are undefeated and end up with one loss in the regular season. That's not possible.
Oh, sure it is, Jeff.
It's not possible.
Jeff, come on, man. They look at the and we're both Mid-American Conference guys, and it's just like they get passed over all the time.
I know, but a one-loss team?
Yeah.
I know they
would do it too.
I know their ranking, strength of schedule and all that stuff. It's way down, but it's tough to run the table. And
in a MAC,
it's nearly impossible. Akron has only one loss. It's to Miami, and it was on the road.
It's the Iron League of college basketball, and I don't know
Each one of those teams has like 30 wins straight at home.
Why does it get so disrespected across the nation? I don't get it.
It's been a long time since they've had a couple of bids, too. And the funny thing about it is we've seen MAC teams go into the conference tournament and actually make a little bit of a run. Kent State obviously getting to the Elite Eight.
Yeah, it feels
that
like
was
forever.
That was awesome. Wally Zerbiak's Miami team.
Jeff, do you want to know the last, according to our good friends at Google, the last time the Mid-American Conference got multiple bids?
2005?
99?
Was it? Was that Zerbiak's Miami team?
According to this, 99. Well, that would make sense because I was in Columbus, yeah. And I remember doing a story on them. That was the last time the Mid-American Conference has had 2 bids.
Doesn't seem right, does it?
It doesn't sound right either. But
the thing about MAC basketball, there's so many teams in the league that play the game the right way. If you've had the opportunity to watch Miami this year, they play well. Akron is dynamite, and Akron's really good. And I think either one of those teams, and I've seen a lot more of Akron, and they could win a game or two in the tournament. They could do some damage. They have great guard play, and great guard play usually fares very well in the NCAA tournament. So stay tuned for that. My hope is, Andy, those two teams end up meeting in the conference championship game. It would be a shame if they don't, wouldn't it? No wins or no losses and one loss. It'd be a shame if they don't meet in the title game.
You know what the thing is? If you've never been to it, it's the atmosphere at the arena.
Oh, yeah.
It's different than a Cavs game.
Oh, yeah.
And there's electricity in there.
Everybody
There's
brings their band in.
Yeah.
I love brass bands from colleges. That to me is as much fun as watching the basketball. The bands are phenomenal.
Well, it's just the ambiance in the
it's great.
venue.
It's great.
I don't know. I love going to that tournament downtown. There's a level of excitement. It
starts next Thursday for the men.
It's not the I'm sorry, I don't mean to be mean. It's not the overpriced, overhyped. This is, we're going to have massive entertainment for you 24/7 in your face. We will keep your attention the entire time you're sitting there. It's basketball, right?
Well, that's the point of it.
And I think the Cavaliers do a fantastic job of the entertainment value they give you for when you go to a game. But it's just, there's an old school nostalgic feeling, I think, when you go to watch college basketball. And it's about the bands, it's about the cheerleaders, it's about the basketball. And it's also, they don't crush you in your wallet.
For better or worse, and everybody likes something different. You and I we do sports for a living, so we're probably a little more purist than most. The idea that the NBA, it used to be timeouts, you had a chance to catch your breath and relax a little bit.
Those days are over.
Now you have a chance to relax and catch your breath a little bit when the timeouts are over and they go back to basketball. It's just kind of a different approach. I'm not saying it's better or worse, but it's completely shifted.
Last point. Do you ever notice how many empty seats there are coming back from halftime? Yeah, just look next time. Look when you're watching on TV.
Meredith Kane, moment of the show.
Moment of the show comes from Mike Florio, and he had a name that he called intriguing when it came to a free agent option for the Browns.
I'm intrigued by Kirk Cousins because I think he played incredibly well in 2025. He had upset wins down the stretch in prime time against the Buccaneers and the Rams. He looked like the same guy that he was before he tore the Achilles. And I think 2024 can be explained very simply. Kirk Cousins is not an arm strength guy. He's not a guy who can whip the ball down the field with the flick of the wrist. He uses his full body to generate power. So when your full body has been compromised by the fact that you blew out the Achilles tendon in one of your two legs, you're not going to be able to generate the same power. And when you try to do so, it's going to put stress on other parts of your body, and you're just going to have a very long and physically demanding year. Now that he's fully healthy, he looks like a different guy.
It was interesting to hear Florio bring up Kirk Cousins, and I think you could probably ask 10 different people, and you might get 6 different guys named as this is the quarterback, veteran quarterback I'd like to see them bring in. Dan mentioned Geno Smith. Jameis Winston, that'd be fun. There are all kinds of guys. I'm anxious to see what the Browns do in this situation because they're in other teams. Quarterbacks are going to be flying all over the place in the NFL. Why are we smarter after 4 hours of Baskin and Phelps? Brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. Dano.
Smarter Day courtesy of Mike Florio. A lot of good stuff in there about the combine, what he saw, what he's hearing, and, of course, the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan, of course, wherever you get your podcast.
MK.
So I am smarter because of Mike Florio, and it was something that he said towards the end of the interview, and I think that people need to pay attention to it. And it was where he was talking about how information gets disseminated to NFL insiders, where the information is coming from, and why that information goes where it's going before it hits Twitter.
I thought that was real interesting.
Yeah, I'll double down on that because that was the one point. That was a huge point in the show where I think that if you're listening, you get a little inside baseball on how stuff works. And he was talking about Adam Schefter in particular.
Also, our social media mentions are powered by Scheibin Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
I couldn't agree with you more on that one, Dano. I'm smarter because of this. Different strokes for different folks. We had 2 guys go to Indianapolis. One guy loves a certain steakhouse, which is my favorite steakhouse in the United States, at least of the ones I've been to, which, not very many. And the other guy didn't care for it. So there. And Andy, you can't go wrong either way, can you?
No, you can't.
I mean, good food is good food, by golly. I'm Jeff Phelps.
I'm Andy Baskin. Thanks for listening. Afternoon Drive is coming up next. Be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you. We're back again tomorrow at 10.
be like, I'm too nice for Chris. It's just way too nice.
I don't even want to punch down at Chevy at this point.
Oh, it was sad too. He's like in a wheelchair and everything like that.
Yeah,
that part of it was sad, but he's kind of earned it. He's not being in a wheelchair.
See, this is how you get from the prison.
Not being in a
This is how
wheelchair.
you'd start talking, and then eventually.
Maybe he has, though. I don't know. You tell me.
Eventually, you'd be in the wheelchair.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. It is Franchise and Transition Tag Day in the NFL. We're working on the branding. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. I'm just going to go Shatner all show long. That open, courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes, we've got Jax Gregory doing the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel today. Make sure to hit subscribe there. It is free after all. And like our videos, we like to be liked. Jack's producing for us as well. Katie Pollock on the 2020s. It's a Tuesday in Cleveland. I don't know why. You know that. We all know that. But hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. How's it going today?
Doing all right. We're doing all right. Still,
all right is
still,
good.
Still figuring it out, right?
Isn't that just life?
Yeah.
Aren't we all just kind of just figuring it out?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so in general.
Okay, good.
But life's good. There's really like we're in the spot here. We're kind of waiting for things to happen. I mentioned it's transition and franchise tag day.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm assuming there will be some news today, as there was some news yesterday. So we're building in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, it's just nonstop quarterback talk right now, which is fun because I like talking quarterbacks.
Yeah, there's a couple. There was a listener who's got a TikTok channel, and I cannot remember your name. I'm sorry, I'm old, but he's on this generational run of pointing out that Cleveland sports media is obsessed with quarterback play.
Okay,
as if
this isn't what
as if there's a mythical market out there that only talks about tight ends and punters.
Yeah, I want to meet that market, and I'll show you a lot of people that first off don't have ratings, and second off nobody cares.
And it's called Atlanta. And every time that somebody talks about any quarterback, it's like, y'all obsessed with quarterbacks. It's like, well, I don't know if you know this. It was the least productive quarterback room in the NFL last year, and it's kind of the most important position in the NFL. That would feel like something we'd pay a lot of attention to.
That is funny. I love the idea that sometimes we'll have some sort of video that goes out there, and the comment underneath it'll be like, "Don't you guys find anything new to ever talk about?" And it's like, I'm sorry, it's the quarterback of the football team in the city. We're going to discuss that at length. There's a lot of things we discuss in 5 hours, but that's going to be one of them.
So we were talking yesterday about Kyler Murray's depressed value.
Yeah,
there is a name that almost has depressed value in Cleveland because we just haven't talked about it for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
We've had the Willis Wars for Malik Willis, although that looks like he's probably going to Arizona or at the worst the Jets. Anthony Richardson is still out there, and people continue to cling on to it for some reason. But he's really fast. He took himself out of a play because he was tired. I'm sorry.
Yeah, this athletic freak got tired during an NFL game. How about that?
I mean, it's not me walking from the couch to the refrigerator to get a beer and thinking, maybe I'll get a cookie too.
This isn't like the hefty lefty and everyone being like, I understand why you might need a play or two off every now and again. I get that.
But Mike Florio, king of conjecture, king of, you know what, no one's talking about, and usually for good reason, he was on with Baskin and Phelps today, and he brought a name of intrigue for him to the table for the Browns.
I'm intrigued by Kirk Cousins. I think he played incredibly well in 2025. He had upset wins down the stretch in prime time against the Buccaneers and the Rams. He looked like the same guy that he was before he tore the Achilles, and I think 2024 can be explained very simply. Kirk Cousins is not an arm strength guy. He's not a guy who can whip the ball down the field with the flick of the wrist. He uses his full body to generate power. When your full body has been compromised by the fact that you blew out the Achilles tendon in one of your two legs, you're not going to be able to generate the same power. And when you try to do so, it's going to put stress on other parts of your body, and you're just going to have a very long and physically demanding year. Now that he's fully healthy, he looks like a different guy. And look, he's still young as quarterbacks go. He's still got some time left, and he will be available. The Falcons, when they redid his contract in January, it was obvious they were going to cut him on March 11 or March 12. So he's going to be an option for somebody. The question is going to be money and where he sees an opportunity. And maybe he looks at the Browns. Maybe he believes in Todd Monken.
A lot of maybes there, which is usually what Florio's good for. A year ago, I would have gladly given up whatever you gave up for Kenny Pickett to bring Kirk Cousins here. A year later, Your situation's different. The offensive line has fallen apart. You're in a transitional period. I don't need to watch a 36 or 37-year-old quarterback play this year as the predominant guy. And I think, quite frankly, the only reason Kirk Cousins would come here is a boatload of cash and being guaranteed a starting job. No, thank you. Not even intrigued.
Lucky for you, he's 38. But I don't know what
I thought he was younger in my head.
I don't know what that boatload of cash looks like. I've seen a couple people online suggest like a 1-year, $10 million deal. Like I don't know that Kirk Cousins is asking anything close to even what like Malik Willis is going to think he's going to get on a yearly basis, which is kind of wild if you think about it. I don't know the long-term play. And so here's where if I was the Browns, this is where I think they would consider it. I think they would consider it if it was a 1-year deal and they were doing so with the idea. There's a hang-up here. Don't worry. They would do so with the idea.
You saw the concern in my eyes.
There's a hang-up. It's a 1-year deal, and I keep remembering something Tom Withers told us off the air. Tom was going through and he's talking about Monken, and he's like, Monken just will not. That man will just not accept losing. Like that's just not in his DNA. He's just not the type of person that will accept losing. And I was like, well, he might have to get on board with some of it, especially if you want the 2027 NFL draft to go your way. If you bring in someone like Kirk Cousins, you are saying we cannot accept losing at any cost for the upcoming year. It might happen. We might end up getting there, but that's your real effort to try to win as many games as you can. The problem with that is that he's likely on a 1-year deal, and that's it. And then it goes nowhere after this. Mm-hmm. That's the hang-up I have. That's the problem I have with a lot of these guys. It goes absolutely nowhere after this season. And so then what? You're into the draft, but then you're all of a sudden picking where like the Steelers are picking this year. And what does that really do for you?
Yeah, so like for Kyler Murray, I'm not suggesting this is the best plan of action, but with Kyler Murray, if he came out this next year and you were a 8 or 9 win team and in the playoff periphery, you could then extend him on a short-term contract, maybe still take a swing at a 2027 quarterback if you wanted to trade up, and you could have a quarterback that bridges the gap for the next 2 to 4 seasons. You could have quarterback stability. He's still young enough. There are reasons to look at what happened in Arizona and said, okay, he can be whatever Baker Mayfield is for the Buccaneers for you, or whatever Sam Darnold maybe should have been for Minnesota if they had re-signed him this last year.
There's a long-term gain to be had there, and that's the part that is missing with Kirk Cousins, and it missed last year for me, by the way, with Kirk Cousins as well. When we were doing all is he in Chipotle? I don't know. Where is he at? It's like, hey, guys, you got to think a little bit long-term about this with Kirk Cousins.
Well, but that's even my problem with the Anthony Richardson thing.
That's exactly right.
It's like it's a bridge to 2027.
A bridge to potentially having another team pay him a lot of money if it works out.
Well, and even with Anthony Richardson, the probability is so low of it's happening.
So low.
I think you're just getting a guy in here to say, we got a guy in here. Did you see how he tried? I that's not where we are. Like I think you need. I don't think you can split the difference with this quarterback room. I think you need to do one of two things. You either need to say, we're going to put the best opportunity out there for this team to not just win this year, but to win for the next 2 to 3 years and just build winning habits, and we'll figure out the quarterback spot long term in either 2027 or 2028, right? Or you need to do just enough to say you tried and just go full on stink. And the truth is, I think Andrew Berry might want it one way, and I think it's best for Todd Monken in another way. But Kirk Cousins really does none of those things, because here's the thing that I think he was wrong about. Kirk Cousins in a cold weather city with the lack of arm strength, I think it would look good in September and October, just good enough to push you out of the range for quarterbacks. And then I think as the season went on, he's an old-ass quarterback, and I don't think you have the talent to support him back.
I
think it's just to me, it's just such a non-starter.
It just satisfies nothing for me. And then if we're going to end up in a spot where you end up with 5 wins at the end of the season, why would I do that with Kirk Cousins when I can just try to do that with Shedeur and see if maybe we catch lightning in a bottle?
Or Deshaun, if we're being fair.
I'm not close to Deshaun Watson coming out there and actually being able to do something. I don't think I would because of the injuries, and I just think he's too injured of a human. But if that's at least with that opportunity, you're like, all right, there's a life beyond the following season in that opportunity and that chance. Now with Deshaun, we do have to acknowledge the idea that you'd find yourself in a spot where you have to pay him more money, which is that's going to make a lot of people mad. But like at least that process at least exists there. Yeah. With Kirk at 38 years old going into 39, he's going to be done. He's looking for a 1-year deal.
Kirk makes a lot of sense for Minnesota. Kirk makes a lot of sense for Pittsburgh. I don't think Kirk makes any sense in New York, but Listening to Boomer and Gio, listening to some of the guys on that station, they desperately want him there.
The report today said the Jets are not considering Kirk Cousins.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're not considering it. That's something. Now again, it's just a report. Take it for whatever that's worth. But that was the report today with Kirk Cousins and the Jets.
Because that has been much similar to the John Harbaugh. He's going to Miami. Oh wait, no, now he's coming here thing on WFAN. That was one of the ones that Boomer and Gio put up there as the guy today. Of like, this guy can get you where you want to go. And again, like, you just need to be able to fulfill a couple buckets. And Kirk Cousins is a great name. And I do think, by the way, Kirk can play good football. But I think the same problem you're going to have with Kirk Cousins is the same reason why people don't want Ty Simpson here, which is, all right, do you have a great offensive line? No. Well, he played behind a really strong offensive line in Atlanta last year.
They had a lot of really good players, too. Yes. That's the other part of this. Like, it wasn't like he was awful. He was fine. But think about the weaponry that he has there. That's a really, from an offensive perspective, that's not depleted of talent at all.
And so I think, like,
Bijan and Drake London, all these guys, Kyle Pitts.
There's like a bigger conversation to be had here, which we can get into. And I understand it seems a little bit, this one's to this one's to this when it comes to these quarterbacks. That is ultimately where I think Andrew Berry needs to kick back on one of two buckets. Either we're going to build a quarterback room where, much like last year, you had Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco, and 2 rookie quarterbacks. You had a quarterback room that you did just enough to say, we tried, without really trying. So you either need to do that again, at which point be very careful on the assets you give up to build it, or you need to go seriously about winning, not just this year, because it can't just be about this year. It's got to be in 2027. It's got to be 2028, with a commitment then to give up future assets to get into that future quarterback market as well. I don't think Kirk Cousins satisfies either bucket, because I think he would be a one-year deal. And that, to me, ultimately at 38, is just where it's an absolute, like, the best case scenario with Kirk Cousins in my mind is he's just so bad you get the number 1 pick.
We're lockstep on this one. The problem is that I feel like the anti-Shedeur crowd is not going to be as lockstep as we are. I feel like the people that want anyone but Shedeur, the old ABS system out there, I think those people, they're going to go ahead and they're going to see Kirk Cousins and they're going to say to themselves, well, we got to start winning games. We got to find a way to win games. Kirk Cousins can do that for one season, and then we're off to the races. But I would just tell you, long term, it makes absolutely zero sense. And I really don't even know, outside of unless Shedeur turns into being a guy that you can rely on for years to come, winning 7-8 games this upcoming year doesn't make a lot of sense.
216-474-0092. Mike Florio says he's intrigued by Kirk Cousins, probably because he wouldn't have to watch him in 2026. Are you intrigued? Does that sound like the right move for the Browns in 2026? Quick hits coming up at 2:40. We've got Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst. His thoughts on the post-combine fallout. Monroe Freeling jumping up the boards. Is that the right move for the Browns at 6? We'll get into the quarterback situation as well. John Fanta, NBC Sports on the Cavs. Cavs Pistons 2.0 tonight. James Harden plays. Got a little more skin in this game, I think. Not just off the tip of his thumb, by the way. Albert Breer coming up at 5:20 today.
Okay. I mean, a little unnecessary.
I feel bad. The thumb. What about the thumb? The thumb is such.
We're all healing, Nick. We're healing. Come on.
At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media. Social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Florio is intrigued by Kirk Cousins. Are you intrigued for the Browns? I think it's a unanimous no here. And I don't think there are a lot of unanimous no's with the Cleveland Browns, but that does bring us to the point where there are rare times where everyone is right about the Browns. I think this might be one of them. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Headline Sports News every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's Sports Desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. Quick hits coming up in just about 20 minutes. We are expecting potentially some more NFL news today with the tag deadline coming up at 4 o'clock. Alec Pierce is a name to watch. Daniel Jones being a name to watch. I still can't believe the Jets franchise tag Breece Hall after not getting like a sufficient trade offer for him. It's weird they traded everyone but a running back while in the midst of a rebuild. I don't know. That's just the Jets are in a weird spot. I think the Jets are on disaster watch, and the bad thing is I want them to kind of go Houston this year, like right when the Lovie Smith thing.
Mm-hmm.
I need Aaron Glenn to win a spite game or two. So they'll be like the 5th pick just because I think that'd be the funniest thing in the world.
They should start with just having an interception on the defensive side of the ball.
That would be good. Yeah.
Just one.
Just one.
Incredible.
You don't need to get two. We also have the Browns coaching staff has been finalized. That's been. Have you seen the rundown there? Any takes?
I saw a lot with Travis Monken.
Yeah, we got some Travis Monken takes out there.
I'm not an anti-nepo guy. I feel like most people are like, nepotism, it stinks. But like, I don't know. I'm also of the belief that if I had a son, I'd probably help him out in this sort of way. Like if I was Todd Monken and I became the head coach of a football team, I probably would also give my son a job.
Yeah, I think it's funny when we get really upset about nepotism in football or in sports in general, as if that's the only place that it happens.
Right. Like it's all of life. We all look out for our kids in the very best way. That's what that is.
I worked at a software firm before going full time here, and the big man had his high school age daughter going to college as an intern. And she had the same name as somebody that worked in my department who I oversaw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And their checks, their pay stubs got mixed up. And I knew what the one made, and then I found out what the other made.
Yeah.
And the other was like doing special projects, which was a great way to basically, she was like on Microsoft Paint, basically. And she got paid something like across like a full year would have been $20,000 more a year than I did.
Yeah.
And it was one of those moments where it's like, well, you can quit. Then she'll still make more money than you.
That's not going to happen. I don't know what quitting would have done.
But
there.
It was a great couple of days where I really got to talk the entire department off the ledge of not
quitting.
Like
Band of Brothers type thing? You guys are just going to all rally together and be like, screw this.
No, I basically had to go to people and go, you still have bills to pay no matter what.
Oh, you were talking them off the ledge.
Yes.
That would have been so weird. You guys quitting doesn't do anything. It doesn't change anything.
Like, guys, if you think people in sports have the Nepo baby thing, wait till you hear about big corporations. I mean, hiring is not on the up and up.
It's just life. That's all it is. That's just life. It's how life works. And so, no, no problem with myself in that regard. I'll be interested to see, probably 10 years from now, we might even be like an offensive coordinator or something insane because you watch how these guys develop and some guys got it and other guys we'll just never hear from them again too. And that's fine.
Listen,
who knows?
All I can tell you is it's a very young staff. That is something to keep in the back of your mind. It doesn't mean that it's the end-all, be-all. It doesn't mean that it's guaranteed to not work out.
I gotta look him up. Let's see if Mac can become friends with him or something like that. They're probably close in the same age. Maybe we can infiltrate the Monken family through Travis.
Through Mac?
Well, he was the first guy I was thinking of. I actually thought of Jax first. I feel like Jax just gets along with everybody. If Jax,
do we know if Travis Monken likes video games?
But I don't know. I'm assuming he does.
I didn't mean to say that as heavy-handed as it came off. What I mean is that would be your foray. That's your way in.
His profile made it seem like he's not that old. So yeah, but I mean, it doesn't just about everybody that's under 30 like video games?
I feel like that's a generalization.
Is that a fair generalization or no?
I don't know. I'm not under 30. Mac, speak to your generation.
I think it's a fair generalization.
I mean, I think a good amount of us like it.
Okay. He kind of looks like Mac a little bit. He doesn't have the glasses, but he kind of looks like Mac.
Wait, is it Mac Monken, or we just don't know?
I mean, you guys are like carbon copy of each other. Is there another world where you're just Travis Monken?
Maybe. Apparently, it's not this one though.
Wait. We could do a little bit of Addams Family 2 here, where there's like a replacement Sylvester. I almost said Sylvester Adams. whatever the damn bald one was. The point is, we could do a Todd Monken had a night on the town in Indianapolis 31 years ago, and all of a sudden there's Mac Monken.
He's got a Twitter. Let's infiltrate Travis Monken through his Twitter account. You guys can set up like some Call of Duty or something like that.
I can analyze offense.
I'm not getting you on the staff.
If I have to step in for Travis, yeah, I can analyze the offense.
No one's having you step in for Travis. We're just trying to have you become friends with Travis. That leads to us infiltrating the Browns.
This feels like a Matt Damon movie in 1998. What was the Jude Law Matt Damon movie?
I don't know.
Where he starts impersonating him. Maybe a little American Psycho action over there.
You're like that the guy that created all the stuff, and like, did he go as Jim Carrey? Did he not go as Jim Carrey this past weekend? I still haven't figured it out. I don't know.
So, Nepo babies.
Have you not seen those videos?
I did. It's weird. It's just too the internet in general. I'm just done.
I can't figure it out.
Like
was that guy Jim Carrey? Was he not Jim Carrey?
Twitter
I don't know.
somehow has become the worst version of itself ever, which is saying something because it's never been a good thing. Facebook is a cesspool. Is it Jim Carrey? Is it not? Is Jim Carrey doing an Eddie Kaufman thing? Are people being mean to Jim Carrey for aging? I don't know, and I don't know how to feel about it anymore. So I'm just gonna sit here and just drink my coffee. That's what I'm going to do. I'm more in on Mac Monken than I am on faux Jim Carrey.
Old man yells about the internet on the radio.
216-474-0092. Just in time to slide in for Baskin and Phelps.
John, the new producer, has he met you yet? He hasn't met me. I haven't met him yet.
I have, yeah.
Oh, you have? Okay. Because I hear he's like very into trying to figure out ages of people before the show actually goes. Before he actually meets the people. I didn't want to get the wrong impression of you and happen to think that maybe you're like a guy in the mid-50s when you're in fact just 40 years old.
That's fine. That's fine. At this point, I'm reaching Jeff Phelps' level of contentment. And this brings me to, now that we've talked about almost every show on the station that isn't Jake Murren. Jake Volnick. He's the only guy that got off scot-free here. I will tell you that there was an argument on with the Morning Boys today. One, it was a very fun argument. I thought Lima stepped up to the plate with some very valid points this morning about us being too picky with the quarterback room. What I will say is, what you're about to hear, I think I agree with everyone.
You guys are looking for some perfect prospect that only the Browns are going to be smart enough to
It's
to
the
pounce
Cleveland
on.
Browns.
You just want
it's
anybody
not the
who
Green Bay
breathes.
Packers.
Yeah, you guys
it's
want
the
nobody.
Cleveland Browns.
You guys want nobody. How
It's
can you not see? You're telling me that the rookies are going to fail here, but also the retreads are going to fail and the reclamation projects are going to fail. That's not a plan.
Yes.
I need to hear a plan from everybody in this town.
They're going to fail.
And yet, when I bring up even Mac Jones, most of the Browns fans are like, no, I'm out on Mac Jones. Okay, I'm out on Anthony Richardson. I'm out on anybody unless they're Sam Darnold and just won a Super Bowl. Well, you can't get that guy because you weren't in on him early enough.
So, to start, Lima is right. We are saying with every quarterback, okay, maybe, but no. That is 100%. He is accurate.
Not Kyler Murray.
Even Kyler Murray. I won't trade for Kyler Murray, but if you want to give him to me for free, I'll take Kyler Murray.
I'm still in the trade business for Kyler Murray even. I prefer him for free. I said that. I prefer him for free, but if you got to give up a 5th-round pick, I'm not going to let that stop me.
Now, while I think Lima is right, that we're all being I don't think it's being pessimistic. I think we're all being very realistic about this quarterback room. I also think that Ken and Owen are right, that we need to understand the probability of almost any of these quarterbacks doing anything other than what the quarterbacks did last year, even in a better situation, is also not very high.
So are we supposed to just make up things to make these quarterbacks sound better? That's the problem I have within the discussion. Like, are we supposed to talk about how one quarterback was magnificent against the Bears when he had 9 completions in that game? Is that the idea? Like, if the exercise is we have to talk ourselves into trying to find a quarterback that we think can go into the playoffs, then we're just going to end up lying to people. And we're going to end up basically convincing ourselves we're seeing something that isn't real. So I don't want to do that. That's not the game I want to play here.
So I think this is actually, and I think again, I hate this because everyone's a little bit right on this. You're also right on this. But I think it's all a response of last year. Everyone in town bought a quarterback room. Not me. I don't believe you did. But a lot of people bought in on Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, and 2 rookie quarterbacks that were a 3rd-round pick and a 5th-round pick being an answer. And this is where, if you're the Browns, people are too smart. They are. This is a really smart football town. And that there are a lot of people who post winning. We finally seen, for the first time in a generation, we've seen what winning looks like. And it looks like quarterback stability or, high-powered offenses. And we got that for 4 years. And now you're going from, all right, we're going from the waters of Baker Mayfield to Deshaun Watson to, all right, well, now we're going from Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco to Kirk Cousins. Like, I think there's an element of people who are like, no, this smells like BS because we got fooled last year and we're not going to do that again. I think it's just people being really reasonable, even if Anthony's right. At some point, you do just have to add a third quarterback and move the hell forward.
It's also not our job to clean up their mistakes and their mess. Like, they got him in this mess. I'm sorry I don't have a great answer for getting him out of it. It's not the mess that I created, though. And if you asked for a plan or you wanted to hear some reasoning behind it, I think most people like myself have come to the idea 2027 in that draft is where we have to go ahead and really figure this whole entire thing out. Well, we can't do that right now. It's 2026. So I'm sorry that the quarterback class sucks for 2026, and free agency with quarterbacks always suck, and there's nobody that you can trade for that is going to move the needle in any way, but sometimes that's just your reality. And the reality right now for the Browns is they have to live in this for 1 year based off of everything they already did to themselves.
Well, and maybe that's another point we have to make. If this was a better quarterback market, I don't think fans would be being this picky. Like, I think if there was, I think if there was another quarterback in this class that you could hypothetically get to, or if there was, I'm trying to think of a name that's been available. If there was a C.J. Stroud, available, I think fans would be all behind one guy. I don't look at this
most fans were, by the way.
I don't look at this vast wasteland of quarterbacks and think we should all be in agreement. Like, I think, the Browns have done nothing to show you that they can make this work out. They haven't. Whether it was Kevin Stefanski, Todd Monken, did really good stuff with Lamar Jackson, as one would expect. So, there is you have to prove it from the Browns side of things, and every one of these quarterbacks. I think there are guys you can have more success with than others. I think there are other guys that are so low probability, like Anthony Richardson, that's not even worth bothering with for this year. But I don't necessarily look at this and being, oh, the Browns fans are being negative. No, I think people are being really, really realistic about where they are, and that makes sense. I'd rather that, because Lima's also the same guy, and this is where I will go back at Lima a little bit. Lima's also the guy that busts everybody's balls for having brown and orange colored glasses. So when everyone's like, I don't think Ty Simpson will work here. So do you want them to be homers so they can call them homers? I kind of don't understand that part of it.
That's the problem. It's and this is the hard part about all these quarterbacks and trying to figure it all out. For the ones we do know a lot of and have a lot of tape on, well, there's a reason why they're available and there's a reason why we don't like them, right? And then for the other ones, am I supposed to just project out Malik Willis to be awesome based off of no evidence of that at this point? I don't understand. I don't get the ask. Because the ask is we're just supposed to lie and say these guys are great?
I don't know. I don't know what Lima's ask is.
I don't understand it.
And again, I want to point out.
All we can do is just be truthful about how we see these guys.
This is as critical as I've seen everyone, including fans, including Ken. Everyone is picking this apart. So Lima's right. But I think those people are right for being hypercritical about what's actually out there and how it changes the quarterback math. Because quite frankly, unless you've got a quarterback that can get you into the playoff picture next year, I think Kyler can. I think a Mac Jones potentially could, right? Depending on what you give up for him. There's a couple guys out there that I think the probability actually exists you could be a nice team next year for it. Unless it's that, it is going to be a year of wasting your time unless Shedeur or Deshaun Watson can pull the sword from the stone.
And I think that's why it's an all right thing if you're part of your plan is, hey, everything's not going to materialize this offseason. You go into next year, you see what Shedeur and Deshaun can do. Whichever one of them wins out, you see if they can be off to the races and go. Hopefully that's Shedeur. And then if not, you're in the 2027 draft, and that's where you really get your franchise quarterback and you get this thing moving. It makes sense to me. Jeremy Fowler, by the way, saying the Browns are releasing Cornelius Lucas.
Oh, not corny.
They're going to save around $2 million in cap space. Oh, the old corny.
We got $2 million. That's what I was hoping for.
Yeah, Cornelius Lucas.
Can we also release KT Leviston? 216.
I don't think so.
I think he's going to end up being the 10th offensive lineman.
I think he's going to be here, yeah.
They really like him. That's great.
They did, yeah. They did.
He stinks. 216-474-0092, but maybe not at guard. Maybe if you just move him inside. That's the answer for every tackle that stinks. Just move him inside. Why aren't you, as a Browns fan, buying these quarterback names the way we have in previous off seasons? And Todd Monken's pretty picture in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk anytime you want. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Joe DeLeon coming up in about 40 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. Missed a moment in our show? Use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Waiting on those tags to come in. Breece Hall has been tagged. Waiting to see what happens in Indianapolis with Daniel Jones and Alec Pierce. A couple other ones out there. George Pickens having already been tagged as well. But while we wait on news, let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Go Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
Todd Monken shared a pretty picture on his Twitter today with Shedeur Sanders posing with the Shedeur porcelain horsehead birthday gift in the background. After seeing the picture, have your thoughts on the porcelain horsehead gift changed?
No, still a weird gift to give, but not as big as I thought it once was.
You thought it was like the Al Lerner size, maybe porcelain horsehead?
Let's get realistic about it. Like, I didn't think that, but I did think it was going to be bigger than the one that Todd had that they took the photo in front of. I thought that was a very, I don't know, almost like a delicate size. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't bad. It was almost dainty. It was almost a dainty size.
I think that makes it worse. I think you're pushing it in the wrong direction.
I think if you went really, really big, it could be obnoxious. This is so tiny that, like, you could just kind of, I don't know, put it in one of the corners of your rooms and just not even worry about it anymore if you wanted to.
Again, in case anybody's just joining us, we're talking about a porcelain horsehead birthday gift.
I think he put it in his office.
He did. Put it on a mantle.
Because there's Browns helmets all around there, and so I got a feeling that horsehead will exist as long as he is the head coach with the Browns, and then it might not make the move afterwards.
I think if you're Monken, you got to get it signed. And then, because, Shedeur's a cult of personality. And then when you cut Shedeur in the future, if that were to happen, you just put it on eBay.
He's a horse guy. You think he's bothering with the couple $100 you get for a signed Shedeur Sanders horse on eBay?
I think it could end up, you never know. It could end up being a real collector's item.
I don't think so.
Yeah. By the way,
now Spin Zone, if you want to do it, put it up for like charity or something at some point.
No,
that's kind of a fun way to do it.
Buy yourself pizza for a couple years.
You know how they do all these like charity, like the auctions and stuff like that, like random things, like I don't know, like the galas and everything, where they always need the different auction events and items. This could be a great one of those, because there would be a Browns fan that would be willing to overpay for such a monumental gift.
Put it on eBay. I guarantee you, a Shedeur fan will pay like 4 figures for it, guaranteed. Shedeur autographed porcelain horsehead that was meant as a gift for Todd Monken. Come on now.
It all depends how it goes.
It's far more ornate than I thought it would be, by the way.
If Monken and Shedeur turns into Mahomes and Andy Reid, you might be on the money. If it turns into what currently is Monken and Shedeur, I don't know. I don't know that it's got that much legs to it.
I got to know the original retail price. I'm going to guess it's a couple $100.
I would hope it'd be more than that.
It'd be fun if it was like a $50,000 porcelain horsehead.
I would hope it's not more than that.
It's kind of what I hope it was. It'd make it funnier.
Hope not.
Unless more weird. Definitely.
Is anybody
more weird.
reading into the photo?
What do you mean?
I thought some people were maybe reading into the photo as if this was Monken and Shedeur trying to showcase how buddy-buddy they are, because with Stefanski, they weren't as buddy-buddy.
Well, it is the internet, and people read way too much into, silly little things, so probably.
I saw a video about Shedeur not being able to find anyone that can cut his hair in Cleveland, and you see his hair in this photo. He looks like, it's like morphing into Josh Allen.
Yeah.
He's got, if you say, it's got like a little bit of a fro thing going on there. I don't know. We got to get him a barber here in Cleveland.
There's plenty of them.
He seems to claim that there's none that he trusts in this area. Like, because there's, I guess there's.
It's kind of hurting the gets us meter, by the way.
The ones they put on IG don't do a specific thing that he likes with the hair, and I guess no one's been able to showcase to him that they can do it. Apparently, he takes it in a very serious way, but he's starting to look like Sideshow Bob, man. Like, that hair is starting to be going everywhere.
It's a business decision by me. I had a couple jokes, and most of them were directed at Deshaun Watson, and I'm just not going to do that today. It's a Tuesday.
Yeah, you're very calm today, I've noticed.
For now.
All right.
I think it's your turn.
No, it's Mo. It's my turn. I'm letting that hang because you've let like 7 things hang on me today.
That's
I was
fair.
letting that one hang. All right, Bengals not franchise tagging star pass rusher Trey Hendrickson. According to Ian Rappaport just a couple minutes ago, one of the NFL's best is free, Nick. This is the big news so far of the day. Trey Hendrickson going to be a free agent.
Yeah, this is going to be kind of fascinating. I think it was Matt Verderam said 3 years, $105 million, and put the Patriots and one other team, maybe the Colts, is like the front runners. He's 31, still really, really good, but he's been kind of the face of bad defenses. This feels like one that people are going to want back in like 2 years' time. I like Trey. I think you'll still get a good year or two out of him, but like he's still kind of down the rung. Statistically, he's up there, but I think physically he's not on a level of Miles, and I would even put him below like Max Crosby.
Yeah.
It's good, but listen, it's good for this offseason because it's a big name out there that then can, chew up some headlines for the next couple days.
More importantly, when it was a really awful Bengals defense and has been now for the 3 years they've missed the playoffs, it's not because of, some of it is Joe Burrow being injured, but the majority of it is that this Bengals defense just has not been anywhere close to living up to what the offense is, and the defense takes another big hit.
You hate to see it. It is. The AFC North is going to be wide open next year. I think Baltimore, because of Lamar, it's fair to say they're still going to be Baltimore, but Pittsburgh's in a precarious situation. The Bengals, I don't know why you think that defense is any closer to getting solved, and the Browns is the Browns.
Just some weird things happening in the NFL right now. Like the Bears Pro Bowl center, Drew Dahlman, he's retiring.
Yeah.
He's 27.
Yeah. Well, a year in Chicago will do that. No, all the food.
I don't know what that has to do with anything.
No, a year in Chicago, and I would be 700 pounds. That sausage? Come on now.
I need more backstory on this. He is a Stanford guy. So, there's Stanford guys and just retiring at, 27, 28, 29. Talking to Andrew Luck a little bit too much here, maybe. Maybe Drew Dahlman is.
It's not good for it's good for the Linderbaum market, but it's not good for us trying to get Linderbaum. Team USA's World Baseball Classic journey begins this Friday, and Yankees star Aaron Judge was given the task of motivational speaking in front of the team this week.
Sacrificing for your family at home, sacrificing for your country, and you're sacrificing for the brothers in the trenches with me. And that's one thing I want us to do. We're down, we're beat up a little bit, man. Lean into each other, man. We're going to lay it all on the line. If we do that, we're bringing the goal home, man.
One, he sounds like the guy. He sounds like Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs. It puts the judge in the 4-hole.
Sounds like Tito almost.
Brick and ball. His speech is being clowned.
It should be. Yeah,
it's not good.
Yeah, not everybody's a speech guy.
Yeah.
Aaron Judge, not a speech guy. Bryce Harper, big time speech guy. Probably should have been making that speech.
So here's the thing: you can't equate it to like the military. And every time athletes, it's the Kellen Winslow the second. Every time an athlete's like, your brother's in the trenches and you're out there sacrificing, it's like, I think there's somebody out there sacrificing, and it's not your asses. You're playing baseball. Shut up.
It's just not even that. It's more the idea that just because you're the best player on the team doesn't mean you have to be the one speaking. We just always default to that. It's like, because you have the best numbers and you're this and you're that, you need to be the one to make this big rah-rah speech. Aaron Judge isn't good at this. That's not what he does.
Also fair, and here's the other thing. In the Yankees, Aaron Judge, by proximity of making, I think it's like $40 million a year, Aaron Judge has to be the guy that gives those speeches because that's where the money is. World Baseball Classic, you're playing for fun. Nobody gives a rip about what you make. It's all about whether you're one of the guys. And Aaron Judge, God bless him, did not seem like one of the guys.
But we also know Bryce Harper is a crazy person. Just send Harper out there to go ahead and be crazy and get the people going.
Bryce Harper got punked by John Papelbon. I don't know. Who's going to follow Bryce Harper into the trenches? That bonus baby.
Bonus baby?
Even Dave Dombrowski thinks he's a chotch. Come on now.
That's why he's perfect for the speeches.
You've been doing the what murder inflection, and that's why he's perfect for the speeches.
That was just me talking. It's me talking.
What speeches?
Okay, now. The Athletic is reporting that there's no market yet for Mac Jones. You surprised? We have absolutely zero market. There's no team out there with whispers. There's no team that's like, I want to give up this. We're talking about a third rounder. We're talking about a second rounder. The Athletic's deep dive into Mac Jones found that there is no market yet for Mac Jones.
This gives me real hope. It really does. Because, again, Mac Jones, who was traded 2 years ago, I think for like a 5th-round pick, to Jacksonville. Now, obviously, last year was a free agent. Mac Jones, I think, should have some value. I think Mac Jones is worth maybe a conditional 4th-round pick, something like that, right? Mac Jones and the 49ers putting out there a 2nd-round pick for his cost, that's an embarrassing overreach by the 49ers. And it's just, honestly,
I can't blame him
at the expense of the player.
You look at Malik Willis and what's going on there. You can't blame him for being like, all right, let's shoot for the moon. And even if we miss, we'll land among some stars here. Like, we got an opportunity to cash in some sort of way.
Not if you rob the market, though.
Well, no, the Athletic is saying this is just in the market. It's not what he's getting right now. Maybe it'll materialize a couple weeks in. But what we've seen so far is that there seems to be even more teams than we thought that are going to eventually need a quarterback. And so if that is true and remains true, someone's going to eventually bite on the Mac Jones market. It's just at what cost?
Mac Jones for 4th rounder to me, I like that more than Malik Willis for free for $25 million a year. Is that a hot take?
I don't think that's a hot take.
I wouldn't give up a 3rd rounder for Mac. He's not consistently started. Right? And I do think that's the difference. He had one great year in New England and then the next 2 years. And then last year he played about half a season and he was really good early and he trailed off a little bit. Like Tyrod Taylor, when you gave up a 3rd-round pick for him in 2018, Tyrod had been a starting quarterback for 4 years of a specific level. If you could lock in that same level for Mac Jones and I got 4 years of that, I would have taken it. You haven't. So, like, a 4th rounder and maybe Dylan Gabriel, that's about as much as I'm willing to give there.
Well, I'll call the Athletic and say you have a market now for Mac Jones.
I've developed a market, and you're welcome, John Lynch. I still think Dylan Gabriel could be part of a quarterback trade. Get ready for it. It's not for Anthony Richardson.
Bag of footballs, Dylan Gabriel, it equals the same.
About the same height, too. Are quick hits beyond the pale now that he's just such a non-factor in the quarterback room that we just shouldn't even do it?
No.
Now we can still make the height jokes?
Yeah, always do it.
He's a tiny
now,
guy.
If he ends up on a different team, then it's probably in poor taste. But for right now, you can still do it.
Because he's one of us. Google gobble. One of us. That is Quick Hits, and an anonymous Cavalier has spoken. A little too heavily, actually. About 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
The NFL's legal tampering period gets underway Monday at noon. Get all the latest news right here on your home for breaking sports news in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
Joe DeLeon coming up in about 20 minutes. A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst will react to the Combine as the math changed at 6 for the Cleveland Browns. I almost said Cleveland Cavaliers, but Cavs Pistons 2.0. It's a home game tonight. You were very up for Friday's game, and then we didn't get Donovan Mitchell. We didn't get James Harden in the game. We got a very competitive game. How are you for the rematch?
I'm feeling like I'm good. I'm going to watch it. Obviously, I'm going to watch it. Friday surpassed my expectations in such a way that I feel like the sequel is not going to have a chance to live up to it, and I'm worried about that. There's a part of me that's just a little worried about that. But the idea that we didn't get dog walked on Friday night has me way more into tonight's game with Harden than, let's say, Friday night's game going into it, at least.
So you had said that Friday actually felt like a win because of how competitive the Cavs were, with Dennis Schroeder as their best kind of facilitator on the court. Given that I think we expect James Harden to play tonight, does that are silver linings abound even if James plays tonight and the Cavs still lose a close one?
Yeah, I think so. Now, what's different about Friday, it wasn't just the idea that it was a close game and then we went into overtime. It was the idea that the Cavs, for the large majority of that game, not only were the better team, but were winning pretty handedly. And so, there was something attached to that. Whereas with this game tonight, obviously we'll see how it flows and we'll see how the game ends up going. But yeah, it's not, you're not playing with house money tonight, but you're certainly not, I'm not going to be angry if you end up with a loss.
Yeah, I mean, the Cavs are 2.5-point dogs tonight at home. Wasn't Friday 5.5-point dogs? Something like that?
It was somewhere in that area. By the way, the Colts did do the transition tag on Daniel Jones.
Oh, that's good. That means unless they sign Alec Pierce to a contract before legal tampering, Alec Pierce will hit the open market.
That's the expectation. Daniel Jones about $37 million on that transition tag, and so that's good news.
I don't think you have a whispers prayers chance in hell to get Alec Pierce, but if he's out there, maybe that takes some money away from somebody else, and maybe you get a Romeo Doubs instead.
Let's just talk turkey. Let's figure this out.
Actually, I would really like Alec Pierce.
I would too. I think it'd be perfect here.
Yeah, and for some reason, the numbers that they're being talked about for him are $20 million, $22 million. Mm-hmm. That's really tame for a guy who I think actually might have become a number one receiver this last year.
Without question. Yeah, without question.
Now, getting back to the Cavs Pistons, I mean, my expectations are, Donovan's out. Show up and play hard. We're still in the let's get healthy and let's kind of figure each other out kind of mode.
Yeah.
I will say, thinking back to Friday night, the thing that lingers in the air is the comment by the anonymous Cavalier that we're not afraid of them, we're the better team.
They're not in our class, was the comment. Yeah, they're not in our class.
I'll be honest with you. If you really believe that, I don't think you would have been anonymous about it.
Oh, you think they would have put their name on it?
I think it's a little bit of it was after the game, you were feeling it. I kind of feel like if you really believe this, you would have, in the parlance of some on the staff, you would have said it with your chest. You would have said it with conviction.
Because you get the flack and the blowback regardless, do you not? I mean, the Pistons are going to hear it, whether they know your name attached to it or not. They're going to know that somebody in that Cavs locker room thinks that way.
Yeah, but I think it's like the Jared Allen thing. Jared Allen specifically saying the lights are too bright versus somebody in the Cavs locker room. I think it sticks to more individual players, and I think I'll always give Jarrett credit for saying it, as opposed to hiding behind anonymous Cavs says the lights were too bright for the Cavs.
I guess I'd also want to know who said it, too, though, just from the perspective of, was it somebody playing in that game, or was it James Harden or Donovan Mitchell?
Okay, so I love this, because if Fedor was well, Luke Travers said it, and I just don't want to say Luke Travers said they're not in our lane.
It's a possibility. But we also know Fedor talks a lot to Donovan Mitchell, though. So
that's true.
There's a realistic chance that it was Donovan that said. I'm not saying that's what it was, but there's a realistic chance that it was. And I kind of love Donovan sitting back on the bench and being like, "This is everything I orchestrated. This is exactly what I wanted." And the Pistons aren't going to be nearly the team that everybody thinks that they are.
Now, I do have to be the guy that points out, I don't think you've quite earned the right to say this yet. Like, it was a singular regular season game, and you played really well. Like, you played better than people expected. We can give you that credit without saying, talking a whole lot of mess about this game. Like, I think
Lou Williams said something to the effect of, like, how can you say something about the class when the class hasn't yet been defined?
Yeah. Well, and I also just think, like, ever since the James Harden trade, there's been kind of this we've arrived kind of deal from the Cavs. And obviously it's been off and on with the injuries and all this other kind of stuff, but, like, I don't necessarily want that to be where your head is. You haven't done diddly squat. Like, as of now, the same thing that was true about the Cavs before the James Harden is true about it after, which is you've topped out in the second round of the playoffs. Mm-hmm. So this might have changed the math, and I'm hopeful that it is. I hope that any of the concerns that I had in the pre-Harden trade are proven wrong so quickly and so fiercely that I look like the biggest jackass come this April. But you haven't done diddly squat. And I mean, in fairness, you've only been healthy and played together for roughly 6 games. I don't necessarily love this look at what we've accomplished mantra coming from a team that has just played, altogether about 13 games since that trade.
Which is why I'd love to know who said it. Like, if it's Donovan, is Donovan already eating a little bit too much of the Cavs meal that's being served, or is it somebody that's like the 10th man or 11th man or 12th man, and they just started speaking? Kind of like, was it Naquan Tomlin? I wish I could remember. Jax has it in his brain, I'm sure. After the LeBron game where Donovan, he's like, this is Donovan City now. Mm-hmm. Those comments.
It wasn't. It was Jalen Tyson.
It was Tyson?
Yeah.
I always confuse those two in my head, always. Anyway.
Is it because the last name start with a T?
I don't know why. It's some. I always have to constantly think about it. Anyway, the point is that, like, what was that? A half hour later, he had to, like, go back and take back all those comments and be like, all right, no, it's really LeBron City. Like, after those games, people get, especially people that haven't played in those type of games before, you get a little bit of energy and you just start speaking.
The only thing I would respond to, because I think it's fair, if it's Naquan Tomlin, it hits different than if it's Donovan Mitchell. Where do you think Naquan Tomlin got it from? Like, if it was somebody that wasn't one of your best players.
Oh, no, yeah, I get that. And there's a trickle-down effect. Which, and by the way, if what he gets off of Donovan is just a boatload of confidence at the end of the day, that's not a bad thing. But I think, like, the lesson that was learned within the Tyson comments was these guys that haven't played in a lot of big games or haven't been on the bright lights or a big stage, after those games, they can just shoot their mouth off from time to time.
I just think with where the Cavs are, when I see a team that is overconfident, and this is not just a Cavs thing. This is just like in general. When I see a team, and I've learned this from the Browns, when I see a team that talks and maybe the pudding isn't quite as consistent as the talk is, I get very leery. Because I think in the NBA playoffs, one of the things that's happened to the Cavs is the game changes, they don't realize, and all of a sudden their confidence takes a hit. And then all of a sudden, they don't have Cavalanches to fall back on. They don't have that abundance of – it's always been false confidence with these Cavs.
Sure.
And again, like, that can be because of youth. There's many of reasons it can be. But, like I don't think it matters tonight because Donovan isn't playing and you're not full health. But I do think, like, this is the same team, the same organization that steered their way towards playing Orlando in the first round of the playoffs – and then almost lost that damn series. This is the same team that wanted the easier side of the bracket because of Orlando, and then you go to New York, right? And then got bounced out in the second round of the playoffs pretty early that year. I still think that thing is in there until they prove otherwise. So, I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill. I just look at this and go, you haven't accomplished anything. And no matter Michael Pena's piece where it says the Cavs have arrived as the favorites in the East, that to me is rat poison, right? That to me, that does not matter. You just trading for James Harden didn't change the math. You have to prove that the math has changed. Well, vibes are better. And I understand vibes are better, but you can't confuse that with you've actually accomplished a damn thing yet.
No, of course not. But I do think in regards to, like, even just a couple years ago and the Magic series and everything associated with that, I think they've changed the math so much. I think that's kind of what they're banking on. When you add as many new players into the mix, Schroeder, Ellis, Harden, all these different guys, and then you even kick out guys like Garland, and then we talked about Tom, when we talked about Tyson, like, there's so many new pieces to this team and new guys that weren't there a couple years ago that I feel like part of that and part of maybe why we're seeing some of these comments where we typically wouldn't have seen them is because we have a lot of new faces in here and they're trying to give you that new energy, that's something different that team lacked before.
I would want you to put that new energy into the work. And again, I don't want to make it like this wholesale criticism because this could be nothing. I understand that. But when somebody comes out after a loss in overtime because you didn't have Donovan, you didn't have James Harden, and said they're not in our class, there's going to be an opportunity to provide that, to show that. And
Sure.
It does look like right now this would be the second round matchup if both teams survived into the second round. But I want the Cavs hungry. I don't want them confident. No. I want them confident. I don't want them overconfident, because with this team, the overconfidence has turned into getting punched in their mouth. And I know Keon Ellis is a tough dude. Schroeder is insane, and I love every second of it. But you got to beat those allegations in the playoffs. You really do. And I don't like this idea that, well, no, we've turned the page. No. You'll turn the page when you beat the Pistons and you pants them in April and May. That's when you can prove this to me, not walking off the court after a close loss in overtime and they're not in our class. Okay. All right.
I just think they were expecting something different from Detroit, and they didn't necessarily get it. I think they were expecting a street fight, and they didn't necessarily get that. And I'm dying to find out what happens tonight. In a lot of different layers, I'm dying to find out what happens tonight.
216-474-0092. Are the Cavs too confident, saying they aren't worried about the Pistons? A anonymous player saying Friday night after the loss, they aren't in our class. Drew in Avon, welcome to the show, bud.
How you doing, guys? Thanks for taking the call.
Hey, Drew.
So I've been a Cavaliers fan since I was 11 years old, back in 1974. Okay, and I kind of seen it all. But my question to you guys is, I'm a little concerned about. It seems like every time that we're going into the playoffs, we have stuff like Donovan Mitchell has a groin problem. Darius Garland, if the wind was too strong, he was hurt. I love Darius, but I mean, it seems like he was hurt on everything. So my question is there something going on with, whether it be their conditioning, there's something going on behind the scenes that causes this? LeBron the other day made a comment to a reporter about how, so I think it was responding about playing back-to-back, and he was talking about how basketball is different now than it was in the 70s, 80s, 90s. It's a little bit different. I don't think it's that much different. I saw it all with Jordan and all that stuff. So what's your viewpoint on the Cavs every year having significant injuries around playoff time?
Drew, we appreciate you. It's more of an NBA problem than anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. Like, if they could find that out, I'm sure they'd pay you a lot of money, Drew, to give us like a really good answer as to why that is. That's why I asked Chris yesterday about the finger injuries, like between Harden having them, Merrill having them, Jared Allen having them on two different hands, and then Keon Ellis, who'd never had an injury anywhere, having them. Like, it's coincidental, but also you're like, how many people on this team can just have hand injuries?
Yeah, I mean, I do think that the way the salary cap has changed has allowed parity to be different in the NBA. I think injuries have impacted parity more than anything. I mean, the Boston championship, where Tatum and Brown got over the hump, every single opponent they faced had at least one significant, if not two significant injuries.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the problem is the Cavs have just never been on the positive side of that,
Yeah.
But again, Boston won a championship in a way that I think, certainly when I look back on it, I think their path to a title was compromised a little bit. Denver's first championship, they had a couple lucky breaks in front of them injury-wise, but it's an NBA problem and one they don't seem any closer to kind of figuring out.
Yeah, I mean, look at all these teams. I mean, the Thunder, night in, night out, missing 3, 4, 5 this is just what the league is at the current moment.
Are the Cavs too confident, saying they aren't worried about the Pistons? Just keep thinking back to that Orlando series about 4 years ago. Same organization, a couple different players, but same organization. Joe DeLeon talks us through the changes from the Combine to the mock draft and the Cleveland Browns' plan to put together a good team this offseason in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Katie Pollock.
The fight for playoff positioning is on in the Eastern Conference as Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, and the Cavs look to get real healthy for a postseason run. We are your home for the best Cavs talk in Cleveland. 92.3 The Fan.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. About 40 minutes to the official tag deadline in the NFL. Daniel Jones has been transition tagged by the Indianapolis Colts, so they got that going for him. Alec Pierce is out there. There's a couple other names. Breece Hall has been franchise tagged by the Jets, so plenty of things to kind of pay attention to here. But we're coming off the Combine. Last week, our next guest was driving to the Combine. And we had a good conversation. We got into some comps, no comps, that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. Now we're going to discuss the fallout. Monroe Freeling, does he have to be the 6th pick? Do the Browns still have to go tackle or wide receiver? All the many things that we get to discuss here with Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports, NFL draft analyst on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotlines, and he joins us. As he joins us now, as he does every single Tuesday at 3:20. Joe, welcome to the show.
How you guys doing?
Doing all right here.
Good.
I will ask you, everyone seems to have taken Monroe Freeling to about the 24th pick for the Browns to the 6th pick. Are you doing the same?
Well, funny enough that you bring this up. Me and Ryan Roberts did a mock draft on Best Pod Available on Monday, and that was Ryan's pick for the Browns when we were alternating picks. The funny thing that kind of comes from all this is the outcome of the NFL Combine. Everybody's got like a sense of how they think players are going to land and where they're going to end up going. And then eventually something starts to bubble with specific players. And there's been a couple of players that have been mounting with buzz and with momentum with their draft stocks. Freeling is the hot name right now, and it's justifiable. I don't, for me, have him as like a prospect that is like a premier left tackle. You draft him in the top 10 in normal years, and he is like a plug-and-play, future All-Pro. Normally when we talk about a left tackle that's a top 10 pick, that's kind of the discussion. That's kind of what we're looking for with the guy going that early. But because this year's class is weak, and there's really not very many left tackle prospects. They're all right tackles. They're all guards. Fano is a player who some people are talking about as a center more than a right tackle because of his length. I think that with all those restrictions, he makes some sense now to be a riser and to move up, especially because he tested well. I think a lot of people are rewatching his tape as usually the outcome of the Combine and talking themselves into him being that 6th overall pick or at least going somewhere in the top 10 with a number of teams looking to find that blindside protector.
All right, talking themselves into means you think it'd be a reach at 6 then?
No, not in that regard. Well, the thing is it's not a reach for this draft. It's not. There's just, after we get past the blue chippers of Jeremiah Love and Caleb Downs and Sonny Styles and Arvell Reese, there's really not any other like premier prospects. There's good prospects, and there's really going to be a close bucket range of projections and grades. So if you had a late first on Freeling in a bad draft class, it's justifiable to take a premier position like that, a premium position like that much earlier than you normally would.
All right, so is it fair to suggest that maybe Freeling could be a good left tackle and maybe like a Mauignoa or a Fano could be a very good or even great right tackle? Is that kind of the debate we're having if it's between the tackles?
Yeah, that's the way that I've perceived it is, what do you value more, the rarity of finding a plus left tackle, a guy who is an average to slightly above average starter versus Fano. For me, Fano's like a fine prospect, but Mauignoa and Vega Ione are the two offensive linemen that I see as, these guys are premier players that can go on to become like all pros because they're so steady and they're so consistent and reliable. That is what the discussion is. The discussion is, would we much rather have those positions that are a little bit less premier and go for the left tackle and go with Freeling? So that's kind of what it comes down to my eyes.
Can you explain something to me? Why is it when people talk about Spencer Fano, like last year, all we did was talk about Will Campbell's arm length and what a big problem that was, and then Fano's he's got shorter arms than Will Campbell. Why does that not seem to be nearly the problem, or is it? And it's now going to start to be when we talk about him.
If I recall correctly, I think Fano still had longer arms than Campbell did, but the big difference and the separation that kind of comes down to with the discussion is that Campbell had a historically short wingspan. So he had really narrow shoulders, which is super weird to like try and project him to play left tackle. And that was what produced the issues. Is not only is it he's got short arms, but he also lacks making up for length with not having an effective wingspan to make up for it. I think also for Fano, and I think a lot of people are starting to do now, he's also a right tackle, which simplifies the conversation. Left tackle is you need to be a really good pass setter, and you need to be able to have that length to make yourself a really good player against premier pass rushers that you're going to be going to war with every single play. If Fano plays right tackle, it's less of a major need. But I feel like a lot more people are willingly projecting Fano as a guard or a center right now. And Fano, this is the biggest difference in why I like Fano, and also Mally Noah said this as well. He was willing to snap, and he was willing to be very public about, like, hey, I'll play wherever you want me to. I kind of have been frustrated by Campbell for some reason being stubborn in the regard of, like, I have to play left tackle, I'm a left tackle, I have to play there. That's part of the difference in the conversation about both prospects.
Joe, looking to, as you said it, some of the blue chip names there. A year ago, the Browns take Quinshon Judkins with the 35th pick, the third pick in the second round. Traditional stats say he was very good. The advanced stats are kind of critical of his performance. Sitting at 6 there, you could obviously have a chance there at Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love. Should Quinshon Judkins being here take them out of the running for Jeremiah Love?
I would say yes, just in the sense that not only did you take Judkins, but you also double dipped. You took two running backs rather, to have drafted Dylan Sampson as well. I feel like that there's been an investment at running back. I think if you wanted to add another running back in that regard, you should do it much later in the draft. You should do it with a role-specific player to add into the mix. I think it would at least be worth considering. I think that Jeremiah Love is vastly more impactful than Quinshon Judkins. Judkins, to me, is more of a grinder, short area running back that is going to pick you up 3-4 yards, but is not going to like truly explosively separate. I know that he tested on at a solid 40 time in his pre-draft process, but Jeremiah Love is a guy who touches the rock. He gets a little bit of space and he's taking it to the house. But the biggest thing that I always come back to, and this is not like a direct, actually Browns fans understand, they're not in a clear win now situation at this current moment. I think that if you need to be a team that feels like you're in the up and up, a team that has the settled quarterbacks, that maybe has the offensive line that you can pave the run lanes for your premier running back to succeed in. We just watched the Raiders draft Ashton Jeanty really early last year, and he was getting mauled before he could make it to the line of scrimmage. And that completely took away from a player of his caliber. It took away from his play style and his role of being this home run threat. He couldn't do any of the things that he was destined to do. So I don't think that the Browns should be looking at a running back when it feels like they've got more offensive needs that they need to address.
What's your comp, though? Because I see now a couple other people have come out, and now we got Saquon comps, and the level of talent that people believe Jeremiah Love has is I just feel like it's different than what it was maybe even a month and a half ago, while always respecting his talent. I didn't hear the Saquon comps a month and a half ago.
Yeah, he's not far off from talent to Saquon, but Saquon's just so rare in terms of the fact that he's much thicker, much heavier than Jeremiah Love is, and he can really barrel through contact. Now, Jeremiah Love deceptively is a physical player. Like he is going to be able to run through contact, and he's willing to. He's not just like a pure speed guy that's just looking for the big play. He will hit you. I've seen also Jahmyr Gibbs comps, which is kind of weird because he's much bigger than Jahmyr Gibbs. My comp that I've had this whole time, and I do have a comp for him, unlike last week for the players you asked me about, I think he's Darren McFadden. And if anyone remembers, Darren McFadden was really good for a spurt with the Raiders. Like, I think that he is, the way that he runs, he's a little bit upright to a degree. He's got a big build. McFadden ran in the 4.3s. Like, that is a dude who, both of them, they get the rock. There's a little bit of space. It's going to the house. If he needs to get physical and grind you out, he absolutely will. Darren McFadden's the one that I keep coming back to.
Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst. We have him every single Tuesday here at 3:20 on Afternoon Drive on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Ty Simpson was a big talking point this week. There was a lot of emphasis on the early games and how the first maybe 8 games, 9 games, he looked at like the better quarterback than Fernando Mendoza. The Browns clearly need a quarterback at some point in the next 2 years. Todd McShay saying yesterday on Up and Adams that he could see Ty Simpson going as high as 6 to the Browns. The Browns have 6, 24, and 39. At any point in those picks, should the Browns bring on Ty Simpson? Are they in a position to make this work with him?
I think at pick 6 is just a little bit rich for me for them to go with Ty Simpson. I think that Simpson is a first-round prospect. I think that if Jackson Dart could have been picked as early as he was last year, Simpson to me is a better prospect, and he's got a higher ceiling in my eyes than Jackson Dart. I just think at 6 overall, though, just like Jackson Dart last year, he's more so going to fit in the middle to the back end of the first round. And the reason why I'm bringing up Dart is because, like, Dart in a normal quarterback year is probably an early second-rounder, and he's a little bit more in that Andy Dalton, Kirk Cousins bucket of plus starter with the right right roster around him, right offensive line, right run game, right receivers. I think that Simpson's got a little bit more to him than Dart does, and in a bad quarterback class this year, the lack of experience for him is going to be a detraction on his draft stock, but he very much could fit somewhere in there because there's just so few options. I think when you look at the Browns, if that first pick, the 6th overall pick, they can address one of their primary needs and grab one of these prospects that are in the upper tier of prospects. If it is Freeling, if it is Malinois, if it is maybe them looking at one of the defensive guys, if they choose to go that route, maybe they were use that pick on Tyson or on Tate. I think that if they had the opportunity to take him somewhere in the teens and trade up, that would be the much better approach. 6 overall is just a little bit too high for me, but I think that Simpson did a lot of great things for himself with how he threw. He was clearly the best passer in the on-field drills. Wasn't perfect, but still had the best anticipation, was the cleanest. The ball was exactly where it needed to be. It really didn't feel like, with all these other guys as erratic as they were, it really didn't feel like a lot of the receivers had to move or truly adjust to come down with catches. And the biggest thing at the end of the day was him filling out his frame. I feel like everybody that I talked to kept mentioning how slight a frame he was, and him being back up to 210 is a really, really positive sign.
Did you read anything into Carnell Tate and his slow 40 time?
No, because I don't think that's how he wins. I was Carnell Tate is the perfect example of everybody wigging out over a number. And you just know that most of the people that were wigging out over the number didn't really watch him play because he's not a 4.4 guy. I thought maybe he'd be like a 4.49 guy, but like that's we're talking semantics and like really tight differences in numbers. He got 2 runs. Maybe if he ran a third one, he could have ran that fast. He wins because he's more of a long strider that picks up speed gradually. He wins over the middle of the field because he's a really subtle, nuanced route runner. He's got great concentration. He can win in traffic. I'm not drafting him to be a burner. I think that I'm focused on him being a really good complementary piece. But the one thing that I come down to, why I'm not bothered by it, some people have been projecting him as this like high impact, pure number 1 wide receiver that plugs in and has just an immediate 1,000-yard role and could go and become like a top target for a team and have like this projectable, like easy track towards becoming maybe like a top 10 receiver in the NFL. I see him more as having a T. Higgins type role as a team's second best receiver and being really good and reliable, but never really being the primary option. That's still incredibly valuable though, that as we all know. So no, I'm not really worried about the 40 time. It doesn't really mean anything to me.
All right, one before we go. A big picture with the Browns and the other quarterback they put in that room, beyond Shedeur and Deshaun and Dillon Gabriel, assuming Dillon's still here. Whether it's in the draft or free agency or trade, should the Browns build a quarterback room to win as many games as they possibly can this year? Or should they build a quarterback room that they can later defend and say, hey, at least we tried?
I think in the vein of that questioning, I've had one, and maybe this will be perceived as toxic, I've had one guy that I think fits with maybe both of those narratives. I think that they should take a swing on Anthony Richardson. Anthony Richardson's 23 years old. I can already tell that you guys hate this. He's 23 years old. He's the same age as Ty Simpson. He is, if you can get him for a day 3 pick, he is the equivalent of drafting a quarterback this year. He is an otherworldly athlete. If you can get him out there, and if Todd Monken, who schemed up for Lamar Jackson, who's another otherworldly athlete, and try and get something out of him, just something, and he starts to show some positive signs toward the end of the season, you're showing a path. You're showing a path of success to maybe build around him. And you know what? If he stinks and he's not good, which is probably the reality here of what actually happens, the 2027 draft is going to have some actual legitimate options for them to turn to, and they'll be picking higher if Anthony Richardson ends up stinking. I just think people forget how young he is and how little he's played in his just career since high school. It's a totally viable approach for a team like the Browns, who keeps cycling through quarterbacks, to just take a shot on a kid who's, again, 23 years old, and to treat him like he is their 1-year draft pick, and to see if there's anything that they can extract out of him.
Counterpoint, Joe, he left the field because he was tired in an NFL game.
I get that. Maybe he'd be less tired in Cleveland.
That's true.
Do we have better oxygen or something?
Well, no, I think what happens is he's going to run around a lot more because the offensive line's not going to be good. He's going to build up strong lung capacity. Joe, we appreciate you, buddy. Talk to you next week.
Thanks, Joe.
Of course. Thanks, guys.
It was a great call, none the Anthony Richardson thing. I mean, come on. What are we doing?
Yeah, but he knows that, though. That's the fun thing about that. Joe knows how that ended. He knows.
Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst on the Make It Right Call Kyle Ryan hotline. We'll react to what he had to say and how the math changed after the combine for the Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, afternoon drive. Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, from 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
No, because I don't think that's how he wins. I was Carnell Tate is the perfect example of everybody wigging out over a number, and you just know that most of the people that were wigging out over the number didn't really watch him play because he's not a 4-4 guy. I thought maybe he'd be like a 4-4-9 guy. He wins because he's more of a long strider that picks up speed gradually. He wins over the middle of the field because he's a really subtle, nuanced route runner. He's got great concentration. He can win in traffic. I'm not drafting him to be a burner. I think that I'm focused on him being a really good complementary piece.
That is Joe DeLeon of A to Z Sports, NFL draft analyst. He joins us every single Tuesday at 3:20, giving us his take on Carnell Tate's 20-yard dash. I don't know what was more, 40-yard dash numbers, which were low for some people. I don't know what was more ridiculous. The reaction to Carnell Tate, and again, anybody that watched Ohio State knows that that's what his game is and what it isn't.
Yeah.
Or Adam Schefter, who basically the Carnell Tate's agent was freaking out about the 40-yard dash, and Adam Schefter posting a very clearly written by an agent tweet about how there's nothing to see here.
That was very weird. And then also the ensuing battle that is happening post all of this, where teams are arguing on behalf of Carnell Tate that the number is actually much better, and the systems used to measure the 40 time was just off for his.
Yeah.
It's like, wait, hold on. We ran 34 different wide receiver prospects, but Carnell Tate's got the one that's a little fuzzy.
No, that was the one.
It was just so weird.
There was a solar flare that hit
honestly,
Indianapolis
that's
right
one of
in that moment.
They're saying the laser timing on it was what was off. I've never heard that before, but they're attributing it to the laser timing being off. It's like, you got to be kidding me.
This goes back to the Middlecoff conversation we had yesterday, where John Middlecoff said that, that teams and prospects are getting scared away from Indianapolis because of all the kind of reaction to this.
Yeah.
Which is a great time to remind teams, players, their agents, social media is not real and it can't hurt you. I just want to point out that 5 guys named Chet in their mom's basements being really pissed about Carnell Tate's 40-yard dash, they don't make the picks.
Also, I'm going to go out on a limb here. It's pro day time. Probably look better. Just gonna lay that one out there. I'll do it because you guys won't do it. I think it's pro day time. Going to look a little bit better.
I got to say, this is why you're Jonathan Peterlin.
That's right. Nobody can really just put down that analysis like I can right there.
It's interesting, where, when we talked about the Monroe Freeling thing, there's a little bit of hesitance for me talking about, can you get the 11th best at ceiling if he plays to his ceiling? Can you get the 11th best left tackle in the NFL versus maybe a Mauig Noah, who maybe could be the 5th best right tackle?
Mm-hmm.
I think it conflates and maybe compromises the conversation when then we go to, okay, but you could also take maybe a strong number 2 wide receiver and Carnell Tate at 6.
Yeah.
And again, none of this is to say the Browns don't have options to get good players. But I think I think people were frustrated last year because they look at Mason Graham and say, good player, useful player, but not great player. Quinshon Judkins, good running back, but maybe not great running back. Schlesinger is great at what he does. But I think there's a concern that the Browns still don't have enough difference makers. I don't know that's what this draft is going to be for you, though.
I mean, the way that Joe talks about it is basically there's 4 guys that are difference makers, and that's it. And so everybody else, it's on the table. You can take Monroe Freeling, even if you think he's going to be the 11th best left tackle, at number 6 in a spot where in most drafts you wouldn't really do such a thing. It's all right in this draft.
So, but when we get to that conversation, I think that's why I think Jordan Tyson, if we took the injuries off, I think Jordan Tyson is a blue chipper. I think anybody that's watched Jordan Tyson play the last couple of years, that kid is a certified baller. I think he is the one guy that I'm most comfortable saying is a number one receiver in this class. And I think that's like, all right, I've got a guy who I think has a reasonable chance of being a number one receiver, being your JSN, being your holy crap, overly productive, making a quarterback, which really is going to matter this year. But the injuries, which could just turn everything for naught, or I can get you a top 15 tackle. And I just think it's a really tough conversation. If you're the Browns, it doesn't feel as if there's that easy win this year.
Well, how safe do they want to go is the question. Because like tackles are just so much easier to project out as well. The hit rate on tackles in the first round is just much higher than it is for wide receivers. So you're going to take the risk on a wide receiver that comes with injuries, but has an extremely high ceiling, or are you just going to play it safe? Play it right down the middle. Get somebody that most Browns fans aren't going to ever really complain about, and you're going to be satisfied that he did so many years down the line.
So like we realize Monroe Freeling, kind of going for like a just better than Jed Wills with like a motor, right? Because like Jed Wills at his best was like an average left tackle. I think that's kind of what we're going to be playing with here. And again, I left tackle. He's built like a left tackle. There's not a lot of guys in this class. Even Caleb Lamu, who I like out of Utah, who I think is a little nastier and more experienced, he could end up being a right tackle in the NFL because of the arm situation. He's not T-Rex, but
little baby arms.
He just doesn't have the reach.
That's the thing, man. Fano even, I brought that up. Like, and he did. He had a lower arm span than Will Campbell, and Will Campbell's like the one that kicked all this off last year.
So like And like, are we going to be realistic about what you're getting out of the 6th pick? Because, again, I would err on the side of if you have the number 6 pick, I need a franchise changer. But I can also understand the argument for Monroe Freeling.
Listen, based off the Mason Graham stuff that happened last year, I think we will be, because it's not as if many Browns fans look at the end of the last year and are like, "Whoa, Mason Graham, that just didn't work out." Like, no, a lot of people are like, "All right, he didn't win Defensive Player of the Year for his rookie year, but he also." It was good enough. And honestly, I think that all this matters too, what else you do in the draft and in other spots. I think Mason Graham got to have more leeway because you did hit in so many other areas. Because Schlesinger exists, you get to go and then ahead and be like, all right, we'll give Mason Graham a couple more years to figure this whole thing out and be the game wrecker and be everything you want him to be when you're pick 5.
So fair, and I think that's a very fair rebuttal. The difference is, I think it's really hard for any organization to go 5 for 5 with their first 5 picks back-to-back years.
It's incredibly hard, but I think it's what saved Andrew Berry's job. And so now Andrew Berry is living with this. It's got to be the weight of the world type pressure that he's got to go another 5 for 5, 6 for 6, whatever that ends up being. And on top of it, he's got to showcase it as early as he did last year, which was also insane when we think about it.
216-474-0092. Would you rather have a really good, like a plus starting left tackle, or a great right tackle? And price tag aside, the quarterback conversation without all the other crap in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Very explosive offense over there for the last 3 seasons, and they were at the top of the league in many, many key categories. And of course, it takes a Lamar Jackson to do a lot of that, but he brought over a veteran staff, so I think these guys are going to be able to hit the ground running, and let's see what Todd has.
Listen for Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com, Thursday mornings at 8:20 on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Oh, boy. As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. John Fanta, NBC Sports, talking some Cavs basketball. Maybe a little bit of Browns here in about 20 minutes time there. Maybe Guardians. I'm just going to say we're going to talk Cleveland sports with John Fanta in about 20 minutes there. But the news that I guess would be expected, but certainly maybe not today. Adam Schefter tweeting out within the last 5 minutes here, the Cardinals have informed Kyler Murray they intend to release him on the first day of the league year next Wednesday, barring a trade between now and then. He gets into the cap nonsense and all that. I don't think it's an intentional. I don't think it's. I do think it's intentional, rather, that in the verbiage here, barring a trade. There's still a chance that Kyler could be traded here, but my interest in Kyler Murray for the Cleveland Browns, which again has always been situational, was based on if he's a free agent. Provided that he actually gets to free agency, then it becomes what does Kyler Murray really value in his next stop?
Well, and so it's important, though, that we talk about like some of the cap stuff and everything like that. Because the $36.8 million charge is there, it's going to be like Russell Wilson when he went to the Steelers. So you're going to be paying the minimum in order to get Kyler Murray's services. So like we talked about, like, what's the best picture scenario? You are more likely than not, unless something crazy happens in the next 9 days, you're not going to be paying any trade compensation, and he's going to be playing for the Browns for, I don't know, $1 million. Like you can't get cheaper and you can't get better than what Kyler Murray would be offering up. It's just what do you have to tell him in order to get him here?
Yeah, and I think from Kyler's standpoint, because anywhere he goes that isn't New York, there's going to be, like the Jets, who's going to compete with Kyler there as of right now? Unless they draft Ty Simpson and do the old, the Kirk Cousins where, hey, Kyler, you're our guy. And in the draft, all of a sudden they draft somebody with the
old Michael Penix switcheroo.
Which I wouldn't advise, but it's the Jets.
Without the $100 million.
If I'm Kyler and I look at this and go, would I rather compete with a coach, by the way, that's had success with a style of quarterback similar to what I can play in a mobile quarterback or a dual threat quarterback in Todd Monken, and my like competition is washed Deshaun Watson, who's more interested in Instagram videos than maybe playing these days, or Shedeur Sanders, or do I want to go to Minnesota and face against J.J. McCarthy? who's still got some juice there, and try and fit into Kevin O'Connell's offense.
Yeah, is Monken a selling point in this equation? He's not. He's never a selling point versus Kevin O'Connell in many ways. But what Monken did with Lamar Jackson has to appeal to Kyler Murray. Plus the idea that if you signed him, like you're telling him you get to be the starting quarterback.
Yeah, and if I'm Kyler, I think this has been the underreported thing. I know the injuries are a problem there. I know he's a bit of a he's a different guy, right? He's also a little micro machine, right? But if I'm Kyler, I maybe felt a little shoehorned in to an offense playing in the Kevin Stefanski offense, the Drew Petzing offense. It's not the same offense going to Minnesota, but it is similar principles of what you're going to have to do and being fit into somebody else's box. I do think Todd Monken being able to prove that he can build an offense around Jameis Winston and then Lamar Jackson, two different quarterbacks, I think you can make a selling point there if you're the Browns. And again, I might feel better about beating out Shedeur Sanders, who the Browns have a 5th-round pick invested in, versus a former first-rounder in like Minnesota or even Atlanta where Michael Penix Jr.
I mean, this is much more appetizing to someone like myself than the Malik Willis convo and paying all that money while also committing to Malik Willis for X amount of years. Like, this is, I'm not calling it an ideal scenario, but for the Browns, this would be about as good as it gets if they don't want to see what Shedeur can do next year and they just want to try to get as many wins as they possibly can and then let the chips fall where they may.
And I think that's where, like, we've almost gotten bogged down in the nuance of the price tag, right? Like Anthony Richardson for free, sure, I'll do it. Anthony Richardson for a 5th-round pick, not on your damn life. That should be a developmental offensive lineman that 2 years from now might be able to start for the Cleveland Browns. I have no interest in giving it for a quarterback that I think there's about a 1% probability that guy does anything in the NFL, no matter how good his combine still looks 3 years later. But I say that to say, like, if we get to price tag aside, just who are the actual best quarterbacks, not perceptionally best, like who are the guys who've done the most that you think you might be able to get out of? The two guys that I think of that make sense are Kyler and Mac Jones. Those are guys with first-round pedigree. They are guys who have ascribed to a certain level, or not ascribed, but have achieved a certain level in the NFL. And perceptionally, they are challenged because of this idea of their value and who they weren't in the NFL. That's the engine that drove Baker Mayfield to Tampa Bay on a 1-year, $6 million prove-it deal. That's the engine.
Yeah, very same thing.
That took Sam Darnold all the way to San Francisco and up to Minnesota on a 1-year, $10 million deal. When we get into, can we find, and again, it's heavy, it's loaded now because Sam Darnold is a Super Bowl winning quarterback, but when we try and find who's the guy with first-round value that people don't look at in that way anymore, Kyler Murray and Mac Jones are the two guys, price aside, whatever you're going to pay to get them, are the guys that make the most sense this offseason. And I think if you get the other things right next year, we could be talking about the Browns in a very competitive situation.
But now you get to throw the price into this, and I think the price becomes a feature, not a bug, when we talk about Kyler Murray. Like, this is an important part of this conversation. Like, if I was in the anything but Shedeur camp, the way that it feels like some people exist in, you should be screaming about how Kyler Murray is right there, and what do we have to do to get Kyler Murray? Like, again, like the idea that you'd be paying next to nothing to not only acquire him, but the actual price tag within this, like this is a mega deal, all things considered. I think he's the best quarterback on the market, and he also comes with the best, friendliest version for the Browns as well. Like, that's you can't just let these opportunities go, which is whether or not he wants to come here.
Yeah, and I think that will end up being, like, what does Kyler Murray truly value? Is it the name brand of Kevin O'Connell and what Kevin O'Connell did for Sam Darnold?
With no guarantees, by the way. It would scare the hell out of me if I was Kyler Murray.
And I think that's fair, but he would be able to play and even though he's playing in a cold weather market, and there's a lot of cold weather opponents, you do get half the season in the dome.
Yeah, that's fair.
Whereas in Cleveland,
kid that grew up in Texas, that does matter.
And so, and I also, here's the other thing. I don't know what Kyler thinks of Deshaun. And I don't mean like personally. I mean like does Kyler think Deshaun has anything left? And I think that's something the Browns would have to answer to of like, hey, Kyler, just so you know, Deshaun's going to be here. We would rather walk upon glass for 18 weeks than ever actually play him on the field. Mm-hmm. So he'll be here, but he's not going to be here, if that makes sense. I actually think the Deshaun thing might be a bigger hindrance to you signing Kyler Murray than maybe Shedeur would.
That's interesting. If I was Kyler, I really wouldn't concern myself with Deshaun or Shedeur. I would enter with the idea that I have assurances this is my job. Like everything that Todd Monken told us in the past week and a half about this open competition and this being a real battle and everyone's going to get a chance, that would just go out the window. Like Kyler Murray would be coming here with the assurances he's the week one guy, and that's kind of case closed.
Well, and to build on the idea of the baked-in value of Kyler, I think the guy who was, again, anywhere from 25 to 30 touchdowns combined between rushing and passing, and within 12 turnovers or less a year, which is what you got for most of the Kyler experience when he's been healthy. I think that guy is in there. And I think if you take a one-year Russell Wilson-type deal for Kyler this year, I think that allows you to then put your full resources into building the offensive line and maybe making a run at another decent wide receiver. And I do think that's how, do I think that you can get this offense to be a top 10 offense next year? No, I don't. There's just not the resources out there. There's not the right mix of prospects and free agents and all that. Do I think if that defense can still be 90% of what it was last year, and this offense is the 14th best offense in the NFL, do I think that gives you a chance to be really interesting, more interesting than people realize in Todd Monken's first year? Absolutely. And that really is. I said it to start the show. The crux of this, and I think if it's in Todd Monken's best interest to win as many games as he can this year. It just is.
Well, then Kyler is the answer. If that's their reality, Kyler is the answer because he's going to give you the best chance to win as many games as possible. Now, again, he's never won a playoff game in his career, but I can argue he's never had a defense the way that this Browns defense is either, and that's a big component to all of this. By the way, I did look up. He's actually thrived in cold weather games. Oddly enough, he's not played in 1,045-degree and under games, but he's played in a handful, and he's got a 103.5 passer rating, 8 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. In a weird twist, Kyler Murray is actually not bad in cold weather.
He's still an itty-bitty quarterback.
That part's not going away.
And I do think, because of his size and because of his style, I think there's a limitation here. Of course there is. There's no quarterback that you could get this offseason that doesn't have some sort of a limitation. But this is about risk management, and it's about giving. Listen, I really do. The one thing I feel most passionate about is anybody that goes out there this year for the Browns that is putting their necks, their knees, their life on the line, and that's a little heavy-handed with the life on the line, but certainly putting their physical well-being on the line. Mm-hmm. I don't want to lie to them again. I don't think you really gave them a chance between Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco, and the rookies last year. I don't. And I don't want to do that again. Football is a brutal sport, and there's a lot of guys in that room that deserve the chance to compete. I think Kyler Murray gives you a chance to compete, depending on what happens with Mac Jones in San Francisco. I think Mac Jones gives you a chance to compete. All the other guys that we've talked about to some degree or another, I look at and go, well, I don't really the probability's so low with those guys. Kyler, I think, is a decent probability player of working out. Mac Jones, I think, is a decent probability of working out type player. Everybody else, I look at Malik Willis and I'm like, that's a 15% chance he's actually lives up to that deal.
Yeah, for sure. If we're just weighing the pros and the cons of it all, Kyler brings a lot more pros to the table. And again, now he's on the friendliest of friendliest deals in order to get him here. And it's just the idea you have to convince him that Monken's going to be able to bring something out of him that these other places can't.
Short and sweet on Twitter saying, the Browns are about to bleep this all up once again. Stop being greedy and back one of the guys you already have. You're only showing that you don't know what you're doing. Show some loyalty and confidence in these guys, and maybe you'll get better play. I don't know why Deshaun or Shedeur, to this point, deserves your absolute looking at the rest of the market and going, under no circumstance am I going to bring another quality quarterback in.
I just don't understand the loyalty line. It's the NFL. You don't have to have loyalty to anybody. The whole job is to try to get the best team you possibly can at any cost. You don't have to worry about loyalty.
Also, this is a numbers game. The one way in which this quarterback room will be similar to last year, it's going to be, all right, you've got 3 lottery tickets. Will one of them scratch off and you maybe get $10 if you spend $1?
Mm-hmm, yeah. I also look at it Kyler's coming off this major injury that he had that kept him out for last season. If he gets injured again, you still have to have pieces and parts, and whether it's Shedeur or Deshaun, somebody there in order to basically catch him when they fall. But the season with Kyler, if he can play all 17, it gives you the best chance to win the most amount of games. It's just whether or not you want to do that for the 2027 draft. That's the question the Browns have to ask themselves, and I would bet they do.
and it is, can you get the B version of we've gotten the C or worse version of Kyler the last 2 years because of injuries and other factors. Can you get the B or better version of Kyler? And that's about context. Well, the reason why the context doesn't make sense with Ty Simpson is you're taking away one of the things, one of your limited resources to make the context around Ty Simpson work, and then you're playing the time game. Well, Kyler will be ready to go. He's a 7-year vet.
Yeah.
And again, he doesn't cost a draft pick, at least unless a trade materializes from somebody, and he doesn't really cost a whole lot of cap space as well.
I can make an argument 2 years ago was actually not a bad year for Kyler by any stretch. It was actually one of his better years in more recent accounting. It was better than his 2022 and his 2023. So, like, just as recently as 2 years ago, I think it was 9th in QBR when it was all said and done, which is not a metric I like to use, but just something to tell you he didn't flat out suck.
216-474-0092. Kyler Murray's been informed he will be released if a trade does not materialize by the new league year. How much interest should the Browns have in Kyler Murray? I think especially for free on a Russell Wilson type deal, if your intent is to win in 2026, to make a lot of sense for the Cleveland Browns, it's now just becomes, what does Kyler want? John Fanta, what does he want at quarterback, and what does he think about the confident Cavaliers in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan?
Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
Sign up to be a part of the Fan Club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. You guys can take our poll right now. At Nick Wilson says, if the Browns signed Kyler Murray to a Russell Wilson Steelers-type deal, how many games would you expect them to win in 2026? About 1,000 votes in already.
Oh, wow. They're really flooding the timeline.
It's only been up for about 5 minutes. But again, you know how Browns fans operate, especially on the Twitter machine. Right now, about 36% of people saying 5 or less wins. 27% being the next most vote, getting 6 to 7 wins, 6, 7,
8, 9,
and then 18% each for 10 plus wins or 8 to 9 wins. So only about 36% of the audience on Twitter that's voted to this point thinking Kyler Murray could have the Browns in playoff contention next year.
Early returns from social media, it seems like people are very, very against this, and I'm very confused as to why. I mean, if you just don't like Kyler Murray, you don't like Kyler Murray. I can't sell you on Kyler if you just don't like him. But this could not have been a more ideal scenario for the Browns, considering it's like a Steelers-type friendly deal with Russell Wilson, so you're paying nothing, and it's not a trade, so he just has to say yes to you.
Yeah, and ultimately, if you want them to lose anyways, then shouldn't you be signing up for Kyler Murray? Like,
right.
If you just think he's no good, and listen, the injuries are real. The fact that he's a micro machine of a human being is real, but you have to think about from the, let's take the cost and factor it in here versus the upside. Kyler Murray actually has had winning seasons in the NFL, which Malik Willis hasn't. Kyler Murray actually is ready to play football in 2026, which Ty Simpson isn't.
I mean, he's a real quarterback, Nick. Let's talk about it from that perspective.
He's a boy.
He's a real boy. He's a real quarterback. He can bring you real things to this team. Doesn't mean you're guaranteed to win a playoff game. He never won a playoff game in his career. But it does mean at least you're in a conversation with a weak schedule to go ahead and make some noise.
Agatong on Twitter saying, which I think is how I'm supposed to say it, saying, bring in Jacoby instead. I'd rather a good quarterback, but, hey, Jacoby, he's nice fella. You guys can vote on that. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin, at Afternoon 923 FAN. Our man on the scene, John Fanta, going to weigh in on this. He's Cleveland's own NBC Sports man about town, John Fanta. His time of the year, too. College basketball heating up on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. John, welcome to the show, buddy.
Here we go, guys. Great to be with you, talking to you courtside at Madison Square Garden. Right now.
Oh, look at that. Wow. So, of course, when we think about big city, we got to think about the Miami Redhawks. Bruce Pearl, TNT analyst now, longtime college basketball coach, said they have no shot, shouldn't have a shot to make the tournament outside of winning their own conference tournament. The Miami AD has since responded. Where do you stand on this David versus Goliath, Bruce Pearl versus the Miami Redhawks basketball program?
The Miami Redhawks should be in the NCAA tournament, especially if they finish their regular season with a win over Ohio. If they go into Cleveland undefeated, anything can happen in a conference tournament, no matter what the league is. And I do believe that an Akron or a Kent State could emerge as MAC champion. I think the league is very good. I think it's as good as it's been in a long time. You cannot sit here and tell me that the season is worth playing if you went undefeated in the regular season, then showed up to a neutral court where you could be playing a pseudo road game with the amount of fans that an Akron or a Kent would bring, and that then you don't deserve to be in March Madness. Miami University deserves to dance unless they lose their next 2 games. They were to lose to Ohio and then lose in their first game in the MAC tournament. But I do believe, even with a loss to Ohio, that if they made the MAC final and they were to fall, that team has put together months and months. I know they don't have any quadrant one wins. For those who don't know that's the best quality win you could have in college basketball. But it's also because a lot of people would not play them. They asked for people to play them, and they would not, because high major teams in college basketball are afraid of the risk involved. They won't play people, and that's wrong. the Red Hawks deserve to dance. What's the point of college basketball if you go undefeated in your regular season and you're not one of 68 selected to the field? There would be no point. Let those kids into March Madness.
All right, let's get to the Kyler Murray discussion. You heard us coming in. Where do you stand with Kyler Murray? The idea that he would be here on, because it's a $36.8 million hit that he still is going to have with Arizona. So it'd basically be like $1 million. It would be offsetting. It would be about as cheap as you can get, and you also wouldn't have to trade. Are you interested in the Kyler Murray business?
I'm interested in the business, and I think that he would be a part of 6 or 7 wins, but I don't think many people other than, some delusional folks think the Browns are not going to win 10-plus games next year. They're just not. I mean, if you think that they are, I don't know what to tell you, but I mean, I got a bridge for you to buy, because that's not my expectation level for them. And if it is for you guys and that's what you want, I would love to know what the route is for that. But for that cheap, I would be willing to bring him in. I think the Browns are going to have to go and get a veteran quarterback. And Kyler obviously is coming off of, a season in which he plays 5 games, and there's a lot of unknowns with him, but the year prior to that threw for close to 4,000 yards. So I'm interested in it. I'm interested in having the conversation, because I do think it's necessary for this franchise to go and get someone that has some years of NFL experience on their roster for training camp. Now, am I saying that he is a foregone conclusion starter for this football team? No, but am I supportive of the idea that I could pay on the cheap and have him around for the competition and see if he could win it and see if Todd Monken and him could mesh and vibe? Yes, I'm interested in that concept.
All right, in this line then, John, if we put all the price tag aside, the draft collateral, the financial stuff, the years it would cost, who is, bar none, just hands down, the best quarterback the Browns could add this offseason?
Don't take too long now, John.
Yeah.
I don't know. Who's realistic, right?
I mean, anybody available seems realistic.
Yeah, but it doesn't feel like that's going to be a thing for the Cleveland Browns, because there's all this discourse about Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders and what could happen with that. But what's your roadmap? Who do you want?
I think we've both been pretty vocal about Kyler Murray, if it's going to go down that way.
I also am interested to some degree in Mac Jones.
That was I guess those are the two that come up, but it's not like there's a home run name that's out there. That's why I was a little bit taken aback by the question, just because I'm thinking to myself, who could it be? Who? There's no one out there that checks every box. So you really can't be picky on this. I mean, you can be, but what can you really expect if it's Mac Jones and Kyler Murray? It's not like there's a selection of 7 or 8 guys that are out there for the Browns to choose from. This is not Cleveland Idol. I sure wish it was, but it's not. I mean, everything aside, no, I'm not interested in, I wasn't interested in the Kirk Cousins type thing. I know, there was some Daniel Jones type discourse, but I don't think that the Browns, I think that Kyler Murray and Mac Jones are both more valuable than the other options that I've seen. And the other options that we've seen, although the Colts placed a transition tag on Daniel Jones, the New York Times reports here in the last hour. First on a quarterback in 30 years, nonetheless. That just happened in the last hour. But Mac Jones and Kyler Murray are the two guys that I've always looked at with both of you. To me, of the two, Murray threw for close to 4,000 yards in 2024, has done it 4 times in his career where he's thrown for close to 4,000 yards. So, I know that there's some durability. I know that there's some, can he make it work? But I'm interested in this. I think that this fits where the Browns are at as an organization. I would be very interested in Murray. If he says no, do you feel like the plan then is Shedeur and Deshaun and they just kind of battle it out and we go from there? Well, I still think that there's more. To me, Mac Jones, I'm not going to sit here and say that he solves all the problems, okay? But I do think, guys, that it's important for this organization to go and get a quarterback, someone else, not a first-round pick in the NFL draft. They have too many other needs as a franchise than to go and draft another quarterback, especially that early. I know Andrew Berry said in his press conference it's the most important position and whatnot. You know, I almost want to look back and say, yeah, okay, most important position. Nice job drafting Dylan Gabriel in the 3rd round. Yeah, it is the most important position. And one of the draft picks that you exhausted on that was a guy who was not worthy of a 3rd-round pick in a Pee Wee league, nor alone the National Football League. I'm sorry, but it's just the truth. He's not an NFL player. So the fact is, I don't like the idea of Shedeur and Deshaun. I don't know if you two are actually okay with it ultimately, but I am not a fan of that because Deshaun Watson has shown me nothing that says that he can be part of winning in Cleveland. And Shedeur Sanders has yet to show me enough. He should be in the mix. He could be the week 1 starter. He may be deserving of the job, but I think the competition has to be more legitimized. Agree or disagree?
Yeah, to some degree. To some degree. I think it depends on what your actual goal is. If your goal is to have a top 5 pick next year, let it ride, baby.
Yeah.
If your goal is to win as many games, which maybe sets Todd Monken up in the best possible situation this year, then I do think I need something other than Shedeur versus Anthony Richardson versus Deshaun Watson this offseason.
Yeah, John, let me tell you what I like about Shedeur versus Deshaun in this. I think there's a boom or bust component that I'm intrigued by. So if he busts out and it absolutely stinks, then great, you're in position for 2027 and the draft, which I think is ultimately what they're going for anyway. And then if he booms, then great, he booms, and you have an awesome quarterback on a rookie deal.
You like saying boom.
In that moment, yeah. I turn to the Costco guys.
If he – look, I agree with that, Jonathan. I do agree with that. Here's my counter to that. Does the GM align with that thinking? Because in my opinion, the counter that I would give you is if Sanders bombs out, right, and the whole thing drops out, does Barry have the job security to afford another season like this?
Yeah, that's something we just don't know. It seems like right now he feels like he's like the right-hand man of Haslam. You can make an argument that if his draft class this year hits like it did last year, it's not going to matter what happens on the actual field for this one more season.
I don't know if I like. I mean, I don't agree with that a little bit.
We just don't know, John.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, it sounds like 2020. We just don't know. Like, here's the thing. At some point, can you have 3 consecutive seasons of just losing on losing on losing and continue to have your job? Like, I get it. We don't know, but like, what is the expectation level then? I guess only time will tell on what the Browns honestly expect from year 1 of the Monken era, and maybe. Like that, then what I will say is then we have to remember these conversations. We have to remember what they do with the personnel when we evaluate Todd Monken, because it's going to be hard to evaluate your first-year head coach when the stack of cards could be stacked when the deck of cards could be stacked against him. We shouldn't be blaming him if Shedeur Sanders isn't particularly good. I'm okay with the boomer bust. I actually like that school of thought, and honestly, like. In that regard, don't go and get a veteran just to win 7 games. The worst place you can be is purgatory. So I get that. I don't know if the general manager feels the same way as we do when that guy's been in place for as long as he has been. And let's face it, guys, he's probably the next guy. Like when the Browns, I hope that they don't have to make a change in 3 or 4 years. I hope that they don't have to make a change for the next 5 years. Wow. Like I really hope that there's no change and that the head coach hire works out and the GM works out. I think we all hope that. As Browns fans, you should hope for that. You should hope for progression and winning. But let's face it, the next time they have to make a change, that GM is at this point probably the one to go. Does he feel safe enough? Does he feel good enough about his status to say, you know what, I am going to go boom or bust here. Jimmy, this is what we're doing, and this is why we're doing it, but I believe that our draft people are some of the best in the league. They just proved it last year, and they can prove it again for the next 2 drafts. How do you feel?
John, March means Fanta. We know you got a game tonight. Enjoy the Garden, and we'll talk to you next Tuesday.
I love talking with you guys because the discussion is always fun. Happy March, and I look forward to next Tuesday. Thanks, fellas.
Thank you, John.
I really wanted to be first on the moon because now everybody, we have Fanta all year round.
Yeah.
Now all the, the cherry pickers, the Barstool's going to make sure to pick up Fanta, and I wanted to jam them up and be like, who's going to win the championship? Let's get that hard-hitting analysis so we just steal it from them. We didn't get to it. We had too much hard-hitting Browns analysis.
I guess we'll have to wait for next week.
Well, they're gonna snake us by then. You know it. He'll be all over the national stuff by next week, and we'll still have the Brown stuff. But we'll be first on the moon on a national championship. John Fanta there on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. More on Kyler Murray's availability and problem meets solution in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at Lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
NFL free agency begins next week, and this is the place to talk about it. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I'm interested in the business, and I think that he would be a part of 6 or 7 wins. But I don't think many people, other than some delusional folks, think the Browns are not going to win 10-plus games next year. They're just not. I mean, if you think that they are, I don't know what to tell you. But I mean, I got a bridge for you to buy, because that's not my expectation level for them. And if it is for you guys, then that's what you want. I would love to know what the route is for that. But for that cheap, I would be willing to bring him in. Kyler obviously is coming off of, a season in which he plays 5 games, and there's a lot of unknowns with him. But the year prior to that, threw for close to 4,000 yards. So I'm interested in it.
That was John Fanta. I don't know why I started to say Kyler Murray. And then I believe I started to say, bah, and somewhere in there. John Fanta, I will tell you, you sign Kyler Murray. Mm-hmm. You have a productive free agency, and then you go into the draft and have a nice draft where all of a sudden it doesn't look like you have available holes on the offense. I think we get flip-flop and Fanta back before you know it.
Oh, definitely. I think by the end of the call, Fanta seemed like he was engaged and ready to go with it, though. So I don't think it's the hardest sell. If we're talking about quarterbacks you could acquire this offseason that would make Browns fans start to do here we go Brownies chants,
yeah,
I think this is probably the easiest sell that you have.
And I think, it's so funny because I don't disagree with anyone or any of the criticisms of Kyler. Roberto Shenanigans is talking about the independent tape study that was put into Kyler's contract, his first big contract.
Yeah, and back in the Kingsbury years, yeah.
Totally fair. It's a real conversation.
Yeah, I mean, at the time, everyone just kept talking about how he was the last one in, first one out, obsessed with the video games, all this other stuff, which is funny in his goodbye message to Arizona. He was like, I believe we worked really, really hard and all this other stuff, and it's like, that's like the one complaint people have against you. You didn't work hard enough.
The injuries, his diminutive size. I guess I would look at it, and if I'm looking for a guy who the point is to be as competitive as you can this year, and I understand that's not just on the quarterback. You would really have to nail the kind of everything. You'd have to make sure that offensive line is at the very least quality. You definitely would need to make sure you upgrade the wide receiver spot with at the very least one player better than Jerry Jeudy to hit the ground in September. All those things are fair. Mm-hmm. But if my goal is beyond just a one-year thing, and I'm looking at a bridge quarterback, and ideally a bridge quarterback could not just start this year, but into next year and maybe the year after to give you time, even if you aren't in a position to get a quarterback in 2027. Kyler Murray is one of maybe 3 guys this offseason that's available. Kirk Cousins is on a 1-year deal and probably retiring. Malik Willis, you could get 4 games in and just realize Malik Willis ain't it like the Jets did with Justin Fields this year.
Correct, yeah.
I
don't think you're getting better than Kyler.
Yeah.
That's the main point. I don't think that exists, and that doesn't mean he's perfect.
And it doesn't mean he's good enough either.
Right. It doesn't mean we'd be dancing down Euclid trying to be all happy and everything if they signed him. It would just be the reality. If the goal and the exercise for this offseason is get the very, very best quarterback that becomes open on the market, and that by the way, that quarterback also comes with no trade compensation and the cheapest contract imaginable, then guess what? All the stars are aligning. Like that's your Romeo. That's your guy. That's it. Like there's no other choice when it comes to checking out as many boxes as you possibly can for this offseason with that.
So here's what I will tell you. We're about 100,000 votes in now. At Nick Wilson says
we might hit 1 million by the time the show ends.
I think we might. Just got to keep pushing it out there. But if the Browns signed Kyler Murray to a Russell Wilson Steelers type deal, how many wins would you expect in 2026? 5 or less is getting 32% of the vote. That's the most amount that we have. The second most is 6 to 7 wins, 6-7. Then 8 to 9 wins, and then lastly 10-plus wins being 15%. I think if Kyler were healthy, I think the one thing I would pretty much set in stone is that they wouldn't be a 5 or less win team. I couldn't guarantee you much more than that, but I just think I understand why we're here. None of these quarterback options are sexy. None of them feel like a road to anywhere. And the Browns had the worst offense in the NFL last year. It's not hard to be better than that offense last year. And not just better, considerably better. I understand the Browns might end up being a 5-win team this year. I would like them to be more watchable.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah, that'd be nice.
And by more watchable, meaning like, Andrew Berry's correct, by the way, that just because you're a young team doesn't mean that's synonymous with losing. But young teams that win have to be well built. That's the uphill battle that you're climbing on the offensive side of the ball here. Getting a quarterback who I think, again, depressed value. I love that Seth Walder said that yesterday. People talk about Kyler Murray the way that people talked about Baker Mayfield coming out of Carolina in LA. That's where I want. I want the expectations to be low, and I want the price to be low so that I can go about and say, well, maybe now I will take that flyer on Rasheed Walker, and maybe I will take that swing at Alec Pierce as well.
And you want to talk about getting the price at low. This is the very best you can possibly do. And so I don't see much of a downside, if we're being honest. If he sucks, and you do end up with a 5-win season, then great, you're accomplishing the same thing in getting yourself ready for 2027 in the NFL draft. But there's a real chance. You enter a game with a real chance when you have Kyler Murray as your quarterback.
Now, the other big quarterback move, and I know Fanta referred to it as well, the Colts placing a transition tag on Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
And there's some panic in Indianapolis because it's not the franchise tag, somebody else can come in and make a significant offer to Daniel Jones, and if the Colts don't choose to kind of match it, then they would lose Daniel Jones for free. I understand this. There's a world here where I think maybe Minnesota and Indianapolis can have a real conversation here. And Indianapolis can say, maybe we were a little overzealous on the whole Sauce Gardner trade. And maybe, just maybe, we put ourselves in a really sticky wicket for 2026 and 2027. And Minnesota's going to say, we are in a win-now mode, and we do not have the one thing you need, which is a quarterback that can run this offense and hit the ground running. Maybe, just maybe, you could have this conversation of maybe a little agreement here, a 2027 first, and maybe J.J. McCarthy to Indianapolis for Daniel Jones. I'm just thinking out loud here.
But then if you're Indy, you're stuck trying to make the JJ McCarthy thing work, while also then I guess you're just getting ready for the 2027 draft. Well, then in theory you'd have a late first that would, imagine it'd be a late first. That's why Minnie's making the deal, because they plan on being good.
Yeah, but I think you'd probably try and sign a Kyler Murray of your own accord or a Tua Tagovailoa. Basically, have a quarterback room of those two.
If you could do this and then promise yourself that you have Kyler Murray, I think you do it.
Oh, yeah. Or honestly, even Tua in that situation. And I'm not the biggest Tua fan.
If we're talking about places and landing spots, I think there's a lot that makes Indy much more appealing than, let's say, if the rumors right now is that Kyler Murray is going to go to the Jets, I'd rather go play for Indy.
And for people that don't remember, Daniel Jones, before he went to Indy last year, he did spend a nice cup of tea at the end of the previous season in Minnesota. I just think it makes a lot of sense. I think Indianapolis really is going to be in a bad situation with where that roster is and with not having 2 firsts in a row. And I think Minnesota needs a better quarterback than J.J. McCarthy.
It's I don't know. I'm going to be interested to see how this all shakes out. I would imagine that Indy's not only going to get a deal done with Daniel Jones. By the way, how this is set up, they can still get a deal done with Alec Pierce, and apparently they're trying to get that done as soon as possible as well. And so I would imagine Indy doesn't have nearly the shakeup that we're talking about right now when it's all said and done.
I think you're right. I think the concern from,
but I like the moving and shaking though.
I think the concern from the Colts side of things is, you didn't franchise tag Daniel Jones so that you could assure yourself the wiggle room to re-sign Alec Pierce.
And that'd be the problem, yeah.
So if Alec Pierce hits the open market and then somebody comes along and says, hey, Daniel Jones, we're going to pay you $55 million a year, theoretically you could still re-sign Daniel Jones, but now all of a sudden you're re-signing him at an insane price.
Yeah, they'd be putting on a masterclass of how to screw this whole thing up.
Which makes sense for the guy that did trade 2 first-rounders for Sauce Gardner about 3 months ago.
Ever since Irsay died, that whole situation.
So wait, are we out on Carly Irsay now? Am I not?
I think I'm starting to be. Yeah.
I still think she's a bad boss. I think
good for Mac. A little too much time on the sidelines for my liking, maybe.
I think more time.
You want more time on the sidelines?
I think Chris Ballard's the problem. I don't know that. I don't know.
I just wanted to make jokes.
All the criticisms that we've said about Andrew Berry's roster building and kind of planning 2 or 3 years out and being able to nail that, like, oh, we do have guys to develop in certain spots.
Ballard has like a job for life is the problem.
But why?
And he operates like a guy that has had a job for life and is good. Well, I'm sure there's hosts in Indianapolis that are like, why do they think Andrew Berry's got a job for life? I can't figure it out either, friend, but here we are.
I think he's a really nice guy. Really nice guy.
Chris Ballard or Andrew Berry?
Andrew Berry.
Okay.
And he can outflank anybody in the organization that isn't a Haslam.
What do you mean by outflank?
The man created the Deshaun Watson trade, and then somebody else took the fall for the fallout. It makes Succession look like small time. It's the single greatest outflank, and no other GM in the history of the NFL. He must be a genius. Andrew Berry must be reading Sun Tzu.
He would probably tell you
every day.
The degree suggests that he is. He'd probably tell you that.
I don't know. He seems very humble about his brilliance.
That's what he lets the degrees on the wall do the talking.
It's true. So do I. I don't have one. The lead in 5 minutes.
You have a high school one.
Even
and
it
does a lot of the talking.
That felt more like we'll give you this if you please leave. That felt more like a barter than it did an honest kind of situation there. The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I can't do math, but I know it feels longer than however long it's been.
5:20 on Afternoon Drive, Albert Breer from Monday Morning Quarterback joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free.
It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Win a pair of tickets to the 2026 MAC Tournament Men's Championship game on Saturday, March 14th at Rocket Arena. Enter the word GLORY, GLORY, by the end of this hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win. Get tickets at rocketarena.com. It's all from Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Albert Breer, MMQB, talking to us in about 20 minutes here. We'll get his take on Kyler Murray's next landing spot, the Colts' decision to tag Daniel Jones, and what to expect the rest of this week. But Nick and Jonathan back on Afternoon Drive, and Adam Schefter of ESPN reporting earlier today the Cardinals plan to release quarterback Kyler Murray if a trade does not materialize by Wednesday in the new league year. How interested should the Browns be in Kyler?
I think they should be very interested in Kyler. I'm interested in Kyler, and I'm curious to find out what Kyler's interest is within the Browns. Josh Weinfuss, who covers the NFL for ESPN, reported about 20 minutes ago that Kyler, according to his sources, Kyler has two preferred destinations.
Okay.
I don't know which ones or what those are. I don't know that the Browns are one of those two. But now it's up to the Browns. You have to convince him to want to come here.
I mean, I think the Browns' pitch is Todd Monken can build an offense around you. I think Drew Petzing is more of a Kevin Stefanski acolyte. You've got to fit into his system. And I do think, like if you said right now, would you feel better about your chances of beating out Shedeur Sanders or Deshaun Watson or J.J. McCarthy? I would imagine he might feel better about beating out a guy who is on his way out in Deshaun Watson, a guy that the Browns only really owe a fifth-round pick to. I do think, though, the Browns and what they do at quarterback is going to tell you a lot about their actual motivation. On no planet does trading a fifth-round pick or any draft collateral for Anthony Richardson scream you're serious about giving that locker room a chance to compete in 2026. It just doesn't. Then people can say, well, but Todd Monken with Lamar Jackson. Yeah, he was Lamar Jackson before Todd Monken got him.
Yeah.
He didn't invent Lamar Jackson. He just made him better. That doesn't mean you can take an absolute non-entity in Anthony Richardson and somehow invent him into something of relevance, no matter how strong of his arm is. So, like if they sign or if they trade for Anthony Richardson or bring him in or somebody of that ilk, well, let's start doing 2027 mocks as soon as we can. Kyler Murray would tell me that they're interested in actually competing this year. And it's not just Kyler. Mac Jones is another guy that I think has some good football to be played, regardless of the price it would cost to get him here.
Mary Kay Cabot joined Baskin and Phelps earlier today, talked about the Browns not seeming interested in any free agent quarterbacks.
Right. I mean, when I look at the veteran options, I don't see anyone that I think that they would point blank right now decide that, that they can be better than what they can get out of Deshaun Watson or even Shedeur Sanders. I've been saying this for weeks and weeks that I don't think Malik Willis is going to end up here because I think someone else will be willing to pay him the $30 million if they can get that high. That's what I think they're hoping for. I think somebody else might be more willing to do that. And then I just don't know if Kyler Murray is going to give you more than what you think you can get from Deshaun right now.
To me, Kyler Murray would be a Deshaun insurance. I have no problem watching Shedeur Sanders go out there, and it's the boom or bust proposition of can Shedeur win you enough games to make this interesting going forward?
Yeah.
Even if I think that's relatively low probability that he'll end up being a great starting quarterback, but I can entertain that. I have no interest in watching Deshaun Watson ever play here again. And when I say, Anthony Richardson versus Shedeur, what that means is Deshaun is a non-entity. And I don't see Anthony Richardson being the thing. If Shedeur can't do it, stopping me from seeing Deshaun again, Kyler Murray could. I really do think Kyler versus Shedeur is at least something you can say you tried this year and gave Todd Monken a chance in year one. I don't Deshaun is what Deshaun is.
I mean, Todd has to feel like that's about as good of a look as they could possibly give him on the short notice that we have. I'm interested to find out if the Cardinals are making this move because they feel like they got Malik Willis in their back pocket. Like, I don't know. If you didn't have any promises or assurances from Malik Willis, do you do this move? Maybe you still end up doing it. But it would be interesting to see what Arizona's plan is. And I think Malik Willis is heavy in the cards there.
Yeah, it also, if it's heavy in the cards, could be Jimmy Garoppolo. Good luck with that. Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk also joined Baskin and Phelps earlier today, and he talked about a quarterback the Browns should be interested in.
I'm intrigued by Kirk Cousins. I think he played incredibly well in 2025. He had upset wins down the stretch in prime time against the Buccaneers and the Rams. He looked like the same guy that he was before he tore the Achilles, and I think 2024 can be explained very simply. Kirk Cousins is not an arm strength guy. He's not a guy who can whip the ball down the field with the flick of the wrist. He uses his full body to generate power. When your full body has been compromised by the fact that you blew out the Achilles tendon in one of your two legs, you're not going to be able to generate the same power. And when you try to do so, it's going to put stress on other parts of your body, and you're just going to have a very long and physically demanding year. Now that he's fully healthy, he looks like a different guy. And look, he's still young as quarterbacks go. He's still got some time left, and he will be available. The Falcons, when they redid his contract in January, it was obvious they were going to cut him on March 11 or March 12. So he's going to be an option for somebody. The question is going to be money and where he sees an opportunity. And maybe he looks at the Browns. Maybe he believes in Todd Monken.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a no for me. I think it's pretty simple. Kirk Cousins should just go to Minnesota. But now that Kyler Murray's in the mix for Minnesota, it does open up Kirk Cousins in many ways. And so I don't love the idea of it. I think long term, it could be about as dumb of a move as you could make. But if we're talking guys you can actually get something out on the football field, Kirk Cousins at least, I mean, he didn't look awful last year. That's the best thing I can say about him. He didn't look awful.
Yeah, I thought Florio was a little generous in how he described Kirk's play. He was fine.
He was fine. It wasn't awful.
He kept him in games. They won some games there, but it wasn't the guy throwing for 4,000 yards, 5 years ago. He's still a 38-year-old quarterback with issues. So I don't like the kind of glossy way he describes him. And I guess if I knew it was more than a one-year deal, meaning like he's going to play one more year and then retire, I might feel better about this. If you're going to sign any quarterback this offseason that has done anything previously in the NFL, I'd like there to be a decent chance for them to be a bridge quarterback. Again, it's why even the Deshaun thing. One of the reasons I'm so against Deshaun isn't just the water under the bridge part of this. It is the fact that I'm just not willing to commit any more money to him long term after this year.
I wonder if Kirk is going to do like a Karl Malone type end of career move where he just, you remember in the Netflix show, he had that whole room dedicated to where he wanted to put his Lombardi trophy. Like, it was like a whole part of his house dedicated to where he wanted to, if he ever won the Super Bowl, he had a whole setup and everything just for the Lombardi trophy, and it was marked my Super Bowl room and all this stuff. Mm-hmm. Just a complete banana land move by Kirk Cousins. That would tell me that's somebody that probably wants to go ring chasing more than just kind of, wind out the clock with the Browns. Just a little bit. NFL draft analyst Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports, joined us earlier in the show. Vouch for the Browns to take a chance on Anthony Richardson.
I think that they should take a swing on Anthony Richardson. Anthony Richardson's 23 years old. I can already tell that you guys hate this. He's 23 years old. He's the same age as Ty Simpson. You can get him for a day 3 pick. He is the equivalent of drafting a quarterback this year. He is an otherworldly athlete. If you can get him out there and try and get something out of him, just something, and he starts to show some positive signs through the end of the season, you're showing a path. You're showing a path of success to maybe build around him. And you know what? If he stinks and he's not good, which is probably the reality here of what actually happens, the 2027 draft is going to have some actual legitimate options for them to turn to, and they'll be picking higher. I just think people forget how young he is and how little he's played in his just career since high school. It's a totally viable approach for a team like the Browns, who keep cycling through quarterbacks, to just take a shot on a kid who's, again, 23 years old.
I don't care how old he is or how young he is. He should have never been the 4th pick in the draft. It's funny, Kyler, everybody talks about Kyler Murray in Arizona. He needed the clause in his contract about studying.
Yeah,
he still played pretty decently for an NFL quarterback. Anthony's never done anything. I don't give a rip how strong his arm is. I don't give a rip how fast of a 40 he runs. The man checked out of a play because he was winded in an NFL game in the midst of a competitive football game. I will not give up a single thing for him. A 5th-round pick you will have 3 years of control on and can be a developmental piece for you and can help you rebuild the offensive line in time, which is what you need to do. That's not worth a 1-year buy low on a quarterback who the probability of him doing anything in the NFL, or at least anything this next year in Cleveland, is about 1%. No, thank you.
It's important. I think we highlight some of those starting points, right? Like you mentioned, basically Anthony Richardson in his college career, and then where he came from, and giving up and all this other stuff. And it's like Kyler Murray legitimately is one of the best high school players in Texas football history, which is insane, the amount of talent that place has had. And then he won the Heisman in college while debating whether or not he wanted to go play pro baseball or pro football. Like the level of accomplishments and the athleticism that Kyler Murray has shown is next level. And like I get Anthony Richardson's whole career is based off of the combine and the athleticism he showed, but it really is night and day when you're comparing the two, if you're even trying or attempting to compare the two.
John Fanta of NBC Sports joined us earlier today and was very adamant about how much he dislikes the quarterback combo of Deshaun and Shedeur.
I don't like the idea of Shedeur and Deshaun. I don't know if you two are actually okay with it ultimately, but I am not a fan of that because Deshaun Watson has shown me nothing that says that he can be part of winning in Cleveland. And Shedeur Sanders has yet to show me enough. He should be in the mix. He could be the week 1 starter. He may be deserving of the job, but I think the competition has to be more legitimized.
I think it's interesting. I think where this all settles after we get the quarterback and after we talk about at least getting the quarterback for the next month or so is going to really paint a nice little picture about where Shedeur versus Deshaun is.
I just don't want Shedeur versus anybody not named Anthony Richardson. Shedeur versus another quarterback. I understand why Deshaun has to be on the roster. I do. And I understand I can't negotiate with that. I don't give a rip what the Instagram videos look like, no matter how many running back drills it looks like he's running. I do not care because there's only a downside of Deshaun playing this year. Guys, one, let's talk about the probability of Deshaun ever being the guy that he was 7 years ago in Cleveland. At this point, after an Achilles injury and a shoulder's in it. Not less than 1%.
It's just, it's very, very, very low.
And let's say he might be playable this year. I'm not going 8-9 with him. I'm just not. Because there will always be a bridge to the next injury for him, and I'm not going to pay him again here.
Yeah.
Albert Breer, MMQB, joined us in 5 minutes. We'll talk Kyler Murray's market and where do the Browns go at quarterback on 92.3 The Fan.
The Guardians are hosting the Dodgers today. The Guardians are down 5-4 in the 7th inning. Kyle Manzardo had a grand slam in the first. Coming up next on Afternoon Drive, Albert Breer from Monday Morning Quarterback joins Jonathan and Nick. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive, working to get Albert Breer here. If I know Albert, he's working the phone lines right now trying to figure out where Kyler Murray's going next.
He's trying to figure out what that ESPN source that said Kyler's got 2 teams. He's trying to figure out which 2 teams they are.
I think that's what it is. Or he's avoiding Mac because they had a weird interaction in the Combine in Indy.
Yeah, the awkward exchanges just can't be overcome.
Mac, thank you. I am number one, and I appreciate it. If you guys are just joining us, the franchise tag deadline, the transition tag deadline was at 4 today. So we had some news there. Obviously, the big news of the day from the Browns' perspective is Kyler Murray. And the fact that he is going to be released, if not traded, that's been put out there by Adam Schefter and other reporters. So when we get Albert, I definitely think it's interesting to see, like, in this conversation, should we be talking more about what the Browns can do to convince Kyler Murray or what Kyler can do to convince the Browns?
I think it's the first one. I think it is. I think it's the Browns trying to put the full court press, and how do they do that? And it's going to have to be a lot of Monken and a lot of what you can do within a Monken offense and relate it to Lamar Jackson. That's the secret sauce to all of this. Is like, look and see what Lamar did, and I'm going to be able to do that with you. Nobody else is going to be able to do that, and sell them on that, and it's got to be the case.
And I think for the next week, because again, I don't have a problem if you're not on the Kyler train. I get it. I do. I understand. From the injury stuff to he's a diminutive fellow. I'm a little over short quarterbacks. I just don't think we can be that picky right now. Mm-hmm. Or if you just want, honestly, if you just want to ride into this thing with Shedeur versus Deshaun and that's enough for you, again. But I think the new rule is, and I think Lima was onto something today, because the answer can't be no at literally everything. If Kyler Murray on a Russell Wilson deal is a no for you, then I need to know what door B is.
Well, and what's funny is that it seems like it's an overwhelming no to Browns fans on social media right now. What's interesting, I don't know if you see the same thing, Nick. I feel like the national media right now in the last hour or so is going overboard with Kyler Murray praise.
Yeah.
What I mean by that is Bomani Jones had a podcast, came out 20 minutes ago. Headline of it is, I think I'd rather have Kyler Murray right now than Jalen Hurts. I think he's a better quarterback than Jalen Hurts. You're like, okay, that's a take. And then you move down the dial a little bit and scroll through, and it's like Ryan Clark on ESPN. Kyler Murray gives the Ravens a better chance to win the Super Bowl than Lamar Jackson. And
he
it's like,
say that.
I swear to God he said that. I swear to God he said that.
Come on.
And so it's fascinating to me that in one stretch on like the national side of things, I feel like people are almost going a little too overboard with Kyler Murray love. Meanwhile, locally, when we're talking about this, it's like me and you are having a hard time convincing people that Kyler Murray's worth it, and that should not be the case.
Also, and I don't want to be in a position to I'm not throwing all of my ass behind Kyler Murray. I'm simply saying, of the moves you could make at quarterback, I think it's the one that has the most payoff in 2026 and potentially 2027.
It's just the easiest. It's a no risk. Really, it's a no risk and a potential high reward payoff there because he's costing you next to nothing, and there's no trade compensation in between, and you just get to go out there and see what happens.
So I can tell you, I think the order of operations matters with this. Like, if this had happened the first official day of free agency, which would be next Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
So not legal tampering, but in legal tampering, you had signed the number one left tackle on the spot there, Rasheed Walker, from Green Bay, and you had signed Alec Pierce. I would imagine that the signing of Kyler Murray on a Russell Wilson deal would be met with far different kind of connotations than, hey, we just traded for Titus Howard. You guys want Kyler Murray. Now, to have this conversation about Kyler Murray's future, the Browns' future at quarterback for this year, we head out to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. The man has been, I'm telling you, on the phones, tracking down Kyler Murray's future. Albert Breer, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
I mean, we're selling the virtues of Kyler Murray to Cleveland. How good can it be, buddy?
Well, I mean, I actually think he's got some juice. and I think he's going to be motivated. We'll see where it goes, but I think he's an interesting case because he's going to be able to make this purely a football decision, and maybe that won't favor Cleveland, but, because of the offset, they have a chance to really look at this analytically if everybody's offering the minimum, and I assume that's where it's going to be because the Cardinals are going to get stuck with the rest of the bill. He's going to be able to kind of prioritize what the best football situation is for him, which to me makes this thing a whole lot more interesting.
So, Albert, then who are the main competitors against the Browns in this bidding war, and what realistic chance do the Browns have?
Well, that's the thing is it's not a bidding war, and just to explain to people how that works, so he has $36.8 million fully guaranteed left on his Cardinals contract.
Mm-hmm.
So he's getting that money regardless.
Right.
Unless someone is willing to pay him more than that, then that's the number he'll get. So essentially what that means is a team would have to pay him $40 or $45 million for the Cardinals to get off the hook. Otherwise, the number is going to be the same. And naturally, in that circumstance, the team signing him is going to want to pay him on the minimum. And Kyler's going to have no problem just sticking the Cardinals with the bill because they just cut him. So, that makes it so, again, this is a pure football decision for him because the money, again, I can't imagine somebody's going to pay him $40, $45 million. You can make this a pure football decision. The only caveat to that is another team could add a second year and guarantee some money in the second year and maybe try to make it more enticing to him that way. But the way I'm envisioning this happening is it's going to be like Russell Wilson. He's going to find the best football situation for him, whether that's going and being clear-cut starter somewhere, whether that's competing somewhere, whether that's developing somewhere. And I think, a team like Minnesota, the Jets, the Browns would be in this mix. Teams that I think, would give him the chance to get on the field in 2026 would have an advantage. And then it's just going to be about convincing him that you're the best place for him to go and play football and resurrect his career.
Albert, the Browns quarterback reports, or rather the quarterbacks that could be interested in, to add a third quarterback to the room of Shador or Dillon, and then Deshaun are pretty much all over the place. Do we know what the Browns' intent is with adding a quarterback here? Is the intent to pursue winning as much as they can this year, or is the intent to kind of sell a fight here and make everybody think they're trying to win as many games as they can this year?
Yeah, I don't know that they're going to go all out to go get a veteran quarterback if that's what you're asking. But I think they'd add competition to the room. I think there's still a decent chance the starting quarterback isn't on the roster right now. I think there's a chance the starting quarterback is Deshaun Watson. I mean, who knows? Maybe one of the young guys breaks through and competes. You know what I mean? And winds up winning the job. I think all that stuff with a new head coach in place is open because everybody sort of gets a clean slate now with the new coaching staff in there. So I have a hard time saying who's going to be a starting quarterback in September. I also have a hard time seeing them going all out to go and find some sort of veteran quarterback that's going to be there for more than a year. I think they view this the same way they viewed last year, as sort of a transitional year for them. And the good news is on the other end of it, you've got, in 2027, a draft that looks like it's going to be full of quarterbacks. And, which ones wind up being the ones at the top, we'll see. But there's a good dozen names out there that I think have a chance to go somewhere in the first round if they play well in the fall.
What is your read on the Browns and potentially adding Anthony Richardson to the mix?
Yeah, I'd be careful on that one. I think if you're in a position where you're going to have a young team, you got a first-year head coach, you're trying to establish a program, I don't know that he'd be the fit. I'd also say the eye thing, right, should not be ignored. And, how is that going to affect him as a player? He already had his issues, you know what I mean? But now you've got the eye thing that's a big piece of this. I know it's exciting, the idea of it, for people to look at a guy with that sort of size and speed and strength and all the rest of it. I project that you want to invest in it for the Browns.
Albert Breer on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. The other bit of quarterback news today is that the Colts transition tag Daniel Jones. There's some concern in Indy from the people that I've seen that this opens up the room, that somebody could offer him a big deal and steal him from you. People are talking about Minnesota potentially. Are the Colts taking a risk by only transitioning tagging Daniel Jones?
Sure they are. I think that this is obviously a calculated risk by the Colts. I mean, the thing with the Colts are betting is that no one's going to pay him at that level. I think it'll take a team like coming in like Seattle came in on Sam Darnold last year that says, like, yeah, we see him being the quarterback for the next few years. And, oh, by the way, we're okay with him, being on a torn Achilles that might keep him from participating in the spring and summer. Then it might be hard to find that team. But, I think what you gain in leverage by transition tagging him rather than franchise tagging him, you give up in security. And that you don't know that he's necessarily going to come back. And here's the other thing, too. I think this is like a little nuance to it that's important. It does at least give him the chance to have realistic talks with other teams about his worth. And I think for a team, there's some power in that, in letting a guy know, like, hey, we're going to let you go and see if there's a better place for you out there, and we're going to let you see what your market value is. And I think Daniel Jones' intention is playing for Shane Steichen next year. I think the Colts' intention is having Daniel Jones being the quarterback, but they haven't gotten very far to this point. My sense is they were pretty far apart on the few talks that they have had. So there's definitely a lot of work to be done.
We saw that the Bengals did not end up tagging Trey Hendrickson. They just keep taking a step back on defense even more and more. It seems like a peculiar move, but one maybe I guess we could have seen coming, Albert?
No, I would have told you in November they weren't going to tag him. I think Trey Hendrickson was out on the Bengals. I think the Bengals were out on Trey Hendrickson. Simple as that. Like I had as little question in my head about that one as I've had of any of these over the last decade or so. It was not in a good place in October, November, December. He gets hurt. Is he pushing his way through the injury and trying to get back in play? That was an open question. They gave him the raise at the beginning of last year. I think that whole thing, without placing blame on anybody specifically, was in a really, really funky spot. And so I think this was always the end game. I think November, December, January, this was the way it was going to go. And obviously now, like, Trey Hendrickson gets what he's wanted the last few years, which is a chance to get one last fight at the financial apple as an NFL player.
Albert, in your Tuesday notes here, you talked about the Browns doing O-line work. They traded for Titus Howard from the Texans yesterday. They have been linked to Linderbaum to a lesser degree, but Walker, the left tackle out of Green Bay. How do you kind of see the Browns attacking the offensive line here in free agency, kind of pitting the big names versus maybe running a numbers game with some of these offensive linemen that are available?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a two-barreled approach. Like, I think, you're going to see them attacking free agency. You're going to see them attacking the draft. Like, I look at Titus Howard as a pretty good solution, a guy who's got some flexibility, and that allows you to look at both guards and tackles in free agency. And then I think the draft class in the first round, you've got some good prospects to tackle. So, obviously they've got 4 starting offensive linemen that are out there as free agents now: Conklin, Tonio, Teller, and Postage, right? So, DeJuan Jones really is the only guy that you have coming back that looks like he could be a starter, whether it's a guard or tackle. And now I think between Jones and Howard, you have 2 guys with some position flexibility, which will allow you to be creative in how you put the group together. But I don't think there's any question about it. They're gonna look in the veteran market, as they already have with Howard, and they're gonna look at draft picks to try and completely reimagine what they are up front.
Did Monroe Freeling, did he do enough to put himself up in conversation at number 6 overall?
I don't think so. Like, that would surprise me. Now, one thing you have to be comfortable with, and one thing that I think is interesting about all of this is, like, the top 2 guys presumably are Spencer Fano and Francis Mauigoa from Miami. And Mauigoa and Fano are both right tackles. Now, I think, like most scouts would tell you, that they think Fano could flip over to the left side if he needs to. Mauigoa, like, I think projects as more of a right tackle by trade. So, like, how do you look at those guys versus, like, Caleb Lomu, who's the other tackle from Utah, who's played left tackle, who's a prototype, who's a little raw. You mentioned Monroe Freeling. Again, a guy who has, like, I think real high-end potential, but maybe needs to harvest his talent a little bit. So there are some moving parts there. I think most people would tell you right now that Fano and Mauigoa would probably be right in that range where the Browns are, and that Freeling and Lomu would be big reaches at number 6 overall. But I think part of that could come down to exactly what you're looking for with your draft pick. And maybe that leads the Browns trying to trade down again. I certainly think they're like a lot of other teams where if you offer them a pick in 2027, they might jump at it.
Albert, given the state of the quarterback position, given that Max Crosby's out there, Trey Hendrickson is out there, do you think people are going to be calling about Myles Garrett this offseason for the Browns?
Sure. I don't know how far it'll go. I mean, I've said this to you guys before. Like, I view it as, like, they should listen at least. He's a great player, guys. You know what I think of him. I just don't know, like, what that's going to look like in 3 years. You know what I mean? Like, and it does seem like this is more of a long-range rebuild that the Browns are in now, and they invested in the guys from last year in the draft class. They're hoping to draft as well as they did. Having the 2 first-round picks certainly helps. And again, like, maybe the second of those first-round picks winds up being one of those tackles. But I don't know. I would look at, like, where they are right now as sort of being in more of a position to plan this out long term, rather than jump on anything right now.
Albert, other big news, this one away from the Browns. Drew Dahlman, though, telling the Bears that he's retiring from the NFL, 27 years old. It seems odd after the season he just had with Caleb Williams, making a Pro Bowl and everything in between. Do you know any insight or any info on this at all?
Yeah, I mean, he had some injuries. Like, I think there's also, like, this is sort of like what players are empowered to do now, because they're getting paid more. They have more information on what football does to them. And I think more guys have planned post-career, so it's not like football or nothing for them. And this guy's like the son of a guy who was a really established NFL offensive lineman, too. His dad's Chris Dahlman, who was a starting lineman, for the Steve Young 49ers back in the 90s. So I think it's, like, to me at least, the way I look at it, it's one of those scenarios where you have a guy who is in the prime of his life and has options and is taking one of those options. I just don't know specifically, guys, if there's anything more behind it, which there could be. I'm just not sure one way or the other.
Albert, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you. We'll catch up with you next week on the auspices of legal tampering and NFL free agency.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Albert Breer there, MMQB on the Make It Right Call. Kyle Wright hotline gave us plenty to talk to about the Cleveland Browns. We'll react to that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
was a great financial investment, and the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Going to the Cavs game tonight? Get the starting five during Afternoon Drive. And make overtime your post-game soundtrack as you head home. 92.3 The Fan.
This is a pure football decision for him because the money, again, I can't imagine somebody's going to pay him $45 million. You can make this a pure football decision. The only caveat to that is another team could add a second year and guarantee some money in the second year and maybe try to make it more enticing to him that way. But the way I'm envisioning this happening is it's going to be like Russell Wilson. He's going to find the best football situation for him, whether that's going and being clear-cut starter somewhere, whether that's competing somewhere, whether that's developing somewhere, and I think, a team like Minnesota, the Jets, the Browns would be in this mix, teams that I think, would give them the chance to get on the field in 2026 would have an advantage.
Albert Breer talking about Kyler Murray and his place. He didn't dismiss the Browns' interest in Kyler Murray or vice versa, while also kind of reinforcing that there's a lot of people pointing the connection there to Minnesota, who could use a quarterback in a Russell Wilson type deal as well.
He also brought the Jets in play as well. Like, it just there's some obstacles here is kind of what it feels like. So for the people that are seemingly just yelling about no to Kyler Murray online, you're probably going to get your wish, but it's not for the reasons that you'd want it to be.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, I understand in New York. Listen, if football reasons can mean a lot of different things. In New York, there is no one right now that could even. Justin Fields isn't likely going to be in New York. They don't have another quarterback on the roster that would challenge Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
You'd also have Garrett Wilson. They've got a couple pieces on the offensive line, but the defense is a whole work in progress. Like, you can sell a little bit of that. The problem is Aaron Glenn is coaching for his job, and that's a really bad place to be in if you're Kyler. You go to Minnesota. Okay, Kevin O'Connell is one of the top 5, top 10 coaches in football, and you do have Jordan Addison and Justin Jefferson. That team around the quarterback position does look more primed to win, even if they might have to get rid of one of their best edge rushers to do it. I look at it and go, though, if you're Kyler, I think J.J. McCarthy is more of a real impediment to that job, given their investment in him 2 years ago, than any other quarterback that you're going to potentially be facing off against with, including Shedeur Sanders in Cleveland.
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance you lose that battle to J.J. McCarthy. I wouldn't bet on it, but there's a chance that exists. And so, I'm just trying to get into how the Browns can get this done. I think Todd Monken's got to be a big part of it in selling what he did with Lamar. I just don't know that's going to be enough for Kyler. I mean, it's going to be an interesting chance for him to really pick his spot and be able to be choosy about the whole ordeal. How often have we seen them turn around and be like, oh, the Browns, that's going to be my answer to turn this whole thing around?
Albert kind of said, beyond just the 1-year deal, the Russell Wilson deal we've been talking about, that a team, if the Kyler market does heat up, that a team could go and offer some guaranteed money for 2027.
Yeah.
Now, again, some is a pretty open idea there. If you really believe in Kyler Murray, I wouldn't let guaranteed money in 2027 stop me, because I think even if you get in a position to take a quarterback next year, you're going to need another veteran in that room in case that quarterback isn't ready to play week 1.
Yeah, no question. Like, if that's the separator, then let's go ahead and I'm really about this Kyler Murray idea. If you hadn't noticed,
You seem almost a little, I don't want to say crestfallen because that's way too heavy-handed, but you do seem a little bummed after talking with Albert and seeing some of the reports out there.
I mean, it's kind of the reality we've been kind of low-key facing for about an hour and a half now. It's like, wait a second, this is at first I went through very confused as to why not every Browns fan is jumping up for joy, being like, yes, let's go get him. But then you just kind of hit this brick wall. It kind of feels almost like when we first started talking about John Harbaugh and whether or not, like, hey, maybe he'd want to come home and do it for the Browns and all this other stuff. And it's like, there's an avenue there. But in the back of your mind, you're like, it's really, it doesn't exist. It feels very similar to that conversation where it's like, I don't want to get my hopes up because the reality is it doesn't feel like Kyler Murray would have the Browns as a preferred destination, and he probably shouldn't right now at this point, considering the state that we're in.
Now, we also talked with Albert about one of his notes in his Tuesday notes bag, where we're talking about the Browns doing some work on the offensive line, and obviously they traded for Titus Howard earlier this week. I do think it's really interesting that the closer we get to free agency, they're less tied to Tyler Linderbaum, because that market seems to be going to a different the Bears are thought to be in now with Dahlman retiring. The Giants, the Raiders, the Ravens are thought to be in it, but maybe not to the extent of everybody else. The Chargers, I do think, as we had the Monroe Freeling conversation earlier, I do think it's going to be really interesting if you're able to sign Rasheed Walker, the left tackle out of Green Bay, because his thing is he is a plus, meaning like he is a average to above average starting left tackle, but he's not an elite left tackle. If you think that's what Monroe Freeling is, the best left tackle in this prospect is, you might build a better offensive line by signing a little overvalued, but signing Rasheed Walker, then drafting Francis Mauigoa to be your dominant right tackle, and then moving Howard into the right guard spot or left guard spot.
He also would fit something that I really enjoy about the Howard signing is the idea that I think he started 48 games over the previous 3 years.
Yeah.
Like, the health is there, and I just the way that we've just been beaten down with injuries across the offensive line, I need to get healthier and have at least a full season with some of these guys being able to play week in, week out.
It is totally a choose your own adventure. For $22 million a year, I would gladly sign Rasheed Walker. He's just 26 years old. So he's been a starter for 3 years. Like, that's if we get into like things,
and he's really just been trying to beat like the 7th round grade that he initially had coming out of college.
And listen, I don't think he's great. I think he's a very good offensive lineman, and those guys can be hit or miss in free agency. This isn't when you sign Chris Hubbard to like a 6-year, $48 million deal, and I can't remember if it was 2017 or 2018, and he became a swing tackle. No, Rasheed Walker is a legitimate starting left tackle in the NFL. I don't know how robust his market's going to be, but if you could say, like, number one with a bullet, I think that's where my head's at right now, too.
Yeah, it gives you some draft flexibility on top of it, too, in a very, very nice and interesting way. It's going to be interesting to see.
So, while we have all that going for you, what were your big takeaways from Albert Breer, 216-474-0092? More from Albert, and a homecoming no one saw coming for Cleveland in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
Spring training is underway. Get the biggest news from Florida and Arizona here. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck?
On Afternoon Drive.
I don't know that they're going to go all out to go get a veteran quarterback if that's what you're asking. But I think they'd add competition to the room. I think there's still a decent chance the starting quarterback isn't on the roster right now. I think there's a chance the starting quarterback is Deshaun Watson. I mean, who knows? Maybe one of the young guys breaks through and competes. You know what I mean? And winds up winning the job. I think all that stuff with a new head coach in place is open because everybody sort of gets a clean slate now with the new coaching staff in there. So I have a hard time saying who's going to be a starting quarterback in September. I also have a hard time seeing them going all out to go and find some sort of veteran quarterback that's going to be there for more than a year. They view this the same way they viewed last year. It's sort of a transitional year for them. And the good news is on the other end of it, you've got, in 2027, a draft that looks like it's going to be full of quarterbacks. And, which ones wind up being the ones at the top, we'll see. But there's a good dozen names out there that I think have a chance to go somewhere in the first round if they play well in the fall.
In case you missed it, coming up in about 40 minutes here, 1 hour to go, Nick and Jonathan with you. That was Albert Breer talking about how the Browns view this offseason and view this year. And I don't want to overreact to it. I do just want to point out that the Browns are kind of doing this Houdini thing of referring to this as a transition year. I don't know if you know how transition years work. You don't get 2 years in a row of that.
It was funny when Albert was like, yeah, if you're like last year where you transition, and I was like, transition to what?
Yeah.
And what's funny about it is I actually agree with Albert's sentiment, and I think that they're looking at this year as that transition year. I don't know that they were looking at last year as that same thing, though. And if they did, then they failed at it miserably.
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that they went out there with the quarterback room of Joe Flacco, who they got for peanuts in free agency, Kenny Pickett, who they traded a 5th-round pick for, and then a 3rd and a 5th-round pick is their quarterback battle. That tells you that they had their limitations on how far they were willing to go to compete last year.
But wouldn't that tell you something different than transitional? And maybe we just got the dictionary.com meaning of this a little bit differently. But if I'm doing transitional, like how I'm thinking about this year to the 2027 draft, it's like, well, then 2027, you need to be hitting the ground running. And I think there's an avenue where they thought last year that this 2026 quarterback class was going to be loaded, and this is where they were going to be doing it, and then the quarterback class just underwhelmed.
So, yes, but I think, I don't know. I think there's a lot of, well, we'll figure it out in 2027 if you're already addressing this as a transitional year. And at some point, you just need to be honest about where you are then. And you don't, I understand how last year's draft fell, and you had a good draft. I understand that this year is a down draft just across the board, not just quarterbacks. But at some point, you're not transitioning. You're mired in some sort of a prolonged rebuild. And that just doesn't take that much time. Because even if, let's say you have a 3-win season this year. Let's say the bottom falls out, 3-win season, okay. Even if that happens and you get the number 1 pick next year, I know that C.J. Stroud's happened. I know that Jaden Daniels happened. By and large, rookie quarterbacks take a year or two to get off the ground running, and it shouldn't take 4 years to win in the NFL. If it takes 4 years to win, it is an epic failure from roster building, roster planning, drafting, and free agency that cannot really be ignored in any way.
No, and that's why there's been some repercussions, not everything, but that's why, for instance, Kevin Stefanski doesn't have a job right now. This is not going according to plan. I think the acknowledgement we're never going to get from the Browns, but I want, is the idea that if they thought last year was a transitional year to this year, They failed that. That stunk. That wasn't a job well done. And so now they're just picking up the pieces. And this is where we talk about Houdini acts. This is where it feels like Andrew Berry. I don't know what he's telling Jimmy Haslam, but does he just think he's going to do as best he can with the draft and then set everything up for 2027 and still have his job? And I just don't know that it's true.
Well, okay, but now the counterpoint from my standpoint would be, if you're Jimmy, you have to have some logic in this.
Well,
this is where
his
independent thought really does kind of matter if you're Jimmy.
Well,
being able to see the forest from the trees.
I wonder if his logic is get me to the 2027 draft, we'll get a quarterback, and then by 2029 this thing will be humming when you have the brand new stadium, which is not an original thought at all. Many people have wondered if he's been trying to time this out. The worry I have with trying to time this out to a stadium is that if it was so easy to just time out when these teams could be good, don't you think Jimmy Haslam would have better teams over the previous 13 years?
Yeah, and I just. Again, it's. I think Albert is right. I do, and I think the Browns understand maybe their build is going to take a little bit longer because it was just a really prolonged bit of failure to draft and develop anybody interesting offensively. Okay, but I can't, I'm not going to keep giving you the maybes. I'm not going to get, you can only throw out, and to me it's about the quality of the quarterback room. You cannot continue to throw out Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco, and a day 2 and a day 3 pick and act like this is normalized in the NFL. This is exact, from a roster perspective and how this thing is built. When it comes to the quarterback position, this is as bad as it was in the teens. The rest of the team has more talent, which allows you a little bit more leeway. But that's I think maybe that's at the crux of what annoys me most about the Anthony Richardson thing is it's hopes, wishes, and dreams. These guys are smart. They do understand the idea of probability and the probability that somebody with that caliber talent who has failed so tremendously in the NFL, the low probability that guy will do anything in the NFL, especially when he hasn't really been given the chance to go somewhere and sit for a while in a new situation where he isn't the guy. And so at some point it becomes insulting to the intelligence of Browns fans who go, oh, so you want us to think Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders, and Anthony Richardson is a real quarterback room after a quarterback room of Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco in a day 2 and a day 3 pick.
But you can see, though, if that's the quarterback rooms that they eventually lay out, you can see how Albert's not wrong in his assessment of this and that they would have gone from transitional year to now another transitional year, and then maybe this was the year they were actually supposed to take off, but because of the lack of quarterbacks that have been presented, they just haven't had that opportunity. I firmly do believe that they would take a run at some of these quarterbacks, at least some if there was a substantial quarterback out there to take a run at. In the case of Kyler Murray, they're going to lose out because Kyler's just not going to choose him.
You've given up. You've given up the fight. It's taken about 2 hours. You're defeated. I still hold out hope that maybe Kyler will look at this and go, I have an easier job beating out Deshaun Watson. And
I hope you're right. And
Shedeur.
I tried convincing myself about an hour and a half. It felt good to be like, yeah, maybe Todd Monken can do something with this. Maybe that's a selling point for him. I'm not feeling that aspirational.
By the way, I'm going to predict the morning show tomorrow. It's 4 hours of absolute no from
absolute
Ken.
No, yeah.
As if we
have
Anthony
a say
just tries to make a fair point. But while also wanting to pay Malik Willis and being open to paying Malik Willis, who's got 2 games in his damn career for $20 million a year. I don't understand that.
At least we satisfied the question that Lima was trying to figure out this morning of all right, pick a quarterback then. You guys have to pick a quarterback. It's the guy we were choosing before this became available, but Kyler Murray is the guy.
This is the new rule. It's not – you can be anti-Kyler. That's totally fine. There are plenty of strikes against him. I'm just looking at it from the value perspective and the potential upside of a multi-year swing from the kind of bridge quarterback perspective. This gives you an actual chance at quarterback stability, which I don't think Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, or the 2 rookies gave you a year ago. But the rule is, if you're no on Kyler Murray, I need your second option. It's got to be. It's got to be something that it can't just be Shedeur and Deshaun. Nope. It's got to be
that gets to be an option
Anthony
for
Richard.
people.
Nope,
there are people out there that want to see Shedeur and Deshaun.
Nope, don't.
Why is that not an option?
Because it's not an option. You have to add another quarterback to that room. I refuse.
For some people, it's a cop-out.
It's a cop-out.
It's not a cop-out. There's all sorts of people that want to see if Shedeur can either boom or bust. There's all sorts of people that are interested in that.
I know you're one of them.
I am one of them,
and to some degree, I am too. There should be a third quarterback of some repute in that room. All right? If it's Dylan Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders, and Deshaun Watson, it is the laziest approach to a quarterback room. And again, I'm smashing them for what they attempted to do last year that everybody bought into.
I think it's just incredibly hard. And I think the Kyler situation is it's reflective of how hard it is for the Browns to get a significant quarterback into this room. Like it almost reminds you of why they went so hard in the paint and doing everything for Deshaun to begin with. Because it's really hard to get these quarterbacks. And then on top of it, if you try predicting out the draft market, you just end up being screwed too. See the Browns the past 2 years.
Yeah, but I can't give them a pass on that one.
It's hard, though.
Because
it's
they
really
had
hard.
a quarterback.
Well,
they
no,
did.
But that's
they had an incumbent starting quarterback. Getting a quarterback of top 15, top 16 value is not hard. Right? Winning with them is hard.
They looked at that differently at the time. They looked at where the quarterbacks were, and relative is where they ended up making their big mistake.
Understand, but I think my point is it's hard to get to here. Where every year you're like, so we're going to do Shedeur versus Kyler versus Deshaun.
Yeah, but once you're back to here, it's incredibly hard to get out.
No, I think that's my point. Like, to get here is incredibly hard. You have to do a lot of dumb things to get here. To get here back-to-back years, that means you're mired in it. That means you need a stroke of luck. You need a Sam Darnold kind of moment.
Well, you need a Joe Burrow. You need somebody like in the draft that you can go to and get. And unfortunately for the Browns, they had back-to-back years now where you're picking number 2 overall, which turned into 5 overall, and then number 6 overall in back-to-back classes that give you one quarterback in the top 10.
Or you need an Alex Smith. The Chiefs didn't go from Brody Croyle and decrepit Trent Green to Patrick Mahomes. They went from those dudes, Brady Quinn, to, I believe, he went to Denver. The point is, they went through a cacophony. I don't think that's the right word. A cadre. That's the one. It was a C word. A cadre of crappy quarterbacks.
They had a really good team, though. That's why Alex Smith won double-digit games.
Well, but
we don't have that really good team.
Yeah, you've got a defense. You've got pieces to work with. If you get a decent quarterback, in this case, Kyler would be your Alex Smith, you can stabilize this thing by getting a top 20 quarterback. It's not just suck or bust. Brian in Akron.
I'm horny.
Welcome to the show.
You almost broke yourself there.
Kyler Murray.
You almost broke. You could have.
Kyler Murray. How we feel about Kyler Murray?
Sucker
Enjoy
bust.
the bulge.
I've just been listening to all this discourse over the last couple of hours, and I just can't believe that we as Browns fans can stick our nose up at any other option than what we have currently. Like, we've seen in the NFL over the last, 10 years or so, all these reclamation projects, and everyone just gets their initial opinion about a guy. And we know with the quarterback position, it takes time to develop. And I just think that a lot of times with these guys, a change of scenery and a new offensive mind can really help. And you see what Todd Monken can do with a guy like Lamar Jackson. He took Stetson Bennett to the national championship. I like to think Kyler Murray's a little bit more talented, athletic than a guy like Stetson Bennett. I don't know why this wouldn't make sense on even just the scheme that Monken wants to run.
Brian, we appreciate you. I think Brian's being like, I guess what I'm getting frustrated in is if you keep going it's all about next year route, eventually that has to be a bridge to somewhere, and even it's not guaranteed to be something. Mm-hmm. Like taking a multi-pronged approach, when I say that, of getting a certain quarterback of a certain level of talent, even if it's not the end-all be-all, just feels like a little bit more common sense than, you know what, we're going to stand pat here with this quarterback room, because, standing pat or going in with a quarterback room of like that probably walks into the ceiling with the 32nd highest ceiling of all the rooms feels a little bit problematic.
Unless they look at the transitional year as a season to go ahead and just line themselves up for the best thing you can do in the 2027 draft.
This is like the Fast and the Furious 6.
True.
Like at some point, you've had enough transition years. At some point, it's just a bad sequel and you're jumping into the moon. It doesn't make any damn sense. Kendrick Perkins. Big, tough words. But your Cleveland Cavaliers in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
line revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Coach Riz, and Daryl Ryder, recapping all the latest Browns news and the moves ahead this offseason in free agency and the draft. You can listen right here on The Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app and watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Off-Season Special each and every Tuesday night, 7 to 9, right here on The Fan.
We got the off-season special coming up in about 40 minutes here. We do have, in case you missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes on this show, Daryl informed us that on Sunday, he had haggled with us about Kyler Murray previously.
Yeah.
Apparently on Sunday, he had spent a fair amount of that show kind of apologizing that he had seen the light on our Kyler Murray logic, and I would like to point out Keith Britton didn't cut one of those videos.
I missed that. We had notification. Something would have been nice in that department. Well, now it does make you wonder, did he undersell? Because to us, he oversold the amount of times that he kind of said, hey, these guys were right, I was wrong, let me walk this back. Is in reality, did he give us like one quick glancing, like, hey, Jonathan and Nick, they had that one, and then the rest of it was just like, I found the light.
Could have made a video of it, though. Could have really. We got a lot of videos out there. Nick and Jonathan were right, or, kowtow to Nick and Jonathan. Sounds like a really nice video. Could have done some really nice Sunday numbers.
Yeah, I heard they did nice numbers anyway, regardless.
It was a great weekend by the Sunday crew, by the weekend crew, wrapping up the combine coverage as well. Obviously, we'll have more on the Browns quarterback situation. The king of no to quarterbacks, Ken Carman, tomorrow morning's show. Don't forget about that. His answer on Kyler Murray's no. We'll see if Lima can crack it open a little bit. Right?
I'm kind of hoping you tune in tomorrow and it's a yes fest.
All right.
He's already said no on social media. I'm hoping it's a yes fest by the time everyone tunes in.
I don't think he would ever flip-flop that blatantly. That's like a John Fanta level flip-flop.
What are you talking about? Of course he would.
Well, not this quickly. I think, that's a good point. I don't know.
People flip-flop within segments that we have. Like, I'm talking to you, Fanta. It's not hard, but it's not. Now, what I will say is I give Ken credit for this. I always think he's got a pulse of the fan in a very nice way. And so, the fan base right now they're not interested in this. And so, I think that'll be one way that keeps him on the hell no campaign. I don't know if you're seeing the same thing I'm seeing. It just seems like so many people are just hard-pressed and just like, no, no, no. And I just don't understand it.
Now, while we are on Murray watch, it's not a real thing. Well, we'll see where Kyler ends up. We're getting you ready, obviously, for Cavs Pistons 2.0. Dean Wade is out tonight, that courtesy of Serena Winter's Twitter. So the Cavs starters, James Harden, Sam Merrill, Jalen Tyson, Evan Mobley, and Jarrett Allen.
Yeah, a couple things here.
I feel like I want you to guarantee a win tonight. I don't know why.
I'm not guaranteeing a win tonight. You're not the favorite. I'm not doing that. No. Without Donovan, I'm not doing that. But
live in our fears. It's okay. It's,
couple things I think is interesting. One, JB before the game went on this whole idea about, earlier we talked about the Fedor quote and everything that stemmed out of that, and the idea that the quote was, they're not in our class, that comment, and JB kind of went down your direction on this. We're going to take it back to the 3 o'clock hour, guys. Nick was talking about the idea of if you don't put your name on it, how serious are you about this, right? You got to put your name on it. If you're going to make that statement, then we got to find out who said it. JB in the pregame went down that road as well of anybody can say anything if they do it anonymously. If you don't put your name on it, I don't really believe that you think that. And I thought that was a bold statement coming out from JB.
I think he's right. Again, I don't want the Cavs to be overly confident going into the playoffs. And I'm sure that maybe Chris protected the identity of that person because he was asked to. But I think it's just as likely to be one of the starters for the Cavs than it is to be one of their two-way players. And I don't want the Cavs thinking like that. You haven't accomplished anything. Kobe Altman trading for James Harden hasn't changed anything, and I'm going to go ... yet. It can. And I understand this move, and I let's get healthy. Let's see where this goes. I'm excited to see where this goes. But you haven't accomplished a damn thing. And the idea that coming off a loss in overtime to Detroit, you would say, oh, they're not bleep, when 5 days earlier You completely undersold OKC and didn't show up because 3 of their best players didn't show up. And then, honestly, I gave you the pass for it because it's like, yeah, if the best players aren't playing or if half the best players aren't playing, sometimes teams don't get up for those kind of games. It takes the stakes out of the game. So then 5 days later to flex on a almost win in overtime, I don't love that. I want to see this team be hungry. It's tough to be hungry if you're overly confident.
I also don't want them taking too much out of a Detroit team that it's one game, first off. And yes, did they showcase a lot of their perimeter problems that they've had all season long? Yeah, that's part of what the Pistons do. But you're shooting miserably from three-point land and they're not showing nearly the toughness and physicality that we've become accustomed to them showing doesn't mean that it's like a great snapshot of who the Pistons are as a whole. I worry about that.
I think we might have offended Keith here.
No, I don't like that.
We got
I'm too much of a company man to like that that result.
I actually kind of like it because
don't like that.
I kind of like it because I like stirring the pot a little bit.
Yeah, but not with the boss.
He likes it.
I don't know
Deep
that
down
he likes
in
it.
parts he doesn't want to talk about.
I don't
he
know.
likes to be provoked.
I don't know that he likes it.
He is okay. So he sent us a video from Sunday where Daryl and Nick were saying, the other Nick, were saying, the more I think about it, Kyler Murray very well may be the best path forward for but it doesn't say Daryl kowtows to Nick and Jonathan.
No, and that's what you wanted.
And that's how that video should be put together.
And also, in the very first part of that, it says, I think the Afternoon Boys might be onto something. So he didn't even name our names in any sort of respect.
Ooh.
What Afternoon Boys is he talking about? I mean, it could be us, but it could also... Baskin and Phelps' show is on at 1:59. That's the afternoon.
That's the afternoon gents?
I don't know. I mean, it's obviously us.
Yeah.
But, like, he didn't make it. It wasn't
but it's better if it's Nick and Jonathan.
And it's also, it's not as if in this clip, it's like, hey, Nick and Jonathan, Nick and Jonathan, Nick and Jonathan.
Yeah, I need more Nick and Jonathan in this clip.
It's one quick, the Afternoon Boys might be onto something.
Yeah.
That's not even admitting that, like, we had the right take. It just means, like, maybe, just maybe, we're onto something.
Like, we call
I know you're not happy and just going to have to live with it.
We call the morning show the Morning Boys because their names are actually on the show. So because we don't have our names on the show, then you couldn't put enough Nick and Jonathan into it, if we're being honest.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't even giving us full credit. Keith says just take the L.
No.
I'm a company man. I'm willing to take the L. And also point out this was not my fight. I don't care about this stuff.
He cares about it,
I
Keith.
don't care about this at all.
He's just being nice.
I don't care about this at all. Keith, I trust you implicitly.
You didn't...
Implicitly? Implicity is a bad way to put that. Oh, man, that's an euphemism all over again. That's an apostrophe. That is every one of them all mixed into.
The difference is...
It's always the 6 o'clock hour. Why is it always the 6 o'clock hour?
The difference is... When you said euphemism, your voice also jumped.
Yeah, definitely squeaked.
Euphemism and apostrophe are the absolute top of the pops when it comes to boners on air. Just absolute. Like, I don't think either one of us will ever live down because, one, anyone that has my vocabulary should never say apostrophe. An euphemism.
An euphemism.
You kind of win a little hacksaw on it. But no, I'm not taking the L. Keith, you take the L. My pride's never recovered.
You take the L. What?
Keith better watch out for me.
I'll take the L on that, Keith. Although I didn't rope myself into this. That was
it
all
seems
you.
like you have. You're trying to take an L.
How did this happen?
That it's not yours to surrender.
You authored up the initial, I want this, and these are my demands, and this is how this went down. I just sat here. I'm a bystander.
I was pretty strong in what I wanted out of that clip. I think the Afternoon Boys are onto something is not strong enough. I demand Daryl literally kowtowing and smacking his head on the desk on air from Sunday because that's how it was pitched to me.
You want to give him? He's going to give himself like CTE in the process? Is that what you're suggesting?
Not from a grade 1 concussion.
He's smacking his head on the desk. I mean,
he said he kowtowed to us. He sold it. Somebody's lying here, and it's not me. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, okay.
Somebody's telling tall tales, and it's Keith or it's Daryl or both of them or neither of them. This being said, speaking of guys that say a lot of stuff into microphones, Kendrick Perkins had some strong words on First Take about the Cavs and how much pressure they're under down the stretch.
The team that's under the most pressure is the Cleveland Cavaliers. There's no other team that's under amount of pressure like those guys. There's no other player in the NBA that's under the amount of pressure like Donovan Mitchell. I'm one of these guys that is willing to argue with anybody that the Cavs has done more for Donovan Mitchell than they done for LeBron James. When it comes to surrounding him with the personnel and the bodies and firing coaches to put him in position to be successful. James Harden, it's pressure on him. Can he deliver? As a third option, because he's not even a second option on this team, it's going to be Evan Mobley. Is Evan Mobley going to fold again, or he's going to open up his level of physicality? They fired J.B. Bickerstaff a couple of seasons ago. J.B. Bickerstaff is in the way of Cleveland Cavaliers with the best team in the Eastern Conference. The Cleveland Cavaliers better go out and compete and try to win a championship. There's no other team in the league that's under the pressure like the Cavs and Donovan Mitchell.
I'm really torn here between the immediacy of, I think the Cavs have a lot of pressure on them, and I think there's some of the things that Perk has said that were right on, and he's also so incredibly wrong about the LeBron James thing that it's just, and here's the thing, Perk was in the NBA when this was happening, so I can't really give him the old Peterlin pass on this one.
No, not at all.
He was in Cleveland when some of the things that the Cavs did to appease LeBron.
Yeah, I like how he brings up, they got rid of J.B. Bickerstaff as if David Blatt never existed.
As if there weren't other moves in the entirety of LeBron James's Cavaliers career.
They did everything for LeBron, and that's fine. I would do everything for LeBron too. That's the smart move. But the reality is that although they made a couple concessions for Donovan, let's not act as if it's the same. But here's what I do think is interesting. Who else, Nick, has pressure on themselves in the East? I can't. The problem I have in this conversation is the Cavs are the only team with pressure, so of course they have the largest amount of pressure. Boston's got no pressure because they just won a title and 2 years ago, and Tatum might not even be back long enough to make it a realistic thing. The Knicks were just in the Eastern Conference title game last year, the series. Maybe that's the most you can count as pressure.
I think it's the Knicks or the Cavs.
In
the Eastern Conference,
but even
by
within
far.
that, they were just playing in the Eastern Conference Finals last year,
and then the players ran off Tom Thibodeau, and now Mike Brown's here. I do think that's a really interesting caveat.
The Pistons have no pressure to themselves because they're arriving to the party early.
Same thing with I almost said the Eagles, the Sixers. By the way,
I'll even go to the West side of things. Thunder have no pressure because they just won last year. The Spurs are arriving to the party a little bit too early. They got no pressure. Jokic has already won a title. He's taken care of. He doesn't have pressure. Maybe Houston's got some pressure with Kevin Durant now in the mix. The teams that have pressure on themselves to deliver, there just aren't enough of them.
I think the pressure you have in Houston is the age of Kevin Durant and the fact that he's still the best thing you got going there. I actually disagree with the Thunder. I don't think the Thunder have as much pressure on them as the Cavs, but they do have a different kind. The Thunder have, you're supposed to be the next it. You're supposed to be the team that can win 3 championships in a row. That is a different pressure than the Cavs have. I don't know it's as immense as pressure as the Cavs have. I'd put the Thunder in that conversation. To me, the 4 teams that we've talked about that have the most pressure. And by the way, I'd also throw in LA because the Luka LeBron thing.
They're such a non-factor to me at this point. They don't even count.
But I would go Houston, I'd go New York, I would go Cleveland, and I would go OKC. But almost all of them are facing different kinds of pressure. But what I'll say is, if the Knicks top out in the first or second round of the playoffs, after the Mike Brown thing, you've got to make a move with that roster now. You backed yourself into that corner because of firing Thibodeau.
That is the best case up against anybody as far as pressure for the Cavs is concerned. I do agree with the larger point, though. Cavs have the most amount of pressure. I just don't see much pressure in other teams existing.
And it's weird because I don't think they have pressure on them today. But I think once they get into the playoffs, I think you're going to see that. And that again, it ties back into the overconfidence thing. It ties back into when the Cavs have been overconfident, their balloon has been deflated very easily, and I don't want to see that again. There are no excuses. If this team gets punched in the mouth, if they can't respond, then it's indictment on the whole thing. Previously it was, but Darius is held. But it was this, it was that. There should be whatever toughness that you need in the playoffs to get punched in the face and stand back up. In a competitive second-round series, especially if you tilt this thing towards the favor of the Pistons, you better have it. Because if you get punked by the Pistons, that's it. That's the word on you.
Yeah, and then they're going to try to sell you all offseason how adding LeBron or trying to make a run at Giannis is going to change the math a little bit. And they'll be given that flexibility. They will, but there is a lot on them this year.
How much pressure exists for the Cavaliers? Kendrick Perkins made one good point and a couple really bad ones. Says the Cavs are under the most pressure, in case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
There's Cavs and there's NBA news that happens while you at work. Baskin and Phelps. Weekday mornings starting at 10.
Final segment of today's show. I want to say a big thanks to our guest today, Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports, NFL draft analyst, joins us every Tuesday here at 3:20. Great stuff on Monroe Freeling, the left tackle market, left tackle versus right tackle, Carnell Tate's 40-yard dash, and how much that doesn't matter. Great stuff with him, the Planet quarterback for the Browns as well. John Fante at 4:20. I think he's kind of on the Kyler Murray, kind of not on the Kyler Murray train, but great stuff with him. And then Albert Breer at 5:20 on Kyler Murray to the Browns and the likelihood of that happening. The Browns quarterback plan. Myles Garrett and the Browns may be receiving calls for him this offseason. If you missed a moment from today's show, don't forget you guys can watch us back on YouTube. The full 5 hours being up there. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. It is free. And like our videos, we like to be liked. We got the off-season special coming up in about 15 minutes here. But before we can get there, we must get here. It's time for In Case You Missed It.
All right, I told you, Nick, around the 5:20 segment or so about some of the takes around Kyler Murray and how the national stage was getting a little bit overboard with some of the conversations, right? I'd mentioned one analyst talking about how they thought, it was Bomani Jones, talking about how he thought that Kyler Murray was a more appetizing option and better than Jalen Hurts. Well, another one of those I told you about, I have not yet heard for myself. Again, just saw it in social media in passing, so I want to play it so we can really dissect it. This is Ryan Clark on ESPN matching up what he thinks about Kyler Murray with the news today.
If Kyler Murray right now was the quarterback of the Baltimore Ravens, we'd have much more confidence in them to win the Super Bowl. Period. We would. It wouldn't be a discussion. We wouldn't be sitting here talking like, you know what? Yeah, they can because the quarterback's really good, because the team's really good, and everybody loves the color purple. It looks good on uniforms. He wouldn't have said all that. He would have been like, if Kyler Murray's the quarterback of this team, I see them in the AFC Championship going toe-to-toe, head-to-head with the Kansas City Chiefs because he does add that extra dimension. And this is not knocking Lamar Jackson at all. Sometimes you got to choose between Kobe and Shaq or Penny and Shaq. Sometimes you got to choose on whether you're going to sign Weezy or Lil Turk. You got to make these decisions. And in making this decision, if you were starting your team, Kyler Murray would be your guy. It's not that I wouldn't take Lamar. It's just that with what I've seen from them, even with Lamar winning the MVP, if I had to put one at quarterback and say this guy takes X team to the championship, I'd always pick Kyler Murray first.
It's just a wild take. There's just no other way to look at it. We've been pro Kyler all day long. I just have no other avenue of trying to figure out what Ryan Clark was doing there.
I'm very pro Ryan Clark. I think he's a very good dude. I love his takes. I don't know what he's talking about.
I mean, Kyler's never won a playoff game. I'm not making that the end-all, be-all, but the reality is that way. I get Lamar's had his struggles in the postseason. I just don't know what we're talking about.
Lamar's also achieved heights passing-wise and running-wise that Kyler never has.
Yeah, like one of the things we bring up to try to like kind of put a feather in the cap of Kyler Murray is putting him in the same ballpark as Lamar when it comes to some of the rushing numbers.
Yeah.
And being like he's fourth in this list of running quarterbacks from a yard standpoint since 2020. It's like, well, who's first? Lamar by a mile.
That is the damnedest take. That is just the damnedest take. I got a lot of love and respect for Ryan Clark, but I cannot wrap my head around that one in any way. Like, I kept waiting. But, like, at first I thought he was like, no, if Lamar wasn't there and then you put Kyler there. But then he just kept going.
He just kept going. I like this is how I know we're in a weird part of the season is that when Kyler Murray becomes available, the race to have the loudest Kyler Murray take is kind of it's an extreme, and a lot of people have been trying to get to the front of it to try to get attention and clicks and everything else.
I'm going to call back to earlier today when we talked about Todd Monken sharing a picture with Shedeur Sanders and Shedor's porcelain horse head birthday gift on Twitter.
Yeah.
And I know that Todd Monken has started to follow people on social media. Any concern that Todd Monken's Twitter or his understanding of the sports media presence could be a negative in Cleveland?
Oh, You think he's like an Instagram coach? We've had an Instagram quarterback. Is he an Instagram coach?
I definitely have already had one conversation where somebody says, I don't want my head coach paying attention to sports talk media or whatever. My rebuttal would be, I heard a lot more in Charlotte about how much people actually pay attention to sports talk in the town that they're in from a football perspective.
Well, I find it interesting. We've known the guys in the past that have paid attention. John Dorsey would reference interviews on this station in press conferences the next day. Like, some guys are really about it, and then other guys like Stefanski would tell you how much they grew up listening to IP, and then follow up being like, yeah, but I don't do any of that now.
Yeah, I never really believed Stefanski. I think it's like a fake thing that people say. Like, I know for a fact Ron Rivera listened to WFNZ in Charlotte because in one personal conversation away from microphones, he unintentionally quoted something I had said on air. Oh, I had heard somebody said this, and I was like, Ron, it was me. And you used the exact words. So it wasn't like a game of telephone. Telephone never works that way. Dave Tepper, I'm using this as these guys listen.
Yeah.
I do know they listen. And so the idea that Todd Monken might be paying attention to it, I don't think it's a sign that he's got other priorities. I think it's a sign he's not being fake about it, which is one of the things I seem to like about Todd Monken.
Yeah, I guess I'm just not bothered by it. Mainly the idea that I don't think he's listening to steal ideas, obviously. I think he just likes football.
Yeah, also, I don't think
this is an avenue to talk football.
I don't think it's like the listening so that I can penalize you for this later thing. Like, some coaches do get obsessed with the narratives out there. Todd just does not seem that bothered. Like, I guess I give credit more for a 59-year-old man who might just enjoy ball hear people talking about it, as opposed to like a younger coach. I can kind of see. I don't think Todd Monken gives a rat's ass.
Here's the reality on it. I think he's so football obsessed. This is the part I like. I think he's so football obsessed. Do I feel like Todd Monken's listening to AC/DC on his drive to go get gas? No.
I could kind of Todd.
I don't know what Todd is into musically, but I think he's so obsessed with football. I bet he's got some awful music takes.
Oh, I disagree.
I bet he's got. I bet
he's a Bon Scott over Brian Johnson guy when it comes to AC/DC.
I think he's the level obsessed with
real
football.
AC/DC
where
fan.
I feel like he's got awful music taste. He probably has awful movies taste as well. Ask him about TV shows. I think he is legit. I think he's a football robot in many ways.
You have such an isolated view, or such a narrow view of what a football guy does.
I think these coaches are all weirdos, is what I think.
Oh, that we agree. Yeah,
I think
because I think you have to be a little bit self-obsessed and a little bit power hungry to become a head coach.
Yeah, like when the Seahawks head coach says he has 15 minutes to go ahead and spend with his son each week, I imagine it's not because he's over in the corner breaking down some AC/DC music.
No, but he's a big Kelly Clarkson fan. Big Kelly Clarkson.
Is that the vibes there?
Yeah. Mike McDonald, because he can't get to some badass I'm gonna put on some Metallica. No, he needs a softer side.
Monken is of the right age to just be the guy that gets in the car, puts on sports radio, and he just likes that because he likes football so much.
I'm thinking country for Monken. Spent a lot of time in the South.
Is it the horses thing?
The horses, I think, lead me there naturally as well. I could see him being like, you know what? Nobody's ever been better than Garth, right?
But nobody has ever been better than Garth.
See?
So
now we're building the bridge to trust town.
I guess we agree, Todd Monken.
Yeah, look at that. Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jax Gregory doing the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel today, as well as producing for us. Big thanks to Katie Pollock on the 2020s. We went some places today. We went some places together.
Yeah.
Most of them involved Kyler Murray.
A lot of it.